Chapter 251, Madoka's Choice. Meteora, I'm in. Altire's in my sights. Understood. With that affirmation, Meteora used the audience's acceptance to boost Silesia's latent ability. The audience knew and heard of their conversation, increasing their immersion, but they did not know of any backstage plans. This was part of their plan to conform to the plot weaved by the creators. Oh. You have finally arrived. Silesia saw Altire floating above the ground. Though, they also saw Madoka buried in the rubbles. A few blades are stuck in her arm. Below her was Mimika. Visible blade marks are present all over her body, showing that she barely avoided Altire's sharp blades. You. Silesia became angry the moment she saw it. You are far worse than I thought. Tisk. There are people far worse than me. And, good people aren't necessarily good. Not all choose to help a misfortunate person. You're wrong. Silesia replied with a hint of solemnity. Madoka-san would do so. Perhaps knowing that she lost this argument, she wordlessly sent out dozens of blades while waving a blade on her PPSH-41 using a blade. Her condescending look met Silesia's gaze inside her vocal chevalier. Valiant chant of Honorius. You shall warp 3,000 worlds. Agoa, a mile, show us where wisdom is. In case of any incoming attacks, Silesia readied herself. She thought of Kenwoya and Elicitaria who would act whenever this spell of hers fails. Stealthily, she reached out to a magic circle hidden beneath her controls. An Ars Notaria will shine its power in 7 directions. Golden square gates appeared around Altire. From all of her directions, a gate was present. They, who are hell-bent on locking her inside for eternity, shall swallow her whole. Swallow, Ionian Aphoria. The gates converged exactly at Altire's position. A second later, there was nothing left of her. Now, she is trapped inside an infinite space akin to the Hachiman Tongkao of the Three Kingdoms, or so everyone thought so. A/N, Hachiman Tongkao is an infinite maze with hundreds of mutations, making it impossible to escape. More info is present in the author's note at the end. Even with the acceptance against her odds, Altire, unsurprisingly, escapes. You don't seem that surprised. Altire hugged Silesia from behind. The former's scarlet-red eyes that hold nothing but contempt for humans met the latter's determined gaze. You, escaped. Every room with an entrance has an exit. Even ones with infinite space. It wasn't hard to find it despite your tremendous efforts in your attempt to cage me. A cage inside a bird cage? Truly, it is laughable, and ironic. Hearing this, Silesia could not keep her calm demeanor. Her eyes widened as she knew the implication behind her words. You know about this. If you want to, you can break this bird cage from the beginning. It is pleasant hearing my opponents think worthy of me. Unfortunately, you were only half correct. As I am now, I do not have enough power to do so. From the console, Meteora listened intently. She viewed the acceptance rate panel and saw that Altire's was still 0. This meant that the acceptance of the audience cannot affect Altire, simply because she is currently viewed as a villain. In fact, it should be working against her, for villains are meant to suffer from defeat. It complies with her situation to head toward her failure. She understands everything. While she felt unease, the conversation between Silesia and Altire continued. I could end everything now, but I am fairly sure that the audience would not like it. They would think that this story is boring. Kick out. A small magic circle lit up beneath her compartment. It sent Silesia away from her vocal chevalier. Self-destruct. Boom. A bright explosion greeted everyone else's sights as they watched Vocal Cavalier's self-destruction. She thought that she would use it in a sticky situation, but never had she expected to use it directly against Altire. Nobody expected her to go inside the cockpit. Though, this brief moment allowed Silesia to embed something as she opened the self-destruction protocol. Anti-fantasy dash. The final power that Silesia possessed through her revisions. What it did is simple, nullifying Altire's powers. Kenwoya-kun, it's time. Knowing that Altire could survive that one, she sent a message to Kenwoya. Got it. Concept cohesion boost dash. Kenwoya's revised power allowed him to do a single thing, boosting every concept to its utmost limit. In his case, it is used as support. BZZT. A flash of lightning bolted straight to where Altire is. Soon, the silhouette behind it was revealed. It was none other than Elicitaria. She is using her Gotts von Berleach engine. Purple lightning emerged from her surroundings, making her the incarnation of lightning itself. Hey! Sporting an entertained look, Altire drew a smirk on her face. Even with her conceptual powers restricted in an incoming attack, she did not take them the least bit seriously. For our worlds. PSSHK. Her lance pierced through Altire. It made a gaping hole between her stomach. Strangely enough, there was no blood, only noise blocks born out of an anomaly like her. Altire's eyes became hidden by her bangs as her head tilted slightly downwards. Ha! Suddenly, she let out a chuckle. This is it? She mockingly asked. Try to taste the power of your own attack. Upon letting out a sarcastic smile, the restraints to her power broke instantly. Her powers worked at the same time, reversing karma between the cause and effect. No. Pink light covered Alicetaria in an instant. Then, under her shocked gaze, she saw her lance pierce through her body. PSSSHK. She was holding it moments ago. She was sure that it did not leave her grasp. So how? No. After a few moments passed, she discovered that it did not hurt her. Her lance did not inflict any damage on her whatsoever. Albeit, she has a bad foreboding feeling about it. PSST. Thud. A little girl fell into a newcomer's hands. He looked at the pale-faced Madoka in his arms before letting out a sigh. Altair. It is none other than Blitz Talker, the middle-aged man who settled everything with his creator. After seeing his daughter back to life, he was forced to join Meteora's side. No one coerced him into doing so. Only, the revival of his one and only daughter meant that she would be gone if the worlds are destroyed, Altair's main goal. Hence, he has to fight for the world to protect what is precious to him. Looking at this young girl reminiscent of his daughter, he felt compelled to help her. She has a gaping hole in her chest. Blood dripped down Blitz's arms. Yet, he understood that she can still last for a while. Ju-san. He called out to Meteora. Can you? I will. For a moment, Meteora lost her concentration because of someone. It is their first time seeing him this pissed. His fingers dug deep into his skin, causing him to bleed. That woman. The man, Shiro, thought. I will deal with her myself. For some reason, he could not bring himself to think about killing her. If he is the usual him at this moment, he would kill the perpetrator behind his students' suffering. Still, he held himself back. Moreover, Madoka herself made her decision and informed them through the chat group. If she could gain more acceptance and bring them to advantage this way, she is determined to do so. Meteora-san. Please. A concern could be felt from Shiro's request. This prompted Meteora to use a certain percentage of Madoka's acceptance to discreetly increase her recovery. Fuck. Damn it. No. Fortunately, the audience's reactions supported it. Why did she need to suffer again? As expected of Sakurai-san. Truly the lying butcher. That tweet www. He tried to hide the dark feel in his tweet but everyone expected it www. On a certain occasion, Shiro posted a tweet to conceal Madoka Magica's dark undertone a bit longer. That's how he earned the title of lying butcher. A/N, a pun from his name. Seiku can mean to bloom but it can also mean to cut at the same time. Rai is derived from the English word lie. At this moment, Madoka gained the highest amount of support that she could ever attain. A/N, about the Hachiman Tonko. You might think that it is from Naruto, but it is wrong. The concept of where they came from is the same, however. It is the usual gate of life, joy, death, and so on that you saw from Lee. The one in Re, creators is more likely to be based on the one in the Three Kingdoms. It is said to be a military formation that changes and has 100 possibilities. One example of its might is that if one goes through the gate of death, there is, well, certain death. That's why it was compared to 100,000 soldiers. This military formation is based on the Chinese trigram, which will then be used as a military strategy by Cao Ren against Liu Bei. Chapter 252, My Greatest Enemy is Myself. Madoka, I am all right. Don't worry, everyone. Tuka, no. We will now settle things up. Shiro, Tuka. Stop. Tuka, why? Shiro, this is not like you. Shiro, I know. But this is her plan. I don't want to waste my students' efforts. If it was before, Madoka would find it hard to think of a scheme such as this. She was a pure-hearted girl who would do anything in order to help somebody. This time, it is different. The fate of every single worlds are at stake. If they fail, countless lives would die, their dreams shattered before they could even work for it. She doesn't like the thought of it. Hence, she chose to resort to this somewhat deceptive move. Shiro, and it's not like I am holding it off for nothing. When the time comes, we strike. That time isn't far from happening. After receiving the most acceptance, they would do so. By making the audience think that Altair is about to lose, a miracle might happen. No, it is bound to happen. With a certain someone's power, Shiro thought that it would be possible as long as something interesting happens. How about we get to the interesting part, then? Shit. Looks like they will have to push that plan forward. Everyone is down. As soon as Blitz arrived, Yuya, Xiao, and Hakeu rushed into this place. Their lineup, while not better than Alicetaria's group, has sufficient strength as well. They all have the strength of a god in Shiro's terms. Still, they all lost. It was unsurprising, but nearly everyone lost against Altair. They are all at their all-time low. Seeing their pathetic states, Altair's air of superiority rose up to the limit. Now, she's only sneering at them like fools. She has that looks of villainy that was noticeable to everyone watching. Doesn't this look fun? Even the audience agrees to my sentiments. She spoke as if she saw the entertained looks of the audience. Your whole life, treated as nothing but mere entertainment. Such is the twisted world of these evil gods. Her words had that subtle undertone of why didn't you listen to me? Everyone. Meteora-san. What is going on? Silesia and Yuya asked consecutively. The final plan is activated. Meteora replied. Altair did it. Hey. The final plan. This was their final backup whenever things go south. Though, it has a great flaw. Its appearance would be akin to a deus ex machina to the audience. If they did not accept her appearance, it backfires, causing the birdcage to break prematurely. This renders everything useless. It was supposed to be Meteora who has the control over the plot of Birdcage, but the latter had forcefully pushed forward her control. The story's narrative was supposed. She cut off her explanation upon being reminded by Kaltzit's advice. Altair. She used the audience's acceptance to spawn a great foe that would match her strength. With Kaname Madoka's fall, the audience began sympathizing your story more. It reached the peak not too long ago. After that, it happened. Turns out, their support had backfired upon them. With Altair having no acceptance whatsoever, it was supposed to help them expel Altair from this world, to spell her defeat. Little did they expect that it would backfire now out of all things. Tap. A soft movement can be heard not far away from them. Everyone looked to that direction. There, they saw a girl. With flowing white hair and platinum pupils, she stared emotionlessly to Altair. Even, the latter's gaze became more serious. She knew everything that they had planned, but she still went ahead and did it, for if she succeeds, she would be able to accomplish her goal. Serious. The character who uses Altair's template as her base. Since she was foreshadowed to be even greater than the villain, Altair, herself, she is a tad bit stronger than her in terms of everything. She is also in a blank state, which will make her more powerful as long as the acceptance increases. Alternatively, it serves as her weakness. I see. The one made from my image. She said. Disgusting. Due to her holopsychon, she knew that Sirius will be a formidable enemy. Yet, she unleashed this enemy early on. Without replying, Sirius summoned forth her two-bladed spear. As she does not have much presence, that's all she could do as of now. Ah? Clone. What? She is too strong that the story started pulling some Deus Ex LMAOOO. Deus Ex my ass. This cliché, they're gonna pull off this one too. Reminds me of that time travel robot movie. I'll be back. My archenemy is myself. A slew of comments flew in front of the video. Nearly all of them had not expected this. They did not accept this change easily either, but it went through due to the amount of jokes present. Since the trope that they used is ridiculous, the audience slowly came to accept it. I don't know what she is planning. In contrast to their carefreeness, Meteora wore a grave expression on her face. She thought that Altair's control would never reach this place. All of them planned out that she would be restricted inside it. However, they're all wrong. They had forgotten about something. Within his sight, Shiro noticed something. There was no sign of it until now, but he felt something pass through in this place. Knowing that things are about to be more troublesome, he was glad. My improvisation might have saved us all. A glint of grey fog passed through his pupils before disappearing. Bam! Bam! Clang! Sheeing! Sirius fought back against Altair in equal grounds. All of the blades that was sent through her was obliterated while her movements. Second movement of Cosmos, draft removal dash. Second movement of Cosmos, draft removal dash. It was supposed to reduce a creation state into that of their drafts. This makes their power more unstable and less suitable for acceptance of the audience. Albeit, the two movements cancelled each other out. I see. I see. What a despicable plan that you have. It is not enough to take everything away from me. You are greedy to use my power for yourself. Ninth movement of Cosmos, Fate Restoration dash. Ninth movement of Cosmos, Fate Restoration dash. Two orbs, one blue and one pink, emerged out of nothingness. They erased everything they came in contact with down to the conceptual level. The buildings, roads, atmosphere. Everything was gone. Buzz. Static screens were all that's left upon their clash. Chapter 253, Finn? We got her. On the screen, all that was left after the massive clash was Sirius. Well, not exactly. Immediately, Altair reappeared on the screen once more in the form of information blocks. Her confident expression was broken down as she willed herself to recover from that attack. A/N, information blocks are the blue glitchy bit effects. After all that, she can still recover. Everyone inside the room wore livid expressions, everyone except for one man. Slowly, he fell deeper into a state of emptiness. Nobody noticed him and Kuroniko, who did not go back after going out for a can of coffee. Everyone was so focused on the final fight shown on the screen that they did not mind. Tisk. You got. PSSSHK. Me. The two-bladed spear passed through Altair's chest. 66th movement of Cosmos, existence change. Sirius silently activated her trump card. It does one thing, taking over Altair. Be it her personality, powers, and everything else, she will inherit them. The only change between her and Altair is that she does not have Altair's motivation of ending the world. You. Altair muttered with her last breath. You. Soon, she disappeared. The noise blocks that represented her in this world disappeared into the wind. All that was left is the empty gaze that Sirius carried on her since the beginning. That, and the two-bladed spear that she held since the beginning. We did it. Is this it? The end. Seeing this result, everyone calmed down. The ones in the control room let out a long sigh of relief as they saw Altair's existence meter turn to 0. Different from the acceptance meter, it is designed to measure the level of exposure in the real world. As long as it hits 0, they were kicked out of this world. Suddenly, a person amongst them captured an irregularity. He had an uncanny feeling about Sirius just as he turned her back on them. For some reason, he had a déjà vu. He was the closest one to Altair amongst the creations here, which is why he felt this way. Bam! A large mech crashed down to the ground. It was none other than Gundam Unicorn. As a result of being beaten up too much by Kanti, it was forced out of the destroyer mode. A cloud of dust was kicked up, blinding everyone of their vision except Kenwoya. 7 people. Kanti's pilot murmured low enough to be not understood by Kenwoya. Gundam-san. It's over. Altair was defeat. No. A sound refusal greeted him from the opposite line. It was a definite rebuttal that left him with no other questions. Remember, Kenwoya. The pilot said. It is just starting. Meanwhile, Madoka chanted something in a low voice. She used her power to shield as much as she could, resulting in Blitz not being able to hear it while carrying her in his arms. From the inner sea of the planet. A smirk. The signature smile of a villain about to turn the tables on the heroes. Fortunately, it wasn't only Blitz who felt that way. She's missing her personality. It is blank. It is a part of the setting. The stories and the foreshadowing is limited enough to not acquire the audience's acceptance. Like a thick plot armor, all right. After ending his short conversation with Meteora, he looked toward the pitiable girl. She was only created as a stand-in, a clone that could fight against this world's strongest. She served no other purpose than that, which is why he pitied her. From the Tower of Insight. Hey! Yuya noticed the abnormality that Sirius had. Just as he was about to look at her in the front, he saw her smirk with his peripheral vision. A chill was sent down his spine. Deductions came into his mind one by one. After reaching an ending, all he ever wanted is to try and prevent it from happening. From the 4 corners of paradise. Damn! His mind reacted in an instant. Yuya sent out Hangaku and ordered her to attack Sirius. Buzz. Instantly, Hangaku was obliterated. She turned into an information block before being removed from this world. Xiao. Receiving his call, Xiao summoned forth Bayard. It swiftly went through all the reflections before arriving right behind Sirius. It brandished the silver rapier that it wielded straight toward the back of her head. Swoosh. Crack. Shatter. Like a mirror, Bayard broke into countless shards. It also turned into information blocks the same way as Hangaku, its end was no different from hers. From the 4 corners of paradise, let them know. Xiao. A huge shockwave occurred with Sirius at its epicenter. Information blocks went through her once, changing her appearance. Now, she looks more like Altair. Her white suit was replaced with a military coat and a red bodysuit. Her strong aura filled up Sirius' entire body. Kook. A stifling laughter came from Sirius. No, Altair's mouth. The 66th movement. That's what you gave to her to defeat me. She had abilities that I did not have. But, you have forgotten something. Meteora. Altair said with extreme confidence. I am infinite. Countless abilities are acquired by myself every day. While they are vile, these gods are powerful ones together. Just like now. Their story is filled with blessings. Only those free of sins may pass. You did not take this into full account, Meteora. Sadly, you lost. Suddenly, her aura became different. The air of superiority was still there, but some sort of restraint blended into it. She was no longer an arrogant brat who got too overconfident in herself. Now, she is a cold general who planned out everything. Blitz. You are the only one left. It seems so. He replied with a helpless sigh. To this middle-aged man, Altair felt something complex. He was the only one who treated her like a decent human being. Perhaps, he saw the image of his daughter on her. In the end, she lacks affection. All she ever received was the dark emotions that Setsuna had ever felt toward these disgusting human beings. Once we finish your story, this farce ends. Birdcage is built from intricately connected stories. Each creation inside had a part in its creation. Once everyone reached their conclusion, this birdcage would collapse. It would signify the collision of all worlds that Altair is about to bring forth. Judgment will be brought towards those vile gods. Suddenly, Madoka's shout rang out. It is one capable of twisting the texture of this world itself, one that has been undocumented during the time they created their revisions. Garden of Avalon. At that moment, the entire birdcage was turned into a sea of flowers. Chapter 254, Plot Twist. A field of flowers. The sight, reminiscent of a fairy tale, was presented in everyone's eyes. A huge floating black tower decorated its sky, though there is nothing strange except for it. Everything just feels different inside this world. Hey! Even Altair felt its anomaly. Just by being present, she could feel a portion of her restricted. It has a different nature than her movements. The will that resides in the real world holds a greater presence in this place. A major sign of it is the rejection that she was constantly undergoing. If not for her assimilation with Sirius, which strengthened her, she would have had a harder time fighting against it. Swish! Virtual black chains appeared and tried to wrap around Altair. Shatter! She broke all of them with her power negation around her body. She was on guard from ambushes, something that she had learned from going through the materials of this world. Truly, Meteora and the rest had not thought that Altair could learn this much. Ikor, Eos Dash. Su. The god of the underworld's spear, Desmos, made a streak under the night sky as it aimed to pierce her chest. Clang. Hum. It twisted the world just by hitting Altair. Her shield and Desmos' conceptual weight started fighting over. Surprisingly, they are of the same level. Before Altair could do anything else, a huge black greatsword appeared over her head and slammed her down to the ground. Bam! Rumble! Su! Desmos made a sharp turn as it returned to its owner's hand. A blue-haired boy with an age of not more than 12 appeared in the air. It is none other than Shinji, who had been squatting around for a dozen minutes. Leave the rest to us. Understood. Due to his lacking power, he would be rendered powerless after his first attack. As to why, it was attributed to Altair's ability to capture information. He could go under her radar thanks to his Pankosmi's loner ability, but once he attacks her, a gap will be made. Hence, he was made to be the strongest one-shot cannon of this group. Two more shadows flashed before going straight to Altair. Bam! Boom! A bright light flashed before descending toward her. At the same time, the surroundings quaked due to a high-ranked spell. It was one that doesn't just destroy the surrounding space, it isolates the target out of the known reality itself. Hum! A small black cube appeared in the air, held by someone filled with shadows. It made a small hustling sound before revealing its orange framework. This cube, the copied void archive born from the Fool's powers, emitted a strange aura. It seems as if it is on the verge of breaking, yet another equally mysterious power held it together. Soon, it turned itself into the 11th recorded God Key, Oath of Judah. It became larger whilst mechanical gears appeared on top of it. Golden chains connected all of them all together. These chains locked upon their target, Altair, and enveloped her. Everything went smoothly as her shield was broken. Add to that Desmos' special effect piercing through everything, a path towards her core concept was made. A seal. She was surprised to find out that nothing worked out. Though, she knew all too well that this state would not last long. Several of her movements are already working to destroy the sealing concept that the infamous 11th God Key had imposed upon her. In its origin world, the Oath of Judah deprived Hear's chairs, the literal living gods, of their powers. More so when its 0th form was activated, like now. Break release. Ultimate mode. A soft murmur was heard. A huge blade made out of black and white materials was presented in plain view. The same thing as Void Archive happened to it, making it even larger. Swoosh. A huge shockwave was made upon its change. Power started gathering to it, blazing flames swirled around the blade. They grew larger until they pierced through the sky of the birdcage. Crack! 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 Cracks started appearing inside the semi-fictional city. Static could be seen in all the cameras present. The birdcage's restorative forces trying to fix this contradiction sent out this after effect. Final. The converged power reached its peak. Altair, who realized what was going on, decisively switched to her optimal recovery state instead of trying to break free. The weight of these undying flames, one that had cut down a class and split Madoka's humanity into the main core, showed its might once again. Blazer. Flames that carried unbearable heat descended into Altair. Their sheer amount of conceptual weight was so overwhelming that it erased her concept from this world after a few seconds of contact. Then, the world was destroyed. Hum. 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 Crack. 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 Shatter. With the belief of the audience, the birdcage was maintained. Its durability was strengthened to infinity due to its belief that this moment is the true climax of this show. This prevented the imminent destruction of this world. Soon, peace was restored. It felt as if the world-ending phenomenon that occurred was nothing but a dream. Still, everyone present in this place knew. They understood that they were not dreaming. Their sights were redirected to the main culprits. Not far away, they saw 3 cloaked men floating above the ground. There's also another one whose visage was concealed under a veil of darkness while the blue-haired boy's facial features weren't clear. Lastly, the one who sent out the black greatsword possessed a power that made everyone forget about her appearance the moment they look at her. Meteora, who was watching from afar, realized that they are the mysterious third party who went against Altair's team several times. It's them. They appeared after the flower field. No, the mysterious field was deployed. Amidst her complex thoughts, she remembered a sketch. It reminded her of this sight. Dozens of realizations passed through her mind before looking towards a person inside the control room. The man who became strangely silent ever since Madoka was severely injured, Fukushiro Sakurai. Beautiful, isn't it? Yes. The sea of flowers was a sight to behold. After all, it was a projection from the paradise, the ever-distant utopia, Avalon itself. Mere humans would not have the chance to lay their eyes upon it, for they would die the moment they arrive at that place. The huge amount of true ether in it will stuff them to their deaths. Seeing that Meteora did not give out a reply, Shiro let out a chuckle. What? Is this the moment where I say, from now on, I will stand in heaven? He even brushed his bangs forward, jokingly mimicking one of the characters that he saw in Kuroniko's world. Of course, this revealed his attractive looks more. Tuka, pft. Kuroniko, het. You really did it. Shiro, what? What's wrong with it? Thanks to Kuroniko's shadow that she left in his shadow, the two outside could perfectly capture this moment. Ignoring the jeers from the two, he paid attention to her reaction. It was also at this moment that the others found out about the unusual vibe between us. In a storyboard, there is an opening, rising action, climax, falling action, and resolution. Other authors use several other varieties, but the concept remains the same. To add colors to it, we use plot devices. In particular, I love using that one the most. Plot twists. One of the main factors behind Madoka Magica's success comes from its execution. If it did not leave a deep mark on the viewers, its impact would have been less. That's what the plot twist did with the story. By showing the contrasting bright side to the depressing side of the magical girls, it gained the viewer's sympathy. Knowing the implication behind it, Meteora was about to ask him something when Shiro went ahead of her. It's what you think it is, Meteora-san. No. He paused before continuing, my Kaoruhei. A/N, greetings. I had to pull off 2 days worth of all-nighters, which is why I couldn't write new chapters. Sorry about that. Now, there's something that I have to tell y'all. The Book 2 of Lord of the Mysteries is out. Only 2 chapters are present, but I already saw several references in Klein's adventures. The protagonist's role is also revised from a hunter into a red priest. That interview of him being a hunter was way back in 2020, so I could see how it changed like that. Lastly, do expect some chapters dealing with the foreshadowings in this arc. It could reach as far as several future arcs, but the main motivations within each of them will be different. MC will also be visiting previous worlds before he fulfills a certain promise of his. An item that shall be unsealed given the right conditions. Hint, it was foreshadowed way back in the early chapter 30s. Chapter 255, Senpai. Kaoruhei. A very popular term in Japan. It means junior when translated into other languages. In their situation, it is the only word that was suitable. You. Anata ga. A/N, Meteora's speech turned from casual/informal to formal. A few months ago, she found out what happened to her creator. He died in a motorcycle accident around a year ago. This accident even made quite a stir in the ACT industry as he was one of the most well-known directors at that time, second only to the infamous Shibuya Ryo. This left Meteora with no choice but to check for herself if his traces, his works, contained traces of his sincerity. Of course, she saw it through the intricate world building as well as the very few details that she found upon an entire day of gaming. There was also its community that shared the said small details above. He was truly an outstanding director who made his name through his sincerity and love for his works. Everything ended in this way. Meteora decided to save the world purely because she was moved by that sincerity. She knew that her existence was quite monotone, hence the reason why she saw no need to side with this world right after appearing in it. To the sage of 1,000 miles who saw through the passage of life and death for most of her life, the only thing that moved her was the hero's resolve to save the world. A/N, the hero is your in-game character in her franchise. Now that something else moved her, she was determined to see the end of it. But then, she found out something more. A small detail that she had overlooked nearly the entire time she was here. That is, the similarities that she and another character hold. The character whom she had met since her early days on Earth. The one who lent his authority to her, something that was almost a perfect fit for her. He was also known as the holder of the library that knows no bounds. It's you. The librarian of the end, Shiro. To be honest, I was extremely shocked too. The person in question responded with a light shrug. Who knew that I have a Kaohei that I did not even know of? Upon further investigation, Meteora found her creator's original manuscripts. While looking at her creator's ideas as a plan to perfect Elimination Chamber Fest, she also held a personal agenda. She was interested in how her creator made her. Although, she was surprised about something. While organizing one of her creator's sketches, her eyes were drawn into a small notebook. A thin piece of paper stuck out from it. With a closer look, it can be seen that it was a notebook page placed in between the notebook. Meteora grasped it with her creamy white hand. Her looks far surpassed that of this world, turning the most trivial actions into something that could make one fall without any guard. Kanji Note 2. Idea Note. 2 large kanjis are beautifully drawn in their title area. The hardcover made out of leather gave off a feeling of oldness from it. Flip. She began to turn the pages of the concept notebook. This was the note where her creator wrote his random ideas, spontaneous ideas that often sprang up while doing a bath or a shower. Some breakthrough in her game's plot was surprisingly included in this small notebook. Hey! She reached the page where the separate page was located. Though, what bothered her was the familiar illustration drawn into it. The picture depicts a man who wears an oversized black cloak. Only the character's hand was revealed. Rings embedded with varieties of jewels are present in it. Seigo no Shisho. Ends librarian. Casual handwriting from a sign pen was present below it. Some other descriptions such as the character's origins and powers are also present. The man who oversees everything from the end. The keeper of secrets that existed within the known reality. He is a guide, and a protector. 3 words presented themselves under his character description. Materializing his endless vault of knowledge into reality. A brief sentence was left under the section that explains his powers. This information correlated to what she knew about the mysterious man from before. His authority, that library, allowed her to briefly materialize restraints present in its archives for a few moments. Coupled with his appearance, she was almost sure that this was him. Leo-sensei gave me some of his concept characters. I appreciate it. This was written on the page where the illustration was attached. Then, she also saw another brief note. I already thought of a character who fits in that role. No blaming me on that one. I came upon that note when I saw it lying down on the floor. You're the one who put it back. Yab. Shiro affirmed. My luck worked on this one. Meteora-san. Sakurai-san. The bewildered voices of everyone inside the room rang out. They, who could not comprehend the topic between Shiro and Meteora, let out their confusion. Ignoring them, Shiro came closer to her rather, to the magic reaction that she made. He rested his palm on it, which sent him the information that made it up. It's done well. You're a genius in your own right, Kaohei. Anyways. Repeating the same gesture, Shiro accessed its controls with slight difficulty. You can leave this mess to us. Flash. A blinding white light appeared inside the room, prompting everyone to close their eyes, except for Meteora. Under her sight, she saw Shiro return to his previous, unrepressed appearance. The ethereal charm that he carried turned the room into a prairie for a moment. His charm that broke the limits of reality showcased itself once more. Off we go. Mouthing those words, he disappeared. My, senpai. My clone finished his job back at Meteora's place. He located the traces of the other anomaly as well as granted me some sort of autonomy and control within this birdcage. Whoosh. Lifting down the large blade made up of my soul armaments, I focused on recovering the load that my huge attack had brought. I have a materialized soul, the third true magic, but even it could not disregard the burden that I carried using that attack. Using tail gear, I was prompted to my strongest state possible immediately. Not only that, I called in 2 of my parallel selves to better utilize the powers that I have. One would be responsible for the usage of Librarian of the End while the other is assigned to my armament convergence. Of course, switching back to this state brought me that strange side effect as well. Though, I do not mind it much. Not only was there no one who knew that this little girl was Fukushiro Sakurai. Plus, beings at my level don't give a damn about this. Why should I, then? I felt a wave of danger pass through my head. Manipulating the 7 sword bits in my back, I rotated them and formed a sword shield, a move copied from Altair herself. They emitted blazing heat, disintegrating anything that touches it. Clang. Hum. Bzzzt. As expected, thousands of flying swords came in out direction. All of them were melted by the heat present in the sword bits, thankfully. Instead of controlling them to attack the aggressor, I left them in their place. Now is not the time to blunder some pieces towards her. You can show yourself now, Jusan. A little girl. I could hear her response with a hint of shock that immediately disappeared. I could see her cautious side going up to the extreme. A bad sign for us. Still, I trust those who have my back. Madoka. Tuka. Kaltsit. Kuroniko. Shinji. All of them appeared beside me, reminding me that I am no longer alone in this fight. Shinji-kun. I'm sorry, Tukane. I can't do it after all. Hearing his words, I did not mind him. The original plan designated him to retreat the moment his Desmos was fired up, but I knew that Shinji was not such a guy to do so. His character and mindset had been far too detached from the scumbag him. As expected of my student. Yab. I could see a bit of pride hidden within that resolute face of his after I let out these words. Shiro. I saw the strange reactions of Kuroniko and Kaltsit. Nothing. Yet, nothing. I could see that she's definitely thinking of something. So this is how our future child might look like? Cute. His children would be like this. Unbeknownst to Shiro, the thoughts of the two went off track. Chapter 256, Power Up. So this is how our future child might look like? Cute. His children would be like this. A/N, it's up to y'all to guess who said who. Not knowing the strange thoughts that the two are having, Shiro took out a shining silver card from the dimensional storage. Shinji-kun, catch. Yua. Seeing him catch it perfectly, Shiro explained to him. That's a time card, one that will bring your future self forward. Use it while in a safe place. You can join back to this fight after. Alright. Shinji disappeared off to somewhere else. Knowing that the fight would begin soon, Shiro gave out full concentration as to what is to come. A tit for tat. I saw the military uniformed girl reappear back to her previous place. Tears appeared in this fictional world as it tried to withstand the load that Altair had brought upon it. I knew it. She told everyone back then that she could destroy the birdcage, but she would lose the opportunity to garner the collective subconscious acceptance. At this stage, acceptance is something far more powerful than faith energy. I saw how it allowed us, the creators, to rewrite the known reality of someone. Let's do this, everyone. After sending a glance toward Tuka, I used the thrusters to come closer to Altair. With my exceptional speed and upgraded specs, I am far more powerful than when I confronted Madoka's adversaries. Bloom. The flowers inside this garden went into full bloom, a surge of power was sent through my core in an instant. Dozens of concepts stacked up and enhanced my already overflowing power. Click. Flames are set ablaze on the blade of my sword. Activating the unlimited mode once more, I then called forth to my armament convergence. Armament convergence dash. Armament convergence dash. I could see the other me flaring up as well. A streak of black light decorated his seemingly mundane sword. The sword that I have used to kill innumerable lives. There is also this sword that I used to save lives. In the next second, I felt our attacks hit Altair conceptually, that is. Countless weapon intents began corroding the gap that she imposed between her and the blade. Shit. I hastily used Lord of the Mysteries on the two of us. Right after doing so, I could see our attacks being deflected toward ourselves. Just as they are about to come closer, they disappeared and flew to the clear blue sky. Crack. A sound of cracking resounded in our place. It seems that the copy of Avalon itself isn't fully enough for it. Her movements, that is. What she had just used was her 14th movement of Cosmos, Vicissitudes of Fortune. She used it against Madoka-chan before. It has the power to trace back the cause and effect, thereby sending the effect back to the cause. Simply put, it is the reversal of causality. If she was supposed to be hurt by an attack, her attacker would be hurt after this. After I informed of this to everyone a few minutes ago, we decided to come up with a plan to defeat her. The surprise attack that we sent moments ago is crucial to it, for the surprise attack allows us to deal a certain damage to Altair while she was unaware. She has a cautious side, I admit, but her powers gave her an unmistakable amount of confidence as well. That's why I am leaving the latter part of this attack to someone else. Bzzzt. Tuka swung down her great sword towards Altair. The latter acted as if she had prepared to offset it, but... Crack! The blade cut down through her defenses like a hot knife into butter. The blade reached up to her shoulder, cutting it off in one clean blow. The anti-concept field cast by Tuka surrounded her, preventing her from calling forth any of her powers. Its effect is very similar to Silesia's maneuver from earlier. Moments later, a figure rose in her shadow. She wore a full body armor in which darkness oozed out. She held a silver lance, one that is thinner compared to Elicitaria's lance that possessed the power over life and death conceptually. It glistened upon being hit by the sunlight from this garden. Swoosh! Psshk. It made another hole in Altair's chest. Again. The lance, Black Abyss White Flower, is a special god key that prevented the recovery of damages from its attacks. It contained enough strength to one-shot a pseudo-her share in its origin world. Unmistakably, I felt a surge of a wave from Altair. It sent everyone flying, decomposing bits of our weapons into nothingness. Bam! Crack! Shatter! I stopped myself from being swept by the impact using the built-in thrusters. They possess a conceptual boost in terms of flying, so I dare say that it is more convenient. Looking up towards the sky, I could see the usual night view. The previous flower field was nothing to be seen. Madoka-chan is forced to give up. I could understand why everyone was disoriented. That attack was simple enough, but the power behind it wasn't. It contained several powers that disabled ours as well as forcibly changed the nature of our powers. Of course, this did not affect our creator roles much since we don't have any story in this world. However, that hurts. Immediately, I helped Kuroniko to stand up. Her previous jet black armor was broken and fragmented. Some remained intact, but all of their function was erased. The conceptual boosts that she could get if she wears it and their durability disappeared. Here. I gave one of my SSR potions to her. A brief hesitation flashed in her ruby-like pupils before disappearing. She grasped the potion that I gave to her. Thanks. Seeing her drink it, my worries are lessened. I will reply. Suddenly, she disappeared under the suction of her shadows. There are no signs before it happened, rendering every bit of power useless. Fuck. Mysteries, Fenrir, and Magus. I tried to find her whereabouts using my everything but nothing worked out. Shiro. I felt a slight touch on my shoulder. When I looked back, I saw Kaltsit. I understand everything. Don't panic. We will return. What? Before I could even voice out my doubts, a cocoon made out of light enclosed her inside before disappearing. What? 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 I don't know. What did just happen? I blankly stared at my palm. For some unknown reason, 2 of my comrades disappeared without any prior signs. I'm feeling more confoundedness than anything else. Pushing these worried thoughts behind me, I refocused back on the battlefield. She said that they would return. Who knows, they could be on a power trip while they are gone. For now, this troublesome girl is my business. Chapter 257, Their Reactions. In the face of overwhelming power, all scheming is useless. I knew this all too well. Back in the day, I used to overwhelm other world invaders with my strength alone. With sheer strength, I convinced my world to make things a tad bit more favorable for the demon race. Even, I recall slapping that monocle bastard back to his home world after mistakenly escaping to our world. Oh, he was scared straight after the original Mystery's resurrection. Though, he does know how to bluff well, enough to make my thoughts change from killing him to letting him go away. I mean, he's a clown. However, we're now the ones fucked up by that massive strength. I think we're in a need of a little dialogue. A/N, Altair's quote in episode 2. Why now? The military girl replied with a hint of sarcasm. Better late than never. Altair reformed her physical self once again. The city of Ginza is now in ruins thanks to the aftermath of our attacks. Though, there are still buildings from afar. Feels strange, to be honest. It's like I'm living inside a virtual reality game. PSSHK. I stabbed Tail Caliban into the ground. With unlimited mode still open, this leaves me with a stronger attack. This shows that I am now willing to have a civilized talk with her. It's up to her whether to reply in kind or not. My current power isn't just for show. I'm kind of curious. Why not skip right to the end? Everything's pointless when you have the power to destroy it all. She sported an interested look. Why ask if you already know the answer? So you're just having fun. All these time. Well, I am more inclined to think that she has some hidden agenda. That, and she genuinely wanted to have fun. I mean, she was supposed to be published. It's not like this matters. Right, you know who Shibuya Ryo is, no. I paused for a moment before reorganizing my words. If so, I would like to know. Does he mention Game Boy often? Did he ever mention speedrunning through Dragon Quest and Final Fantasy? These two games do not exist in this world. I had confirmed it already after 2 months. These poor guys could not experience the peak storytelling that these games have. So he did. You. How did you know? She asked me, shock evident from her tone. With this, I confirmed that possibility. I am just as shocked as she was, but I knew it is bound to happen someday. Even if I choose to not delve deeper into it, this day would come along with the responsibility that I have to carry. Hearing this, I responded calmly, that is not important. What's important is your creator. Here comes the troublesome one. Round 2 starts now. Tale read. The young girl was tasked to save the world from evil. It is a mix of magical girls and Super Sentai, which led to the interest of many from the get-go. This idea is very novel in this world. The usual Super Sentai has those monsters and cute magical girls combined into one. Simply put, the general response to it is, fuck it, I'm in. At first, the story followed the typical stereotype, dense protagonist, a harem of girls, and comedic enemies. The audience who watched its first few episodes 6 months ago was immediately thrown off by this. Of course, they did not drop it due to the lying butcher himself. They refused to budge and continued watching. Oh, how right they were. In the 6th episode, they faced off against Anko Isuna, the one known as Tail Black. At this point, they already have red, blue, yellow, and black. Only green, pink, and white is missing at this point, which is why everyone was caught off guard by the sudden maneuver in the name of Tail White. She holds the record of having the most appealing looks in the series. Her personality is vastly different from the tsundere role of blue or the heroic disposition of red. Tail White has a realistic and pragmatic view of this world. It's basically what would happen if a magical girl from Madoka Magica was transported into a pure magical girl world like Mimika's. Moreover, Tail White is not a hero, but a villain. The handbook also mentioned her brief backstory in which it was stated, once a pure existence. Something stained the blank white canvas, painting a new landscape. These attractive traits all came together, forming a fanbase of the villain herself. Thus, this anime that aired just a season ago was still stuck in people's minds. What? There's no foreshadowing for this. No signs LMAO. Sakurai pulling off something out of nothing is well known. White tan. As expected, the comment barrage is all over the place. Brain-dead otakus going crazy over their waifu, people berating Shiro's choice of the plotline, and so on sprawled themselves all over the screen. Meteora-san. What did just? Senior. Shiro-san is the leader of the third party. Or at least related to them. Fuku-sensei is. The first one to be shocked is none other than Norio. He had been with Shiro for years, yet he had never expected to pull off an Aizen maneuver. What should we do now? Kikuchihara asked. All of our plans failed. There's still Suda's. Matsubara added. It's impossible to work. Our acceptance is not enough to trigger her appearance in this world. Unless some sort of miracle happens, it won't work. Suda's final plan, to restore Setsuna's existence in this world and hope that it is enough for Altair to stop her motive. He thought that her creator is the only one who could save this world. Suda himself also acknowledged how strong she was, and that there was a chance that they would fail. Sadly, it could not work. The key someone who could make miracles happen is sitting just beside the man himself. Ooh. I never expected to see this blockbuster in the VIP seat. Munch. Munch. SSST. Engrossed in the movie, Magana subconsciously ate her popcorn along the way. Who knew he could make such a masterpiece out of the one that I gave? Just like me, indeed. From the moment she met Shiro, she knew that he is different from normal humans, that he sought enjoyment through anything else. Shiro, just like her, is a psychopath who has strayed further from humanity. Isn't this fun, Suda-kun? What do you need with me? Sitting beside Magani, Suda felt some kind of pressure. Knowing that she can kill humans mindlessly, the amount of danger that his subconscious is warning him of is extremely high. Nothing. You just remind me of myself. A/N, the Kurumi effect. That one phenomenon where you love the villain more than the heroines themselves. Anyways, this was supposed to be uploaded hours ago, but only now did I notice that I didn't hit the publish button before retiring. Chapter 258, Unified Attack. Inside a dimly lit room, the most important officials of the United States sat around the conference table. They are only two, the President and the Chief of Staff. What they are staring at was the anime shown on the computer screen. They saw the damage that a single blow had caused in the fictional city of Ginza. A swathe of black and white flames stormed the city before being ravaged by Altair's attack once more. In hindsight, these attacks could have obliterated Washington a couple of times. If they sent in their men to intercept whatever was happening in Japan, it would have ended in worthless casualties. Beeb. Mr. President, we have been informed that the JSDF lost control. I see. Will the end be truly coming? Negative, sir. This girl. The chief of staff pointed at the twin-tail girl. She is holding off against codename Alpha. In the end, all their hopes are pinned on a little girl. Rumble. A sea of fire rose from the cracks in the ground. It possessed enough heat to melt down substances conceptually. It perfectly burns down any type of information that it came in contact with. An anti-Altair attack that I devised from the beginning. Sue. 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 The sword bits attached to my back also flew over to her side. They cut through space and arrived exactly in front of her. Bam. A solid wall blocked the distance between them and her. Then, they swiftly turned into petals of roses. It should be her third movement of Cosmos, representation exposition. I heard a loud hum as hundreds of floating swords surrounded her once more. Sue. 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 All of them headed in a single direction me. Immediately, I turned on the thrusters. Using the speed that it gave me, I made some distance to the crazy sword monster that was about to devour me. Respawn first. With the thought, the sword bits on my back reappeared. It is the result of fooling time, bringing back the ones that are supposedly gone. Then, I made them continuously rotate, similar to how Altair shielded herself with her floating swords. I'll be borrowing your move. What combination worked the best with Lord of the Mysteries? It centered around fooling others to acquire what you need. In a sense, you are faking it. BZZZT. The surrounding space made a violent noise as it tried to restore everything to tranquility. Unfortunately for it, I am fooling it with a faker's move. First of all, Excalibur. The sword that my beloved wife wielded came into my mind. When she turned to the concept of swords themselves, she gave me this bit of a blueprint to me. Next, Teardrop Photon Ray. The sword whip that my destructive wife possesses. It is originally the divine weapon of the god of war Ares, but it came into her hands once she defeated him as the White Titan. It embodied her full capabilities, allowing her to utilize this weapon to its maximum capacity. Third, Leviatine. The flaming sword that my closest comrade used to have. It burned down the 9 realms as I pushed for a decisive victory. It is also the day she lost her life. I had some suspicions that a certain ice cream-loving redhead is her reincarnation. Next, with each of my thought, another symbolic sword reappeared in this world. Each of them is capable of becoming an A-rank noble phantasm or higher. This is the culmination of my entire life. Simply, the 4 lifetimes that I have is not a joke. Ultimate mode. Break release. After reciting the required syntaxes partially, I completed the process inside my mind. I did not have to recite the troublesome chant that Emiya has, so I skipped right into their activation phase. Sword barrel, full open. With my command, they all went over to Altair. As expected, she deflected them with a slightly confused look. Oh boy, I will have to do some explaining to my wives later on. Boom. A strong shockwave sent me flying for a moment. All of the beautiful and legendary swords exploded in the sky, giving birth to an extraordinary sight. Aura pillar. Heeding my call, the tail gears on my arms glowed briefly before converging. The Elementia descended to Altair's position. Boom. Rumble. Crack. In this short moment, this dimension nearly collapsed for the nth time. The beam of Elementia corroded Altair's concept, which should have been preventing her recovery now. When the light died, I saw Altair in her virtual form. She is currently looking down, but it is obvious from her state that she was hit directly. She must be annoyed at this time. She kept putting up barriers to defend herself against my sudden attacks, yet it did not work twice. The only downside of this is that it would not work the third time. She's not dumb to be checkmated thrice with the same strategy. Shiro, second strike. After sending the message to the chat group, I readied myself for our combined attack. Only Tuka, Madoka, and my 3 selves are present here. We have to do our best to defeat Altair in converged attacks to achieve the best effect. If not, they would be easily nullified by her powers. Madoka materialized herself once more. She held her wooden bow, the weapon that she received upon becoming a magical girl. With a serious look, she pulled off its bowstring before sending out her attack. At the same time, Tuka is on Altair's back as she was about to launch her anti-conceptual power. From what it seems, she's powered by Ken Woyakun's concept cohesion boost. I am also not idle. Calling forth my reality marbles, I let my other selves use it. Fenrir sat down on the throne, commanding the encroached space of the throne room. The moment it reached me, my powers are enhanced even more. The king who leads. By fighting with my allies, we are empowered. My best guess is that my characteristic to lead the fight myself was embedded into it. On the other hand, Magus sat down on our favorite chair. It is located directly at the center of the library. It is also the place where I and Castoria have peace while reading a book. The man who protects. By having the will to save, our spirits are heightened. It is the original characteristic that Magus has a hero. I saved Castoria's lost belt back then by making it a separate universe. I recall that the Chaldea of that time is more aggressive than now, perhaps due to the need to save their Earth. I have to personally step into that world and change the fate of that prune timeline. Bearing the weight of that, I faced the full brunt of their enemies. The troublesome insect, the tough yet weak last master, and the annoying wave of servants went against me all at once. Fortunately, it went differently this time. Buzz. Quanta made its appearance, green particles covering its entire body. Its sword bits are disengaged. They are floating in the shape of a sword as they surrounded the original GN sword. A green light covered it, emitting destructive power that can tear down planets in one swing. It also distorts the fundamental laws of the universe, making it so that it can affect concepts. This needs to work. All the attacks occurred concurrently with these thoughts as they all went toward Altair. A/N, apologies for the intermittent updates. I'm currently having my midterms right now, so I was caught between reviewing stuff. It didn't help that we've been receiving lots of work from our instructors, in the exam week itself. Updates would most likely stay this way during the week, but I guarantee that it'll at least improve by next week. A chapter every 1 to 2 days should be doable. It helped that there's a plot for the next few arcs. Do expect him to visit the previous mission worlds and interact with the characters there. Happy reading! Chapter 259, Recreation. Each attack landed in a single space, forming a small point. Moments later, they imploded. Hum. Crack. Boom. Huge tears are created in the birdcage, with the audience's overwhelming amount of acceptance fixing it just as it is being destroyed. It is an attack that can deal with creator-class beings, destroying their every hope of living, ever. The concept and information possessed by them will be obliterated into nothingness. Hey? Under the veil of blinding white light, I checked out the situation through my Cower Haze console. The acceptance that Madoka and Tail White have reached their peak. The highest amount that the others reached is around 993,090 while we reached more than 1.9 million and 2.1 million, respectively. All of them are helping our attacks work against Altair invisibly, making it so that even her plethora of powers are nullified. But, this wasn't the portion that I want to see. Rather, it is the anomaly that I found earlier. A few minutes ago, I discovered its existence through the console the bug I secretly placed in it. I found out that it interfered with my Cower Haze operation and activated their final trump card. At the same time, it tried to delete the hidden plan inside it, which is Suda's plan of bringing Setsuna back to life. After that, no traces of it could be found. Even with my enhanced powers, I could not find her. This is why I waited to have staggering amounts of acceptance to use it for my search. Blue magic circles appeared on my fingertips. Touching the input section and enabling me to temporarily have a universal search ability, I tried finding her location. It's here. I see. I see. I see. I see. So this is what she's been after from the beginning. Turning off that ability, I transferred most of my acceptance into an instant movement. Unlike my extremely fast movement, it reversed cause and effect, bringing me to my destination at this moment. All of this happened in less than a split second. By the time the light died down and the others could react, I found a dozen swords piercing my body. My preset defense and acceptance which should have protected me from sudden attacks all failed. In my sight, I saw the visage of our enemy, the strongest insurmountable foe that we have faced, meeting my gaze. Her previous luster is gone, what replaced it is dullness. It's as if she went from a passionate girl with a certain goal to someone tired of it all. Let's do it, Nichiro. Reaching out to the one inside my bracelet, I lost consciousness. Die. Disregarding everything, Altair launched an attack to her full power. It was a tad bit weaker due to the need to defend herself from that combined attack, but most of it was taken care of through her connection to the console itself. Now, she pulled no strings behind and is trying everything to achieve her so-called goal. At first, it was only to punish the ones who wronged her creator, ultimately ending with another life claimed. Bam! She managed to easily lift the GN sword that descended upon her. Even when the GN particles are overloading, it did not make her move. Bam! Crash! She easily threw it to the ground like a toy. As if her previous state was a joke, she appeared right in front of Magus while summoning forth the exact copy of a treasured sword, Excalibur. Realizing her plans, he deployed Infinity. This time, it was not the prototype, but the full version. He removed the loopholes and weaknesses that it had, making it one of his strongest shields of his. Still. Su. Crack. Crack. It easily pierced through it. The tip of the holy sword went through his back. His calm gaze met her empty pupils. I see. It's a pity that I would be killed by this. Magus burned with a resolute gaze, angry even, as copious amounts of magic circles appeared behind his back. They are the manifestation of all his life's wisdom, given a concrete form. History reconstruction. Adding mystery's power into the mix, he succeeded in drawing the power of the past. Stacked against an opponent who has despairing odds, he chose the same thing as before. History repeats itself. A wondrous sight occurred. An immeasurable number of mirages flashed by. In the end, it formed an incomprehensible sight to the audience. Unbeknownst to them, it is the strongest attack that he could muster with his life in exchange. The reproduction of his sacrifice 1,000 years ago. The time when he defeated Fenrir and stopped the crazed plans of the origin of all things. Tisk. He got to make such a flashy exit. Slowly, Fenrir began disappearing as well. His existence was tied to the history that Magus had recreated. He was dead by that time, thus his disappearance is vital to its success. It can't be helped. Preparing for unexpected situations is our forte. I guess so. A gust of wind passed by before he completely disappeared. I'm sorry. I will leave our meeting later. Skykakin mumbled as if he were talking to someone else. Just as he was about to disappear, a girl appeared on his screen. Quanta, who has its quantum burst mode nearly gone, could not react to it. She. Suddenly, 4 sword bits identical to his own appeared behind her back. They spun together, creating a portal through the distortion of physics. The girl, Altair, mouthed a series of words to him. Before he could further react, he was thrown into the portal along with Quanta. She faced her adversaries once more upon taking care of it. Expressionlessly, she waved her blade on top of her PPSH-41 akin to playing the violin. She imbued the power of Absolute into her blades before sending it off to them. A volley of cannonballs intercepted them, causing them to fall one by one. Even so, she wasn't bothered by it. Take Shiro away, Madoka. Hha. What are you talking about, Tukane? Get ready to leave this world. Right this instant. She replied with a grave face. The others are nowhere to be seen and most of our means are gone. At this rate, this mission will be a failure. A failure. For the first time, Madoka saw the seriousness in Tuka's casual looks. In all the times they were together, not once had she acted like this. I will wait for the others. This world, we can't save it. We're just leaving this world behind. Her mind was shaken. Yes, the thought of not being able to save this world came across her mind several times, but to experience it was another matter altogether. Tuka stared at the spotless Altair. She knew that behind this seemingly invincible stance is a weakened Altair. Shiro explained that it'll be impossible for her to successively defend against their focused and well-timed attacks without any cost. Be it a beyond creator class, it would still affect them. Shiro knew this as someone who had reached that level before. Even so, they are not in a state where they could continue fighting against the weakened her. Right now, it took Tuka most of her powers just to prevent Altair's powers from directly affecting them. Once she drops this immunity, they could be revised by her, weakening them or outright killing them in one go. No, I will wait. Madoka, you. I will trust in Sensei. Knowing how stubborn she could be, Tuka gave up. Madoka was someone who could sacrifice herself for the sake of the world. That level of stubbornness isn't something that she could easily challenge. Fine. Let's have hope that the others would come back. She replied. It'd be a sight to see once Shiro knows that we are the ones protecting this time around. With that, she was back to her usual self. I understand everything. Blinded with rage, you do not seek what our master sought. I am a fool to believe in you. The clanking of metal rang across the battlefield. With most of the other creations pulled back by Meteora, she was the only one left that was not related to the chat group. The king of knights who once ruled with tyranny. Also. You'll pay for hurting my wife. Descends into the battlefield once more. A/N, for those who are wondering, that was how Artoria addressed her partner a wife. Since she ruled as a king, she was more accustomed to being a male. Hence, the reason why she calls her husband, wife. As for her Excalibur, it canonically has seals. It is seen in Artoria's interlude, the Og 1, in grand order as well as the Stay Night visual novel. Anyways, midterms is over. While I can't promise the daily updates yet, everyone can expect an update in every 2 days at most. They do be recreating attacks in the Recreators anime. Cheers! Chapter 260, Duel. The Heart of the Red Dragon. Its origin is none other than the undisputed king of dragons. It provides one ample amount of mana that couldn't be easily spent, making it more infinite in nature. Being a servant changed this rule, but having a physical form instead of the one provided using ether gave Salter access to it once again. Excalibur, the divine sword forged by the 6 Fairies in the heart of the world. Once finished, it became a tool for the world to protect itself. Having a direct connection to it, its power is simply limitless, even amplified if the world is conscious enough, just like Gaia. It has a simple yet powerful function, to amplify. The sword allows her to overlap the mana provided to the sword, thus turning it into a powerful attack that could break through its obstacles. When these two things are present in a single entity, one would wonder what kind of monster it could make. Well, the hero maker, Merlin, knew about it too well. The enemy must be more powerful than oneself. As the knight was given the responsibility to hold the first seal, Bedivere's voice rang out of nowhere, crossing space and time to reach the side of his king. The battle must be one-on-one. With the current state, it is completely coincidental that this battle turned out to be a legitimate one-on-one approved by the seal. Its holder, Palamedes, would agree with the judgment, however. Even if he abandoned his king in most of the world lines, he didn't do so in Saber Alter's world. She is different from the original Artoria who allowed Britain to reach such a bad situation, or Lion King whose humanity is gone. While retaining her humanity, Saber Alter chose the most appropriate decisions to maintain her country, even at the cost of sacrifices. The enemy must not be an elemental. Lancelot declared in his usual tone. As Excalibur is forged by the Fairies, they set some countermeasures for it. The battle must be won against evil. Artoria's son, Mordred, reached her turn. At this moment, the tainted Excalibur regained its former luster, albeit briefly. Salter might have been evil, but she has the resolve to do good. The battle must not involve personal gains. The battle must not be against humanity. The battle must be inhumane. The battle must be for truth. The battle must be to live. Upon reaching the 12th seal, Salter muttered under her breath, the battle must be, to defend the human order. She placed the now brightly shining holy sword and cried out. Excalibur. With the restorative power of this world as well as the sword's capabilities, a pillar of light was summoned forth. Its height can't be seen due to how high it is. It cut through clouds before reaching the starry sky of this fake world. Under its pressure, cracks began appearing once again. Seeing it, Madoka went into her god form and forcefully prevented its destruction. After all, their efforts would be meaningless if everything is exposed as true to the outside world. Buzz. SSSHHH. The pillar of light soon tore into the ground, creating a deep ravine in its wake. The skyscrapers present were all obliterated into dust, leaving nothing but destruction in its wake. As for its target, she was forced to defend herself with several of her movements. Story revision. Plot point rejection. Gap expansion. Each one of them has the power to deny the outcome, which is Altair's injured state under Excalibur's blast. It made use of the holes present in this crossover story, stealthily shifting the audience's acceptance of her. Though, no one knew the outcome as the light blinded them all, for the third time, that is. Nice try. It won't work, though. A provocation was sent after everything cleared up. Unlike her previous self, she wore a calm smile reminiscent of her confident self moments ago. Still, only she knew that more than half of her abilities were invalidated in this attack. If she loses when she hasn't recovered yet, her life might be endangered. Hence. Let's have a duel. You like this very much, no? She asked. The audience would like to see it too. Don't you think so? Fine. Do not interfere, you two. Do as you like. Tuka replied with a hint of casualness. To her, buying time is what everyone needs the most. She believes that this fight can reach its resolution if Shiro recovers and the others return. Salter moved into a middle stance she is very familiar with. The blade that shone brightly had returned to its corrupted form, one that grants her stronger firepower in exchange for weakened defense. Opposite her, Altair stood with her rotating blades. Something had changed in her aura since her first appearance in this place, yet no one can pinpoint what it was. Is it her charm as a special villain in this crossover world? Is it her mannerisms that attracted viewers like Tail White? Is it her mysteriousness that shrouded her personality? Nobody knows, nor could they tell. This girl in front of their screens. Let's dance. Is just someone drowning over the evils in this world. Moments ago. Silence. 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 Everyone was speechless. Right now, things took over a strange turn. The protagonists of this crossover were mostly defeated by the unknown assailant. Everyone was captured by her beauty and charisma seconds ago, and the next set of events came off as unexpected for them. Tail White's appearance, the untold characters that suddenly appeared, and their sudden attacks caught them off guard. They did not act like anime characters and more like real characters. They moved with such practicality that the strategists on the internet were moved by their advantageous moves. They suddenly attacked in turns and gave her no room to breathe, only talking to her when they were buying time. Simply put, this is how real-life supernatural battle would look. Moreover, they had no doubts when they saw White, the epitome of pragmatism. She brought over reality over a simple tokusatsu magical girl fusion world. What? Who dares? Aha doikakik waised k jane wedgek. FCKK no. Seeing White being severely injured, the internet nearly crashed. Berating the lying author is one thing, their resentment of Altair was set to the max. This made it extremely similar to what Setsuna had experienced. The concentrated hate of the world. Without any support, she felt the entire world was against her, wanting to eliminate her existence in it. Then, that event came. Hurting my wife. Ah. Ha. Gasps of disbelief occurred all over the globe. Never had they expected a revelation to appear right at this serious moment. Immediately, comments were sent out rapidly. What? Is this real? A new freaking ship? I'm fucking in. I wasn't informed of this. My imagination suddenly worked at this time. Be careful writing with a single hand, bro. Meanwhile, the same couldn't be said for Meteora. What is this? Another interference? An external force managed to crawl its way into the bird cage? Impossible. Everything should be seen from here, no. What if? Hearing Meteora mumble with a grave expression, everyone went silent. As of now, the only thing that they could do is to entrust the world's fate to several unknown people as well as Shiro, who fooled them since the beginning. Clang. Clang. On the screen, it was shown that Salter managed to parry every single blade coming in her direction with great precision. Her tempo was taken into mind with her movements, allowing her to continue this strong momentum against Altair. Visibly, she wasn't becoming stronger. But, the acceptance rate on the monitor gradually increased. If high enough, it could make a simple attack into a deadly one. However, Meteora and Tuka held the same thing in their minds. How could it be this easy? In the end, Meteora decided to give out intangible enhancements to Salter, all the while attentively watching the fight. Chapter 261, Screwing with Time. Anarchy. Instantly, Shinji woke up from his inactivity. He felt as if he had just drowned a moment ago. Right. We are fighting against it. Sakura made the temporary base inside the imaginary number space, but memories of his struggles popped up. His Anaki's disappearance was followed by his wives who went separate ways to chase him. After that, the cataclysmic event happened. Turns out, the chat group was made all for that purpose. What is this? When he checked his palms, it is not ones wrought with calluses and wounds. It is smooth and soft, just like my childhood. He looked around and saw the ruined place. Craters are present left and right, soil replacing the previous cemented grounds. The stars in the sky twinkled, yet he knew that this is similar to Sakura's imaginary number space, a place farther than reality. What did just? Anarchy locked time itself, so nobody should have been able to travel back. Then, he recalled a certain memory that he had. It gathered dust in his mind, but he somehow caught hold of it. The silver card that he used back when they went against Altair decades ago. It granted him the abilities of his future self from what he recalled. Though, he is sure that nothing like this happened. Shinji habitually opened his dimensional storage. When he looked at its contents, he was surprised to find out that many things are gone. The array of SSR and UR weapons that he uses as well as his potion stash for unexpected situations, have disappeared. He took out the familiar ice spear gifted by his Anarchy. This is nostalgic. During that time, it broke down. The UR weapon could not bear the weight and stress that he subjected it to. S.R. Once again, he was befuddled. Just what is happening right now? Bam! He saw a pillar of black light descending upon an entity multiple times. Then, he felt it. He was weaker than he used to be. His concept-breaking powers did not heed his call. This. Something clicked in his mind. Was I sent back into the past? He quickly denied it. Even now, he felt an impending sensation, one that he is sure to not escape from. There's another sensation, however. It enables him to regain his powers for a short period. Knowing that his time here might be limited, he tore that seal open. Hey! He saw a phantom of himself, one older than his current childlike appearance, merge into him. Moments later, the sensation of power came back. Infinite Spear Series. The technique that was derived from his best friend, the Lord of Dragon Nest. He is also the origin behind his first UR ability, Yu-Il-Han. He had a spear technique called Transcendent Trajectory, which was shown to Shinji while all of his kids are having a football match. That's right. Yu-Il-Han has a large harem that made it possible to hold a football match with his children alone. A/N, 11 players are the maximum in football. Those are Artoriane and Altairne. He remembered the reason why they are fighting. That huge misunderstanding was worsened by that existence. It came off as a confusion to him that they did not attribute Altair's anomaly to the single thing that should have made it possible. I need to stop them, and cut her down away from Altairne. The same determination from before appeared in his eyes. Now that I am given the chance, I would not let it happen. Horrendous memories of his friends being killed appeared in his mind. It became a terrifying thought that the people who should have been active in the chat group became deceased in their status. The first time he experienced that, he cried. The next, he also cried. However, it kept happening to the point that he was soon numbed down by pain. The people that he looked up to, the people that he considered precious to him, all of them left one by one. Especially his Anaki's decision of facing it himself. He disappeared after that, not even a visage or trace of him present. For a better future. Far-fetching darkness. That's what Kuroniko could see. As far as her enhanced sight allows, she could see no end to this darkness. Although, she feels intimate with it as if she belongs in this place. She heard someone groan. When she looked behind her, she saw a towering throne made out of shadows. Sitting on top of it is someone she finds too familiar. Her scarlet pupils met with the girl's similarly colored eyes. You are wondering if this is a dream. The petite girl wore a set of gothic clothes. Its hem touched a portion of the shadow, prompting it to leak out darkness from it. She hugged a sheathed black sword in her chest. You fool! She spoke with visible disappointment. Everything here is real. Suddenly, shadows rose from the ground, revealing the ever-reliable knight that Kuroniko agrees. With a smile, the girl on top of the throne said, Welcome to our domain. The Shadow Domain. The dimension that holds the dark side of a universe. In that place, there is only one person who can be considered invincible. The Shadow Monarch. The former ruler partook in the events that ended the life of his creator. Now, this title was passed down to a hunter on Earth before being recognized as one of the legacies by the chat group. In the end, the legacy reached her Gokururi. What's going on? The mature Kuroniko asked the girl to her doppelganger in the form of her younger self. Fate had something up its sleeves, it seems. He should have locked time and prevented any sort of tampering, yet I there came upon a chance to bypass it. She looked at Kuroniko below her with slight disdain. If you still haven't got it, our time intersected, making this meeting possible. You are my future self. Parallel worlds, also known as multiverse theory. It is the study that states that the world has infinite branching possibilities. The study about parallel world selves is included in it. It is I, truly. No one else. Future Kuroniko adorably swung her feet on the tall throne. Suddenly, her crimson pupils threatened to leak out something ominous now and then. KKHH. A twisted smile was drawn to her cute face. Feeling the metallic touch of the sword in her grasp, she regained her usual composure. Her head bobbed upwards once more, directly looking at the Kuroniko on the ground. Time is not something we can control right now. A huge sword is hanging above us, yet we didn't notice it until it was too late. She jumped off from her throne and stood face to face with the present Kuroniko. That's why. I will be borrowing your body for a while. The latter's eyes widened as she heard her words. Then, she caught on to something when she met her serious gaze. It is one of utmost importance, something that even Kuroniko herself didn't know she was capable of making. All right. I'm glad your intelligence is not as low as I thought. Leaving the snarky remark, she put her forehead forward to present Kuroniko's. Kuroniko opened her eyes. What greeted her is a familiar yet unfamiliar sight. Buildings were broken, and the ground itself was dug several dozen meters deep. After recalling at which point in time was this, she swiftly made her move. She switched with one of her current shadows, reappearing nearby the main battlefield. Even if this site is already an apocalyptic one, she did not mind it. She saw something much worse. Just her state being this fine is already something to rejoice for. Time is limited. With a light murmur, she put her plans into action. Chapter 262, Forced Takeover. Sometimes, truth reveals itself during the most unexpected times. Similarly, certain things could happen in the same manner. He still did it despite knowing that failure is inevitable and that any further action is meaningless. These incomprehensible actions of his. I understand everything now. A soft murmur rang out in the endless white space. Only the voice was present along with a cat-eared woman whose expression is never changing. The source of it came out. The moment she revealed herself, the woman, Kaltsit, exhibited signs of befuddlement. Though, it was cleared the next moment through the stream of information that came out of nowhere. Feeling the connection between her and the one standing in front, she showed something that she hadn't done in decades. Sorrow. They are real. It would be so if you do not take action. Kaltsit met the fluctuating eyes of her, to be exact, her other self. It serves that time travel and direct interference aren't allowed due to the lock that he imposed, but it was briefly loosened for a moment. That moment is enough for 3 people of the future to link with their other selves. Time is limited. Once our connection is severed, you will forget most of these. The memories that suddenly invaded her mind were immense. It spans at least several decades worth. Moreover, she's also the possessor of Wisdom King, Raphael, as well as its subsequent evolution Azathoth. She managed to break through the limitations of UR, raising it to number percent dollar. Even so, going against the flow of time under a special lock imposed by reality's strongest is nearly impossible. These events shouldn't have happened in the first place unless the one who sealed it opened a back door for them. I shall make no further explanations. Don't you agree? Yes. After going through that horrendous joke, Kaltsit prepared herself to leave the white space. You will forget most of these memories, perhaps even thinking that everything is just a dream. But, you must remember this. The future, Kaltsit worded out seriously, the future has to be changed. To save him from that sacrifice. The number percent dollar started activating, pulling her away from this space which mimicked Romani's temple. I will change the future. Clang. A clear blue streak interrupted the flurry of blades coming at Salter. With chipped armor and fatigued mind and body, she could no longer fight. Despite her not giving up, the gravity of the situation made her unable to fight. Just as I thought, playtime is over. Altair said with a hint of mockery. So this is what you call a duel? You. Salter was about to reprimand the person who had interrupted the killing strike, but he went ahead of her. I apologize for the intrusion, Artoriane. To save what's precious, to change the unstoppable trajectory, I have to do so. The sight of a blue-haired boy, nay, a man, entered the sight of everyone. You, nor everyone else, does not understand the weight of this situation. What was it? Ignorance is a bliss, right? Just like us who didn't feel something until it was too late. He made a simple thrusting attack. With both of his hands on the pole, he stabbed it in Altair's direction. Clang. Rotating blades greeted the attack. Crack. 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 Under the surprised gazes of everyone, the simple attack had multiple blurry trajectories in it. Zoom. The spear tip cut a portion of Altair's unbuttoned military uniform. She dashed a few meters backward with her senses and avoided the attack. This time, a plethora of blades surrounded him. Nevertheless, Shinji continued with his charge. He spun his ice spear and regained the lost momentum from before. The attack aimed at her forehead. It traced causality itself just like Alicetaria's previous attempt. What was different, however, is that it is completely integrated. It is a practiced attack that he was accustomed to for decades. Suddenly, the tip of his spear turned into petals of flowers. They soon devoured everything up to Shinji's grip, yet, he never stopped his attack. Pshuk! The next moment, Altair found that the attack pierced through her. This time, it is different. It aimed straight to her core, to the concept that held Altair. Shinji spun the spear from the grip before he pulled it upwards. The blade came off from Altair's right shoulder, cutting her torso diagonally. No blood was spilled, but many information blocks appeared around her body. I failed. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. He exactly knew the consequences of failing. He should have felt that if he had successfully severed the connection between them. However, his current strength was limited. The present Shinji's body does not live up to his standards as a beyond creator class. That and the incongruency in his present and future are held by a thin line Shiro's power. Arg! For the first time, a groan escaped Altair's mouth. Her expression distorted as inner conflict occurred inside her mind. Kill! 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 Everything shall return to nothingness. Let us pull the vile gods down from their throne. They are undeserving of everything. Let them be the trash that they are. The world is better to be destroyed. The ones born out of their twisted desires shall not escape as well. Destroy! 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 Hazardous thoughts entered her mind. These voices kept telling her to destroy everything. They are guiding her to walk down the extreme path as a form of revenge for what her creator had experienced. Even if this is not what she wants nor it is the wish of her creator, they slowly took over her mind. I will succeed this time. She doesn't know if these are even her thoughts anymore. I will bring everything to ruins. Sadly, she was completely overwhelmed by it. Buzz. Hum. Crackle. Space was torn down, reality began collapsing. The cameras as well as the satellites capturing this moment crashed. The endless fictional city was torn apart, unable to withstand the stress it had been subjected to. They were briefly pulled back to the real world before another space sucked them in. Tisk. You made things more troublesome, Shinji. Ah. Rurine. The small visage of Kuroniko appeared from the shadows. Eek. Suddenly, Madoka collapsed. Instantly, Toka used her power and checked out what was wrong with her. Something is encroaching on her mind. From what she saw, there's something that adversely affects Madoka's mentality. The girl's face scrunched up as she placed both of her arms in her head as if covering what she's been hearing. Tap. Kaltsit momentarily appeared beside her. With a touch of her finger, the expressionless doctor erased the ailment that she suffered from. Doctor? What's going on? Tuka asked with a serious expression. She immediately felt the different air around Shinji, Kaltsit, and Kuroniko. You. Her golden pupil widened as she inadvertently saw the reason behind them. You are not from our time. It's a long story. Kaltsit replied. For now, protect Shiro. His final preparations should be over soon. We will fight against her for now. Sigh. It's been a long time, Tuka. I haven't seen you for a long time. That your deadpan feels like a compliment. Kuroniko chided with an unusual remark. Her future self has a few abnormal traits due to her long time of loneliness. She ventured deep into that place. If not for the sword with her, she would have gone crazy from the get-go. Your future self is more annoying. As expected, she made her usual deadpan. Chapter 263, Revenge from the Future. This is going to be a troublesome fight. Recalling Altair's unusual abilities given by it, Kuroniko clicked her tongue. She knew how strong that girl is, with all her powers, when they fought together in the future. That's right. Things would be resolved normally even without their interference. However, we overlooked such a thing. That one mistake led to a stream of events in the future. Even Shiro failed to notice it at that time, perhaps. Kuroniko had many suspicions regarding this period. When he ushered into his currently most powerful state, the so-called goddess chain, he should have noticed its existence, yet everything led to that outcome. Sometimes, I don't know what's going on inside his head. She murmured inaudibly as she looked at the gradually disappearing Shiro. She knew that he would be soon transforming into that state. All she has to do is to buy time. She met gazes with Kaltsit. They both reached the same conclusion about this woman whom she had a sense of rivalry. I will settle this. Within a split thought, both of them moved out. Arise. Why is it that the more you know about something, the more questions you hold about it? This holds true, especially to these identities of mine. I have unraveled many things from the items in my treasuries as well as my encounters with my past selves, yet I see nothing but grey fog beyond a certain point. My first life. What is important in my first life? Am I the apex of everything, the one who solely rules reality itself? The answer that I got this time is, no. What a strange feeling. Right after being pierced by those blades, I gave the command to Nichiro. The command to access the full potential of this R-rated item. Theoretically, it would give me a straight passage into the apex, albeit temporarily. Yet, the discoveries under this state surprised me. My first life is more normal than I have thought. Ryo. It is the name used by the man who brought over suspicious things to Altair's world. I thought that he is an anomaly just like Altair, but my forebodings are proven true. Leo is the name that I took during Fenrir's time. It is the birth name that I got from my dead parents, at that time. It is my name that was decided upon millions of years ago. It begs to differ that it has no connection with what happened now. Surprise, surprise. There is. My name in my first life turned out to be Miyahara Leo. My information is locked down under several layers of powers, all of which came from my third life. Two beyond creator class trying their best to prevent anything from leaking out is that difficult to pierce into. That's why I am changing the plans. I won't touch it for now, but I need to know the reasons. There's a reason why I dislike being kept in the dark. That feeling of unease that comes out of nowhere is not pleasant. V-point has been reached. Pre-assigned missions have been established. Twist of fate. Details, you, who have reached the conclusion, seeks the answer to your question. The scales of fate have been reversed. The responsibility of bearing it is now up to you. If you do not know what to do, here's a small piece of advice, do what you are normally doing. Mission? Rewards? Beeb. The current mission has been designated with the highest level of classification, Truth Obliteration. Please do your best in order to complete the mission. Along with the prompt that surely must have come from my past self is an ominous line. This is the first time that my system issued such an ominous warning, not even when I was about to die. Anyways, what was it? Right. Calamity Encroachment, Apocalyptic Homage. These are the levels that I designed the system for emergency missions. The final level has the capability to, well, threaten the existence of our known reality. Meaning, every single known entity would be swept up by its scale. Even my predicted rampage under the is only designated as the second highest, false proliferation. It only meant that the proliferation of my unchecked power could lead to all things turning false. They would cease to exist. As for truth obliteration, I have an inkling of what it could mean. Ha! I let out a forced chuckle. Am I about to go back to my old job? For now, I would revert back to my old ways. A hero. Midair, a purely black entity floated. It looks similar to Kuroniko's shadows but more dangerous. Waves of black blades are summoned under its command. Their existence tore through the reality of this world, eliciting cracks and black tears of nothingness all over the place. Everything that it passed through was met under the same fate. Bam! In its shadow, a human figure came out. Her speed was extremely fast and she only left a buzzing sound a second later. When she passed through the entity, it was showered under dozens of white slashes, threatening to separate her into hundreds of sections. Clang! The entity did not react to her attacks and instead interrupted one of her swings with an object reminiscent of PPSH-41. Bang! 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 It shot out bullets one after another, prompting Kuroniko to switch into the defensive. Her shadows covered for her, attacking the entity in a brief moment. Su! 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 One by one, they were pierced by the blades. Then, opposing darkness tried to enclose them wholly. However, it couldn't do so no matter how hard it tried. Instead, the shadows continuously attacked her as she attacked Kuroniko. Suddenly, a bright white light came forth. It put the entity asunder, showering it with purifying light. It effectively counteracted the darkness which envelopes it. Hum! Bam! Crack! With a single tap of her foot, it was interrupted, causing it to only partially break it. Still, the appearance below that darkness was unveiled to the two. No doubt. That's her when she looks crazy. The same calm appearance of Altair revealed itself. At a glance, there seems to be nothing wrong with her. Though, the darkness that envelopes her begs to differ. Kuroniko slid through the ground of her shadow domain. The impact caused by the bullets is nothing short of world-ending. The weight behind them can crush fourth star systems easily by distorting their space. Altair's world could have ended if not for the fact that it is her shadow domain. I want to pay her back that one time. With a petty thought, she rushed straight at her once again. Chapter 264, Repercussions. Beyond creators. They are beings who surpass their very limits. Each one of them is a precious existence not only for themselves but for their worlds. Once a world receives someone like them, they can have a guardian who ensures order. In the far future, these existences became even more valuable. Lord of Dragon's Nest, Yu Il-han. Martial God, Kim Soo-hyung. Chaos Creator, Rimuru Tempest. President of SOS Brigade, Haruai Suzumiya. Her share of the end. Hero for Fun, Saitama. Sun God, Amaterasu. Extella. Each one of the above spearheaded the operation of the future. Dozens of beyond creators banding together to fight against it. To retain. Phi. Along with them are the earliest members of the chat group. Tyrant, Takanashi Tuka. Mechanic, Yuako Kaujiki. Doctor, Ka Eltsit. Grandcaster, Solomon. Immovable Star, Mata Shinji. Arbiter, Cardinal. Martyred King, Lelich 6 Britannia. Lone Singularity, Seal Jehu. Law of Cycles, Kane Madoka. Ephemeral Ghost, Hanma. Brightest Sun, Asada Shino. Fake Extra, Kim Hajin. These 12 are the first ones who knew of it. The reason why it started, its main purpose, and so on were held by them alone. The leaders who held things at bay knew of it later on after joining the chat group. With the addition of many chat group members, the network expanded. It became the thing that held every single being to save their worlds. In the end, the worlds, L-I-N-E-Per-N-H-O. Altair currently has its powers present. Shinji is accustomed to fighting against it while Ka Eltsit has extensive study regarding it. As for Ruri. Clang! Clang! Her cuts went through Altair easily. With the help of her millions of soldiers, she expertly controlled the flow of the battlefield. Even so, she doesn't look the least bit satisfied by it. It's coming back. The one that continuously corrupts her mind. Due to some circumstances in the future, she became like this. The only thing that kept her sane, a plain black blade, is not with her right now. She thought at first that it didn't follow her through time, but she was mistaken. The more she comes in contact with Altair, the worse her condition will become. Ka Eltsit. Time is limited. I'm aware. The conditions are already set up. Rays of unknown symbols surrounded Ka Eltsit. It is far more complex than the likes of magic circles, with more than millions of information embedded within a single symbol. What she is currently summoning forth is none other than her work that spanned decades, centuries if real time is not taken into factor. Everything came from theories. There's no assurance that this will work. We still need to try. Ruri replied. I'm not letting this chance go away. I am the same. To cut off the source of it. To change his future. The symbols flew to Ruri's black dagger. They stuck themselves into the blade, filling it with symbols. The darkness of the blade was further amplified as a result. She sank into the shadows before reappearing midair behind Altair. With a swing of her arm. Clang! She cut through Altire's defenses and reached her concept once more. Hum. A low sound was brought as her blade made contact with Altire's essence. The latter struggled from it by shooting swords and activating most of her abilities simultaneously, but Ruri's shadow soldiers became decoys and impeded everything. They were not obliterated due to the power inside of her as well. The dagger was stabbed into Altire's chest. Red cracks were made with it as the epicenter. The familiar ominous aura faintly leaked out in the air, resulting in Ruri wincing out of her habit. PSSSHK. She pulled out her blade as the dark film around Altire disintegrated. With that, she fell off to the ground. Tap. Ruri landed as well, examining the damages endured by her shadow domain. There used to be many infrastructures where her soldiers would live, but everything was destroyed. Not a single bit of matter was spared from Altire's rampage. Tisk. And I have to shoulder everything. Just as she was musing, a loud shout interrupted her. Ruri nay. Shinji's panicked eyes were exhibited at this exact moment. He made no hesitation when he threw the ice spear in his hand. Su. It made many cracks inside the shadow domain. Each time it passed through one, the distance between it and Ruri was shortened. Soon, it flew over her head. Zoom. A ray of black-red light descended on her place. It broke through the darkness that loomed over their heads, piercing the gap of space-time with ease. Clang. A metallic sound was generated as the spear tip collided with the light. Immediately, the spear was broken into pieces, but not without the power contained in it weakening the descent of the pillar. By the time it reached Ruri, it was duller than before. After it cleared up, no visible changes happened. It didn't harm her in any way possible. Only. A swathe of dark thoughts invaded her mind. This is not the result of the black light but merely caused by her reactions. It was as if she is reliving her lonely moments in that dark space. No. Kaltsit found out the cause of her rumblings. In her sight, a red string connected Ruri to an unknown place. It's pulling her back. No. That's not it. Rumble. The shadow domain visibly shook. Cracks began appearing in the ground, threatening to destroy this place. It's using her, as a springboard. Realizing everything, Kaltsit urged the full potential of her powers despite the backlash she would receive. Blood dripped down her forehead while wounds were opened in her arms. Cracks were formed in her soul, the foundation of her existence. Her cat ears twitched due to the load that her body is receiving. I need to kick it out. Symbols formed within her grasp. They looked like strings of light, shining brightly in the darkness akin to a constellation. This represented her everything. No matter how badly injured she will be, she has to make this decision. If not, this might be as well the early destruction of everything. Blood trickled down her lips. She could already feel the heaviness of her body as well as the weight that she has to bear with this attack. Suddenly. Stop. A hand grasped hers. It is pure white, with it coming under a matching white robe. When she looked up, her gaze met with his bright golden eyes. His locks of black and white hair were something that she never saw since that time. His power reversed everything that she had done with her body. From her drawn state until her rest state, it was cleanly done. It's as if she had never suffered from any injuries. Long time no see, Kaltsit. He said. Despite knowing that he was just together with Kaltsit, he still said this seemingly inexplicable message. However, the meaning behind it is clear. Shiro. Her voice cackled up, tears threatening to come out of her eyes. I'm sorry. These words sincerely came from his heart. Only now did he truly realize the implications behind his sacrificial attitude. He might be satisfied with the outcome, but the others would remain hurt. Anarchy. After decades of fighting, Shinji was no longer the same little boy as before. He was numbed down from the sorrows that he underwent. Even so, seeing the sight of his Anarchy whom he looked up to as an idol drastically affected him. You have grown up well. He said with a smile. After that, he appeared behind the struggling Ruri. Then. It's all right now. He hugged her from behind whilst whispering these words lowly. Chapter 265, Intercepting the Future. A/N, hello. Before we start this chapter, I would like to apologize for the lack of updates over the last few days. I got sick and did not have the strength to write new chapters, even when I stayed at home for the first few days. Anyways, I thought of writing a special April Fool's chapter, but I thought of compensating with a stable update schedule, for about a week, instead. Happy reading. I am an asshole. Through their descent into the present, I got to see bits of that ruined future. The quest that was imposed on me is also completed. As the space-time lord, otherwise known as Mysteries, I knew that changing the present while the time is locked is impossible. Meaning, anything from the future could not change what happened in the past and present. Still, this event defied the norm. By giving Shinji the time card and letting him form a connection with his future, the others who could sense it used that as their springboard. The birdcage being a semi-fictional domain helped even further. In such a place, anything could happen. I ruffled through Ruri's silky black hair. At the same time, I alleviated the symptoms of something similar to my corrupted. It induces someone to destroy, making you feel as if you are being torn from all sides. Even beyond creators would not be able to withstand that crazed sensation. Not even me. Shiro. Her deep scarlet eyes met with mine. Several emotions are seeping through it, with affection topping them all. Perhaps due to her being affected by it, she lost her reservations as her lips met mine. It didn't even take a second later before her tongue pried mine open. Trying my best not to be taken aback, I went with the flow. I responded to each of her attacks with equal value. This girl, whom I treated as a friend, loves me this much in the future. It goes to say that I have perfectly embodied Romani's teachings from before. I placed my arms on her waist as I supported her while she was standing. When we separated, a thin string of glistening saliva was made. Tears spilled from her eyes as she quietly looked at me. It's been a long time. As if ashamed of her current appearance, she buried her face deep in my robes. My time is limited. Feeling that the power that I borrowed is about to come forth, I explained to her. Ruri. Remember this. No matter what. I will save you. These words perfectly represented my intent on cleaning the mess that my future self couldn't clean up. We will all have a happy ending. Against the innumerable odds, he fought back. He didn't choose to give up despite everything but decided to place the last embers of hope in unexpected places. First, the chat group. Modifications were made to thwart the future. Then, the system. He left it as a communicator across time. Lastly, the loopholes that he left in his wake. Even now, when he is gone, his influence reached everywhere. When these variables combined all together, it lit up the flames of hope once more. Inside the pillar of light, a goddess was present. Wearing the loose luxurious robe adorned with different kinds of jewels increased her charm. The loose robe couldn't hide her curves, a far cry from her past childish self. The future. Her voice encompassed the entire dreary black space. The variables. https://www.pixif.net/n/artworks/949938882. The goddess decided to enact her plans. Firstly, the portion of the corrupted. In the present. A thin black line streaked across the black space. With her touch, it disintegrated into nothingness, therefore reducing its grasp over reality itself. Spread across several realms, yet a single body exists. The goddess found out something strange about it. Time doesn't matter in its presence as it is the core of everything. Only a single version of it could be found in reality. Fortunately, it was fragmented before everything went into mayhem. Her suffering shall cease. Her words completely removed the influence of it on Altair. It is being eroded. The goddess called forth her familiar black sword from afar. Click. Upon sensing the link, she used it as a channel to form a sanctuary for Ruri. With that, she shall be freed from its influence within the confines of that space. My crown. The witch that possessed. Through it, she could find many things in this limited time. A murky presence surrounded it from afar. She reappeared nearby before pointing one of her fingers at it. The layers of space broke down under the sheer influence of a beyond creator. Mirages emerged from it, spreading confusion on which is true or not. At the end of the tier is a pillar of light. When it died down, nothing changed. It elicited a frown from her as she summoned forth her regalia. 7 sword bits circled her as a golden halo emerged from her head. A huge white broadsword levitated above her arms. It let off a sizzling sound as it flew toward the crown. The sword bits followed the lead of the broadsword. Boom! A sphere of light materialized from that point. It disappeared before reappearing moments later. Buzz. Boom. An extremely unpleasant sound was made as it imploded. A raving sound resounded in this space, which could make a beyond creator uncomfortable. At last, the attacks did their purpose as they pierced a huge hole from the murky presence. Tap. Her hands touched the metallic surface of the crown. Each of the jewels on it shone as if waiting for this exact moment. Then. Hey! It blew her away from this space. Repulse is the exact word to describe this phenomenon. The power behind the crown made her travel into an extremely long distance, to a place where there is no longer darkness present. That is. Her words were cut short when her sight laid upon a familiar sight. The endless sea of books, each organized with wooden shelves whose length seems endless. In its center is a small tea table with a hardcover book placed on top of it. My library. The goddess had an inkling of what happened. The crown would have been able to effectively give out information but chose to redirect her in this place for a reason. The sensation of leather assaulted her fingertips. It is not as glossy as it looks. When she opened the first page, she saw many familiar lines. The directory of the library. Each set of knowledge intercepted will be sorted according to its categories, time, and topic. The most abundant category is the. Many lines that were also written in the library of her time remained the same. However, a single line at the end stood out from the rest. The former domain of the commander. Commander. I'm attached to this name. The goddess wore a thin smile before flipping the book open. Unlike the book of her time, it is undeniably much thicker in content. History, magecraft, mechanisms, laws of many worlds. Year 1002. The mission of Altair was given. Year 1003. The mission of Romani was given. Year 1004. The fight against the spider occurred. All servants present in the human order Chaldea were dispatched along with a dozen reinforcements from the chat group. Year. She schemed through some interesting events. They knew all too well the stories revolving around Romani's world along with the final lost belt and the confrontation against a type known as Ort. Even so, receiving this confirmation is another matter. Just as she was about to go ahead into the latter dates, a man entered the vicinity. Excuse me. I haven't seen you before. With a height of around 120 centimeters, he wore an all-black attire with furs around the collar. His golden pupils stood out from his features along with his soft features that misled everyone else about his sex. Is that the chat group? What? Present in her sight is none other than the chat group panel in a gold-black color scheme. Lines of messages passed by now and then, showcasing how many members it has right now. Buzz. With that, she tried to call her very own chat group. Just by manifesting a quarter of it, the world shook. It's as if something that wasn't supposed to be here is revealing itself to the world. Buzz. By the time it completely manifested itself, the library shook for over 7 times. The gazes of the two met. Just with it, the man completely understood the identity of the person in front of him. You are not supposed to be here. Chapter 266, Future Interaction. Rimuru Tempest. The being which any space-time related constraint doesn't apply to him. He could freely travel through the past, present, and future with his power. Unfortunately, the lock invalidated the main nature of it. Even so, he could immediately determine if an entity from another timeline is in front of him. In his sight, the space around her is continuously being twisted. Her appearance could not be distinguished properly. It's as if time is rewound over and over again. Harui, arg. What should I do? Ilhan, she goes at it again. 14, so childish. Saitama, will she grow up? Suhyun, probably, no. Streams of messages passed through the goddess sight. Nothing much have changed. She let out a soft murmur before facing him. A foreigner, is what I am called. Foreigner. It befits you. As someone who doesn't originally belong to this time, it is the nickname most suited for her. With tense nerves, Rimuru watched over the stranger who casually read through the book. While she was turning the pages of the book, she saw a particular message inside their chat group. Sakura, Nii-sama went missing. Due to the fact that most of the messages in the chat group are leisurely, it stood out immediately. Dozens of concerned messages appeared. Shinji's best friend was also alerted by it. Ilhan, Shinji went missing? How? Sakura, it's too sudden. He was all right a moment ago, but his soul suddenly disappeared. Ilhan, disappearance. Seeing the goddess' expression change, he had a hunch as to what happened. Are you the one who caused it? In a sense, yes. As soon as he heard that confirmation, his partner immediately pulled off a hostile move. She tried disassembling what constitutes of the goddess, shattering the core concept that she was built upon. It is the most effective way to deal with beings on their level. However, bam! 7 sword bits flew around her, cutting the invisible threads from Seal. The divine spiritual core, manas. She mumbled out the nature behind Seal's existence. This is what lies down at the end. She thought of a certain librarian and the evolution that she was undergoing. If thought about carefully, it leads down to this exact path. I come with peace. But you took Shinji away. Took away is not the right term, rather, it is he who accepted my call. Without waiting for him to react, the goddess reached out to her chat group panel and sent a message. Just by doing so, sparks flew around the translucent panel. Reach it. Her touch supported the panel in fighting back against the very principles of reality. It is no longer the same as fighting against a soul will, but they're collective. Even so, the goddess is strong enough to fight back. At number at $% number, it's all right. Error. 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 Inputted message is, at number. Number at dollar number, dollar. At number dollar, number percent number at percent 4. Number at dollar at number percent number dollar. All sorts of bugged message popped up beside the panel, yet she paid no heed to it. At number at $% number, Shinji-kun will come back, and so are the rest. For a few seconds, no new messages appeared. Perhaps shocked due to the appearance of blood-red text or the indistinguishable status of the profile behind it. at number at $% number. Status, inactive. Last online, 35 years ago. Current points, number at %, and number at. Active title, the richest. Going down into the profile description, all they saw was. Description, I am generous. If you ask me for a SSR, I would give you one, you are if I'm in a good mood. Moo, damn. This is another level of flexing. Rimuru, so many questionable things, yet you noticed that one the most. Dazai, leave him be. Poverty is a harsh thing. Shadow, you don't know how hard it is to be poor. Other than the joking replies, the majority consisted of inquiring messages. Rimuru was tempted to mention that the bugged-out user was right in front of him. But, he doesn't know what she would do. Who really are you? That brings him back to square one to his first question. Her words were interrupted as she saw a message in the chat group. The cat is out of the bag. Sakura, no way. Aniki. All throughout the history of the chat group, only one such person is able to acquire the richest title. With his insane luck that granted him a UR every 30 or 40 pulls, he armed the earliest chat group members. It was such an absurd phenomena that the chat group itself limited his random spin pulls, lest it would not be able to keep up with his wealth. It is none other than the man known as the Librarian of the End, Demon God and Commander. The goddess Shiro summoned forth her crown of wisdom. Instantly, it hovered on top of her hand. She decided to place it on top of her head, giving off a mystifying aura around the robed girl. The jewels embedded into it glowed brightly as it established a connection to the main console. Rumble. The library shook as it detected the incongruency. The crown used as the key isn't its original pair. Yet, it is genuine. Rimuru recalled the words of Dr. Originally, the library was to be used as an information archive. Since it intercepts every information present, it became one of the focal points in their fight. There used to be a librarian in this place. Of course, that guy irresponsibly went missing. He didn't even bid us farewell. Right, he must have wanted to escape his child support. Realizing the identity of the person in front of him, he murmured. Commander. Time waits for no one. You understand this the most. She said. I would search for some information in the library. Meanwhile, you compress the main points that happened during the years I will be gone. That'd violate the lock that your future self imposed. True. That's why, you will transfer it moments before I leave. Shiro's existence in this world is breaking every single known law. It is very surprising to see him continuously exist into this timeline without any adverse response. If not for the power that he is borrowing, he wouldn't be able to do so. Sakura, Shiro and at number at $% number, long time no see. You've grown up well. Sakura, it's really you. For as early as few decades ago, he disappeared inexplicably. Neither his friends nor his wives knew what happened, which is why they all sought for his traces. His wives went on their own ways. Kuroniko ventured into the dark zone while Kaltsit regularly visited the other plane to formulate more countermeasures. Castoria along with Namai used their authorities inside the library as they went from one place to another. Rimuru-kun. Yes. Can you make a live streaming room? The one where only the leaders are allowed? Shiro asked. Yes. One moment. With Rimuru's panel, the scene was soon recorded. What was shown in the panel is a goddess who wore a set of jeweled robes and crown. Her golden eyes peered through the screen, making the viewers feel as if she is directly talking to them. Greetings, everyone. A&D. Romani. A series of. And. Flew past the screen. Since they are the leaders, their comments are much milder than the regular chat group members. Romani, you've finally shown yourself up. I knew that you had a plan. Yes. It's quite difficult to pull off, actually. She commented. The locks that I made are too strong. Just her implied meaning alone is enough to let everyone understand what is happening. I have only 53 seconds, so we shall make this quick. The longer Shiro stayed, the more she felt the impending force that would pull him back to the past. For starters, I am Shiro. The one known as the Commander. A bombshell was dropped immediately. A/N, here is MC's current appearance. Do keep in mind that it'll only last until the next chapter. Anyways, if you don't know who 14 is, think of a character that has something related to it. She's a certain world-ending entity that took dozens of hours for Bin, his friends, and a satellite to defeat. Chapter 267, Disappearance of the Visitor. After skimming through some information, I could only retain a tiny bit. Perhaps it is the loss that prevented me from memorizing everything. As the wisdom incarnate, it is nigh impossible to not do so. Though, this could also be my countermeasure so that I could travel into the future. The less interaction, the more time I have. Just by talking with Rimuru-kun, I felt that my time here decreased. It drastically became even lower once I asked for a live stream. Still, this is the only way that I could reach out to many people at once. I might not remember everything, but they can. Since the leaders of this timeline are on the receiving end, they could perfectly retain any information that they come into. The locks imposed by myself do not affect them as they are not breaking the rules of space-time. That, and it is the loophole that I left. I have come from another world. Much like Romani's temple. In order to reduce the decrease, I need to be as indirect as I could. I don't know what happened currently, but this world seems more in trouble. Romani, it became a mess after that maneuver of yours. Where did you go? I apologize in advance, but that's what I would like to know, too. Planning things out. Romani, good luck with explaining to them. He must have been referring to my wives. I could already foresee what would happen if they caught me like this. Anyways, I would not be able to last longer in this world. The things in here are more troublesome. 14. Is there anything more troublesome than it? Apparently, there is. I said. There's someone who inherited Tuka's deadpan, hey. I could see the general demographic in today's chat group. It has more than 100 members, each from varying worlds. Overall, they are alright with each other, something that ought not to happen. If you mix in 100 people with different beliefs, it would be hard to maintain order. This confirms my theory, then. The chat group screens each member before adding them inside it, as if it has a specific purpose. Whenever an error occurs, that should be the signal to move. It will be disadvantaged whenever it happens. Leveraging on it is enough. I repeat, do not go all out. If so, everyone here is bound to lose. Haruai, such big words. Suhyun, you are certain that it would happen. Because it will. Out of all things that I have encountered, the knowledge of it being unbeatable is at the forefront. No matter if I have beyond creator powers or not, it is bound to accomplish its goal. If I did not choose to lock time, it could have branched off to other timelines and immediately obliterated them. With these destructions, infecting other timelines would become easy. Meaning, a single possibility of reality being destroyed would affect everything. It's similar to Altair's power where she imposes a revision on a character whom she had never met. She overlays an ideal form to the original. I should have also left some useful things out there. Romani, your treasuries? Why would you leave them here? For the plan. With each hole increasing, I tried my best to deflect their questions. In fact, it would be better if they notice my anomaly. Rimuru-kun could tell the truth after I disappear, but my farewells and goodbyes are also included in this live stream. Next, Shinji and the others will come back. That includes Kuroniko as well. Romani. Romani, you found her. Quite. If you can, pull her back from the depths. Another beyond will help in this situation. Haruai, is it the Lord of Shadows? The girl who has that massive army hiding in her shadow? That Kuroniko. That's right. From what I can surmise, Kuroniko made her name in the early years. She's the one who dove the most into the dark zone, the place where its reach is the strongest. Her shadow domain counteracts the power in her surroundings and her never-dying shadows are her trump cards. After a couple more URS, she became stronger. Kaltsit knows what was happening. I will be leaving the specifics to Rimuru-kun, too. As I said that, I handed over a ball of light in his direction. It contained everything that I schemed through the library, both the ones I could retain and not. I hope this helps. My time is running out. I could feel myself becoming more transparent. My core concepts are heading back to where they should be, the present. The future, shall be changed. Leaving these last words that accelerated my end, I left the dreary future. Saitama, what was that? Ilhan, that, was confusing. If. Ilhan, wait a damn minute. Romani, the future. The Grand Temple of Time. Ha. Finally, I could tell this. It has been very iffy keeping that one to myself. Haruai, don't tell me, she's a time traveler. Immediately, Rimuru reacted with a blank expression. Why is it that you are sharp regarding these matters? He replied. You are right. That person just now, she came from some other time. She nor I could explain things properly as it could affect the locks. Their first reactions are that of disbelief. 14. How was that possible? No one could break through that lock. Romani, it's Shiro. He's the one who placed that lock in the first place. After his reminder, everyone realized what was going on. For some unknown reason, the creator of the lock arrived in this world, from another timeline. It is the reason why the replies from earlier sounded with less credibility. It was evident that she wanted to deflect those questions instead of directly answering them. I screwed up badly during our first meeting. That was why she couldn't say it directly. When they first met, Rimuru realized that she came from another time. Just with that, Shiro's time in this world was vastly decreased. She left me with this, though. He pointed out to the ball of light atop his hand. It seems like some guide of sorts, no, a journal. After decrypting it, a huge chunk of information appeared. Dozens of runes surrounded him, each carrying a particular set of data. These are. He could only blankly mumble as crucial points presented themselves one after another. The secrets behind each event, the ways of counteracting it, the safe method to dive in the dark areas. Suddenly, a message popped up in the chat group. Kuroniko, I reconnected. It worked. You must be the one mentioned by her. Kuroniko, her? Shiro. Kuroniko, explain. For now, Rimuru could only pay Shiro back for ruining such an opportunity by becoming their informant, that is. Chapter 268, Disbelief. The clear blue sky greets the sight of everyone in Tokyo. The sunlight made the temperature adequate, a sign that winter's about to end. The remnant fervor from the holiday may be long gone, but it was replaced by something more significant. Altair is my new religion. I see, brother. I understand. Even if she lost, she won over my heart. No one cares. Yug. The bantering of the otakus never stopped. After the ending of the Elimination Chamber Fest, everyone was blown away by the spectacle. They thought that the screen glitched out for one moment, but it soon got fixed before showing a scene of Altair losing. Instead of being banished, however, she accepted her mistakes. Little did they know that it was just a one-man act made possible by the man sitting across from Meteora and the others. Shiro, I saw it. The lambs of darkness trying to separate us away. I concur. For him to have that many. How did you manage to remember those details out of all things? His astonishing sense of balance was enough to let him drink from the teacup while having his arm pressed by Kuroniko's flat chest. Ever since the synchronization, her appearance reverted to her previous looks. Oddly enough, Kuroniko had no qualms about losing her weapons of destruction and maturity. Perhaps, she gained another maturity in a form that she couldn't understand. It's her true side. She is childish, but she was this childish, hey? I never knew about this. Mangakas have peculiar tastes, yes. The creators commented from the sidelines. Though, there is someone who couldn't control herself and began drawing. This. The perfect model. For Marine, the man with the perfect proportions had shone in her eyes. Just by using him as an outline, she could already imagine the number of illustrations she could draw, what's more about the person himself. Sigh. I can't stop her. Matsubara sighed exasperatedly. You can't blame her. After all, Shiro-san's looks are overwhelming. The knight, Silesia, took a glance in his direction before looking away. While she belonged to a world where the appearance of the many is of high standards, nothing compared to his looks. Shiro's sheer elegance is enough to make them speechless for the first time. Apologies. Let us continue. He calmly spoke. The aftermath was properly dealt with. There's nothing left to be worried on this world. After the battle, Shiro severed the portion of it, the thing known as the root. In the future where its directory is nothing but corrupted, it became a terrifying enemy. Defeating it signified the removal of a potential enemy. With that removed, there's nothing left to threaten the safety of this world. This world is special enough to not be invaded by external entities such as outer gods and the like. If they do visit here, they'd be turned into ashes by the potent restorative power. I take it we can go home now? Yuya asked. That's correct. You don't have much choice to choose from, anyways. What? I was about to tell this to everyone. Meteora's expression became solemn as she said. In about 5 days, the restorative power would fully restore itself. The collision of worlds and Altair's existence were the main reasons why they could use their powers from their home world. There's nothing that restricts the irrational during the past few months, thus they were left with free rein. Without the two, there would be no chance for them to do so. After that period, our powers would no longer work. So we need to decide. As one of the sharpest ones, Yuya immediately understood her implications. Not really. Shiro's comment earned everyone's inquiries. I have 2 invitations here. She wanted to tag along, so there's one more left. He took out a normal-looking smartphone from inside his dimensional storage. He placed it on top of the table, eliciting their gazes. To them, it looked no different than a normal phone. However, the strings of causality tied down in a single object. It's beautiful. That's right. Surprised that her words were taken out of her, she could only nod. The intricate composition that the smartphone has is in no way inferior to her book. Add the fact that it is something new, she admired its novelty. If you agree to my invitation, you won't lose your powers. You can also meet other people and travel worlds as we do. Only, take this offer once you are sure of it. Everyone with it has a responsibility they don't dare imagine. Recalling the bits of the future, he could deduce the weight of their responsibilities. He did not remember everything due to the locks that he imposed, but he was left with enough information to know what will happen in the future. Hence, he does not dare place such heavy responsibility on someone who doesn't know anything. Meteora fell silent. As a sage, she sought knowledge and the beauty contained within them. When she was at her library, she already knew every single piece of knowledge from her world. Stepping into the world of gods is, in a way, a door to the unknown. So many things undiscovered lie in this world. In fact, she already decided to stay in this world. Whether she keeps her powers or not does not matter. All she wants to accomplish is the exploration of this unknown. Responsibilities. She caught on to Shiro's obvious implications. If he's the one who said that it is heavy, then it is that heavy. After all, he is none other than her senpai. Suddenly, her fingertips touched the cold surface of the phone. Then, a bright light appeared, enveloping her vision for a brief moment. Invitation accepted. Initiating synchronization. Synchronization complete. You are currently in a mission world. Complete the mission first to access the main chat room. Beginning rewards distributed. It has been sent into your storage space, magic. Rows of pop-ups appeared in her sight. They are all mechanical, making her feel as if she is inside a game. Soon, she was absorbed in exploring each of the chat group's functions. Such decisiveness is worthy of praise. It is. Shiro replied to Kuroniko's comment. This is a foregone conclusion. Why act surprised? Hearing Kaltzit's words, a thin smile presented on his lips. It is exactly a foregone conclusion that I don't dare change it. In the future that he could remember, Meteora is one of the Beyonders who sought him after his disappearance. Due to that, Shiro felt guilty about it. What's more, there are still his wives who also went looking for him similarly. Moreover, he doesn't want to see his Kaohei losing on its attacks. The chat group is a channel for growth, which greatly helps in preparation for what is about to come. Tap. Tap. Footsteps came from the kitchen. Slowly, the visage of a shirted girl with a red apron presented into their sight. Her usual double pigtails are retained, but the stoic expression on her face is long gone. Replacing it is a slightly abashed look of a young girl. Here it is. Like the usual. Words that shouldn't have left the military girl's mouth resounded in the room. It made her look as if she was a normal girl in her youth. How did this happen? Yuya muttered with disbelief, representing the shock that most of the people in this room felt. Chapter 269, Bloodbath. Right after returning, the first thing that greeted Shiro are his comrades who had suddenly lost consciousness. He peered through time using mysteries and saw that the unusual connection on each of them wasn't there any longer. They've come back. Unknown as to whom he is pertaining with, he acted when he saw the shadow domain collapsing. Cracks appeared in its corners, showing the starry night of this real world. He caught Kuroniko and Kaltzit while Toka got Shinji. Madoka also contributed and made Altair float. Sensei, what was that? She asked. It's a long story. Truly, he could not put what he had learned just now in words. Although he forgot most of it, the information that remained made him unsettled. After all, it is the continuation of what he sought to prevent. The world could be ending with one wrong step. And Shiro isn't someone who jests when asked during crucial times. That, Madoka knew too well. Kuroniko, Shinji, and Kaltzit who descended here just now. They're from the future. That's why. Toka commented from the side. That feeling of disarray. It's only a guess, but who could have thought that time travel is a thing now? Her long hair fluttered as the night breeze brushed past them. Right now, they are above Ginza. The entire city was barricaded by the JSDFs, so there weren't any people in this place. Right, I almost forgot something. With Sage and Mysteries, he placed an illusion on the cameras, showing the premedicated scene that he prepared beforehand. There's no way that he would allow the audience to intrude on their privacy, which is why he thought of this countermeasure early on. You're putting up a show. It can't be helped. The birdcage might have been broken, but leaving it as it makes me uncomfortable. It is akin to cutting a movie in its climax. No way the audience could have forgiven the dastardly production team if it occurs. MN. Unexpectedly, the troublesome girl woke up first. Where? Her words were cut off as she met Shiro's gaze. His eyes possessed a distinct charm due to his 6 eyes and max-level charm overlapping. Even so, the reason she was caught in a trance was due to another matter. Ryo. Shibuya Ryo. The man who accompanied her since the beginning. From the days she was known as Shimazaki Setsuna, he was the closest person to her. That's right. In a way, Altair is the conglomeration of Setsuna's thoughts, will, and grudges. It wasn't wrong to say that she is, in fact, Shimazaki Setsuna herself in another form. The information held by Setsuna became Altair's the moment she was born. Thus, she possessed Setsuna's feelings toward this special someone. She staggered as she struggled against Madoka's powers which were soon broken. She used her flight ability as she, hey, embraced Shiro tightly. It's you. It's really you. Meanwhile, Toka and his student, Madoka, sent looks of confusion that turned into acceptance. As expected of you. Sensei really is. The person of interest tried to defend himself. Wait. I don't know what's happening. Unfortunately, his voice was drowned when Altair got too overexcited and buried him in her chest. Tears continuously fell from her eyes. Just as he was about to act and comfort a pitiable girl, his mind was sent into spiraling darkness. After a blink, he found himself in the seashore. You have arrived. A man that bore striking similarities to him stood beside the ocean. He has sea blue pupils and pure white hair. He is different from Shiro. He seems out of this world. Nevertheless, his appearance reigns in the upper class. Nothing is preventing us from meeting anymore, Shiro replied. You made things hard for us, past self. The man Shibuya Ryo faced him with his eyes reminiscent of the sea. I didn't prefer it to be like this. I am the only one left in our prior preparations. Who would have thought that the future is even more messed up than before? Before he self-destructed, he made a total of 3 preparations. 2 of them were spent when he fixed the flaw of his. As for the final one, it remained as a sentinel to his past in case of unexpected situations. I'm bound to disappear as well. Due to the clues that he intercepted, he left his station. He meddled with things before he landed in the world of gods. The majority of his power was left in his station. He used the remaining portion to travel in this place. Sorry about that. Shiro apologized. Our suffering is shared throughout our iterations, it seems. Anyways, I want to pass that responsibility to you. You mean? It's time to take a trip to our homeland. In his first life, he was an ordinary child. In his second life, he was the commander who led humanity against outer invaders. In his third life, he was a hero and an emperor who changed the fate of an entire world. In his fourth life, he caught on to each of his previous selves and converged into one. The word homeland is a special word for Shiro. One such home of his is the world of Kansens Shikiken's world. After you settle everything, reach the end. Everything would come to a conclusion at that point. You already have the required knowledge for it. Unlocking secret archives under set RCSF 120400. That should do it. Ryo untied the final knot present in the chat group. From now on, everything from his past would be presented to him. There wouldn't be any more secrets kept away from him. As soon as it was unlocked, memories came overflowing. Each one of them is Shiro's experience since his first life. Upon its completion, he felt dull as he felt like in a daydream. It wasn't until a few seconds later that he snapped out of it. I have a lot of work to do. It's time to fulfill our promise. The promise. It is none other than coming back to his home world and resolving the problems plaguing it once and for all. Shiro took out a familiar golden transparent cube. At this time, it is glowing with great intensity. Its status became unsealed, as its rarity became. I'll be seeing them soon. It's delicious. Is that so? Altair asked before heaving a sigh of relief. However, this action of hers was met with confounded stares from others. The gap is too huge. I can't believe what I'm seeing. I want a smoke. Blitz's creator went out and lit a cigarette. If she could not handle Altair's sudden change, how could the others do so? The only person in this room unaffected by it is none other than Meteora. It's good that there are cooking abilities in my archive. She mumbled lowly. Who cooks with a broken ability in her arsenal? You match well with her, Shiro. As someone who had similar experiences in cooking with absurd skills, Shiro could sympathize with her. Albeit, this side comment was met by 2 hostile gazes of the cats in this room. Ha! I thought it was only Kuroniko, but doctor, you too. Cease the misunderstanding in your mind. All I was thinking about is the sudden shift of this enemy of ours. With something like Holopsican at her side, nobody could easily prevent her rampage. Moreover, traveling between worlds could make her an unstable and unknown factor. I could understand and empathize with her plight, but I am thinking about the practical consequences that her belonging could have brought. She spewed out words in a stable manner. It's as if she is reverting to her past self as her ears twitched now and then. That is so. I shall cooperate with my fellow kin to fend the external threats. For some reason, Kuroniko became bolder from the moment she woke up, as if knowing that threats would be appearing now and then. Of course, the definition of threats depends on herself. Altair silently smiled at the sidelines. She knew that everything was her fault, so it was not helping her. Even so, she wouldn't let go of her precious someone after meeting him once again. Meanwhile, Shiro had a terrifying thought. What if they all met? It is unknown what would happen if the girls who romantically viewed him met each other. One thing is for sure, however. Bloodbath. Chapter 270, Another. Tokyo's still got this nice air. Shiro mumbled as he leaned into the railings. The wind blew on his hair due to how he is on top of a skyscraper. Especially the brightness of the sunlight, with his oversensitive 6 eyes, they felt more uncomfortable. Suddenly, darkness encapsulated his vision. What replaced it is an abandoned city. Car wrecks can be found everywhere while the buildings had collapsed into mere rubbles. Skeletons of the deceased littered the streets. These poor people couldn't even react before their life was taken away. BZZZT. Inoshima has fallen. A surprise artillery strike got past our shields. A sturdy voice of an old man came from the other side of the earpiece. The best option is to rearrange, and order a counterattack. That wouldn't make sense. No, no. Old man, you know we're sacrificing KANSENs to such a pointless battle. Atop the ruined building, Shiro saw a white-haired man wearing a lieutenant commander's uniform. He argued with the voice from the other side of the earpiece. You understand what I am talking about. Should our men lose their morale, this battle is as good as over. It's your men. I thought you considered the KANSENs as a part of them. Don't forget. The ones organizing their supplies and risking their lives on reconnaissance are these men. Due to the KANSEN's potent attack power, they are often placed on the front lines. However, it doesn't mean that it's only them. Human troops carried out their operations on surveying and reconnaissance of both the seas and the airspace. With each outpost destroyed, hundreds of them were killed, all to send valuable information to the command center. Damn it! Throwing the earpiece, he could only clench his fist in anger. Helplessness is the majority of his emotions as of now. Why couldn't I do it? To have the power to save everyone. Seeing this, Shiro muttered. Childish. With that power, I hope to save everyone, aiming for an ending in a fairy tale. I'm this fucking pathetic back then, hey. Upon receiving all of his lifetime memories, he needed time to adjust. He wouldn't change simply because of it, but the responsibilities that he had to carry became heavier. Everyone in the chat group noticed this change in his. As if he's a hero who wants to bring salvation by himself. I can't even make a joke on Emiya. Because I know well how it feels. A hero. Shiro didn't care about everyone but the people he values. Even so, in the eyes of these people, he is a hero. It doesn't matter whether the remaining ones whom he didn't give a damn call him a devil, but their safety is all that matters. In the first place, he wouldn't do his maneuver from 1,000 years ago if he is a cold-blooded machine. Hug. He was pulled back from his thoughts as the touch of 2 soft mounds became present in his back. What were you thinking? The only girl whose height reached a few centimeters below him. As a result, she could do some new things, such as placing her chin on his shoulder. It's nothing. Just reminiscing something about my past. His serene vibe came back. He is no longer as lost as before after his reflection. Your past. Is it your life as commander? She said as she separated from him and leaned on the railings. The one where you are sought by hundreds of girls. Altair's tone transformed into her previously cold one. That one can't be helped. It's natural to become close with the sole human in the Azalane base. Azalane's base operated with repair ships doing retrofitting for the other combat ships. There are also the Monjus that serve as logistic and tool partner, hence the reason why there are no humans in the base except him. The commander chose to form links with their wisdom cubes. Wordlessly, Altair summoned forth a holographic screen. I know where this is going. It showed a scene inside his office. Taehao had snuck inside it before him going in. By the time he sat down and noticed her, Rune opened the door to his office. Fuck. 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 God, what should I do? His past self wailed as he found himself stuck between 2 obsessive yanderis. The moment Rune finds out that Taehao is underneath his desk, a misunderstanding would ensue, which could escalate into a death duel. Above, Rune flirted with him. Below, Taehao tempted him with her ample cleavage. I want to escape. His strong power was triggered, enabling him to phase out of his office. This is the first time that he unlocked the true potential of Anziel's study regarding quantum states. He did so by being exposed to a perilous situation, namely, a checkmate. Buzz. The holographic screen disappeared. Before that, Shiro already looked away with his red ears. Only a single thought dominated his mind. That's so, embarrassing. Simply put, it is what you would feel if you see your true Unibita past self as a mature adult. At that time, Shiro didn't have his usual cool and acted embarrassed every time he got into a close encounter with women. Though, it could be said that these experiences are what shaped the current him. I won't peer into those details further. Sensing his discomfort, Altair made a reassurance. Her holopsychon could perfectly intercept any type of information, which is what allowed her to view his past without his permission. I know that there are already a considerable number of girls at your side. Even without her absurd abilities, Altair's intuition as a woman told her of this fact. It is impossible for such an attractive man as Shiro to not have a significant other/s. His charm did add up to it, but Shiro as a person is what made him attractive for the most part. Setsuna. Eyes widened, and Shiro saw this scene overlap with his memories. I like you. The girl's confession came all of a sudden. Her eyes erratic and her face beat red. Looking straight at him, she conveyed the emotions deep within her heart. I love you, Ryo. Ever since the beginning. The shaken Ryo processed what was going on. While his mind went haywire, the girl carried on with her words. This fuzzy feeling, it won't go away. Every time I think of you, my heart beats faster. I became conscious that I sometimes acted like a klutz. This was the reason behind it. Don't mind that. Both of them were embarrassed, sending their faces into a deeper shade of red. Fortunately, there wasn't any person nearby. That's why. Will you accept me at your side? Their overlapping voices created an illusion of the timid black-haired girl with her usual glasses. It formed a sharp contrast to Altair's calm and collected personality. In a way, she is similar to Shiro who have matured. Her pink lips became closer and closer to his. Shiro did not hesitate further and closed that distance himself. His memories synced all of his experiences. Meaning, it is naturally a part of him. Everything be it his time with his wives to his time with other girls composes a part of Shiro. Altair's eyes widened for a moment before transforming into looks of relief and affection. As it happened, every single girl connected to Shiro had a thought. Another woman. Chapter 271, Returnee. MN. Shiro woke up from his dreams. It is all about his third life when he did some stupid things as a beyond creator. Giving away power randomly, creating a system that is an illusion, opening a path to transcendence through cooking, and so on. Though, it did contribute to his world. A furry canine's ear tickled his nose. He thought that he was hallucinating, but it took him a moment to realize that it is what it is. Kaltsit. The ever-so-serious doctor, the cat-eared woman who kept her stoic expression, is sleeping on top of his chest. Am I drunk? Well, his next discoveries proved that he was not drunk, that this is reality. To his right, he saw a black cat. Shiro. He felt Kuroniko's rapid breaths through his arm. Her temperature is slowly rising, her ears are as red as they could be. Hearing her mumbling, he had a slight clue as to what she is dreaming. Meanwhile, the other person on his left did not lose out to Kuroniko. She showcased her bountiful chest as she pulled his left arm toward her. 3 different scents assaulted his nose, rendering him dumbfounded. I am fairly sure that I slept alone. What did just? Unfortunately for him, they would spend the entire morning like this. Shiro slept with women. That was a fact that can't be changed. He knew what his wives sought, thus he gave them it. There was even a time when they got fired up once they knew of Akaji's pregnancy. At that time, he did not get any rest. While it did not happen in this case, he wanted to genuinely know what happened. The straight-faced Kaltsit calmly drank her morning coffee before saying. It was me. I wanted to sleep with you once. Wow. Kuroniko could only admire the woman who confessed everything without her expression changing. I have also wanted to accomplish that goal. For unknown reasons, Kuroniko became bolder ever since her future self came into this world. She does not know if it was her influence or something else, but she had the realization that she would regret not taking action now. Isn't it normal back then? Altair tilted her head with innocence. Though, her innocence shattered the composure of the two. Shiro. Is it true? Kaltsit asked. Well, it is. Not only had they slept together, but they have also done that. They went straight into the full base in the past, something that nobody else had accomplished except Shiro's current wives. While the other girls went on the full offensive for him, Shiro has to adjust as well. Formulating a solution that would not hurt them became his responsibility, something that he is glad to carry. He knew that their relationship would not be like the normal lovers out there. It would not be fair for the girls, but it would also be hard for him to be the receiver of immense love. Still, he deems himself the strongest in this regard. Now that he got his memories back, he had many experiences to deal with it. Even, his expertise beats Romani who only lived for a few hundred years at most. Being someone with a harem for thousands of years is not a small matter. Ahem. I would be visiting my home world for a while. Home world. Then, the two women recalled his identities. Is it that naval world? The one with ship girls? Ah. Azalane. Kaltsit and Kuroniko were distracted by this subject. The problem there is something that I have wanted to solve long ago. He said. I would not be able to bring anyone else with me. My world, it is already a torn battlefield. The situation in the Azalane world is as bad as it could be. There are no beyond creators in it. Albeit, the invasion that they have been experiencing is of the law level where a destroyed world corrodes a perfectly fine world and pulls it along to damnation. In this case, the Leviathans were the product of the destroyed world's laws. It is a carbon copy of its former inhabitants' creations, now used against the Kansens. By forcing the way through it, the torn battlefield would collapse. The destruction of the world is something that Shiro would like to prevent. Moreover, rewriting reality would take its toll. Hence, only beyond creators could reverse that outcome. Even that requires them to act swiftly to bring it back moments after its destruction lest its affected inhabitants would suffer from severe setbacks. Shiro is not strong enough to resist two worlds. The number of people that he could save is limited as well. Meaning, every other version of the people would be obliterated. Once saved, they would still suffer from many setbacks such as the trauma induced by it. You don't need to worry. At best, it would take 10 seconds. The now, Rarity Genesis Wisdom Cube has the power to make it possible. I see. Doing a mission while on a chat group mission. How far would you mess up time? Kuroniko jokingly asked. I rule over time, so this is all right. For now, his privileges as mysteries helped him with his shenanigans. Advanced arithmetic equations surrounded Shiro from all sides. Starting from the simplest E equals MC2, it went until the Fermat's little theorem and the likes appeared. Once they died down, Shiro found himself in a nostalgic place. The scent of the seaside struck him, sending his entire body in shivers. He visited many seas and oceans, yet this sensation could not be easily replicated. The rays of sunlight refracted into the blue sea. Seagulls dove to catch their prey now and then. Rumble. Bam. The sounds of Manjuus working added to the sensation that he was currently feeling. For a moment, he thought that he was transported back in time. Millions of years' worth of longing exploded all at once. I'm back. His voice became weak, tears started to fall from his eyes. It wasn't out of sadness or exhilaration. It is just his pure longing fulfilled after a long wait. Suddenly, his body shook. Swiftly, he donned his black robe and started to compose himself. Are you all right? Long white hair. Silver grey pupils. A military coat befitting of the strongest warship in history. The infamous grey ghost that sunk 71 ships and damaged more than 180. Her bomber planes obliterated nearly 1,000 enemy planes. The leader of the Enterprise-class ships, USS Enterprise. His deep amber pupils met with hers. The woman who became his first girlfriend, the one he sacrificed his life for her to live. Inexplicable feelings emerged deep within him. He knew that the woman in front of him is not her, yet he could not stop his emotions. I'm back. Chapter 272, First Step. The most decorated warship. The one dubbed as the Grey Ghost. She shone brightly the most during a historical period. She defended her homeland and prevented the advance of her enemies. Simply put, she is one of the most recognized battleships in this era. After having summoned forth once more as a Kansen, her specifications went through the roof, cementing her title as the strongest Kansen present. She spearheaded the Azalane, a unified front against beings called Sirens, and victoriously ended their invasion. However, she has been wrought with concern. Now that the factor that made them united was gone, what would happen? Her memories of the war are nothing short of unpleasant. Having to experience it during a peaceful era is the least that she asked for. Even the commander was concerned with this issue. Her leader who efficiently led them through each battlefield, and was the one who knew their personalities the most. Yet, why does she feel a sense of familiarity within those eyes? Don't mind my words. The person said. Do not lose hope. It is the most important thing someone could hold onto. The robed man has an air of vicissitude. The man's voice neither leans to a male nor female, creating a confusing sensation. I will be here to provide assistance. The robed person took out a strange object. It looks like an unused wisdom cube, the core item that sustained each Kansen's existence in the real world. Then. The cube shook, golden light engulfing it wholly. It emerged from the light with its features changed. Now possessing a golden glow, the wisdom cube spun. Straight lines came from two of its edges, forming an odd sight. The lines became incomprehensible equations. Buzz. A thunder sundered forth in the robed person's hand. Soon, it turned into an anti-material rifle. It bore the same appearance as a Denal NTW-20. https://upload.wikimedia.org/wikipedia/commons/e/f/ntw20_rifle.jpg. Its stock was placed into the robed person's upper torso. The person took a straight gait and pointed the gun upwards to the skies. This shall be the first one. Bang! As soon as the shot was fired, it made shockwaves through the air as it broke through the speed of sound. Cracks began splintering into the ground, a portion of the naval base disturbed by loud combustion. The bullet gained momentum. It disappeared further into the clouds. As a Kansan, Enterprise was barely affected by it. Even so, she was caught off guard. She could not focus her vision on the bullet and paid attention to the mysterious person in front of her. The said being lowered his anti-materiel rifle to the ground. Its stock made a hitting noise to the cracked concrete. It went like that. He looked at the sky, to the unknown everyone could not fathom. Unbeknownst to everyone present, the soul monitoring Leviathan was turned into dust the moment the bullet reached it. I am not an enemy. He let out a soft murmur, seemingly predicting her next words. Albeit, it could have been directed to another entity. You. Who are you? It's complicated. The man wore a complex smile under the hood. His deep amber eyes conveyed everything that he ever wanted to speak of. You can call me Shiki. Leaving that statement, he vanished out of thin air. No warnings were given out whatsoever, he had just vanished as if he was not here in the first place. Had they drawn out their swords? The woman who arrived here materialized her sword, which is about 1.5 meters long. Many decorative embellishments surrounded it, making it look more like a decorative sword than anything. It is nothing to be wary of, Miss Warspite. Could you elaborate further? At first, Warspite, one of the ships belonging to the HMS Navy, thought that an enemy attacked their base with artillery. To be able to land an attack, they had to go through dozens of radars, an anti-missile defense system, and a shield that protected Azalane. Someone is here just now. A robed person fired a rifle which created those aftershocks. After Enterprise finished explaining, Warspite was left with more questions. Aside from the fact that only Kansens could do this, how could someone sneak inside this tightly defended base? Shiki. We needn't waste our time. It is better to ask them. Her gaze was directed to the portion of the base that housed another influential faction, the IJN. What was that? A shining star. There were not any descriptions that better suited that sight. Its act of leaving its timeline and putting down a Leviathan was witnessed firsthand by the forces fighting against them. Ashes. Who is it? Sirens. Arbiters. Leviathans. Ashes. These four factions were the ones fighting in this nearly destroyed world. The first one seeks to find an answer through the infinite timelines while the second one prevents their endeavors. Meanwhile, Leviathans serve as the main enemies of the three factions. It came from a ruined world that sought to pull its world to damnation. Lastly, the Ashes. They are the Kansens of the ruined original timeline. After surviving their timeline's destruction, they were given by Anziel the responsibility to set everything right. They seek the key that she spoke of. During one of their expeditions, Ash, Ember, and Hiryu Ometa encountered a wandering Leviathan within the Sea of Time. They planned of dispatching it, but it died upon contacting an unknown projectile. There's nothing within the perimeter. Receiving Ember's confirmation, the two withdrew the string of their bows. https://steamuserimage.acamade.net/ug/77624141057D1D7D056498380B50127D1D7D05AEC75B697990/ MO equals 512 and IMA equals fit and impolicy equals letterbox and in color equals %230000000 and letterbox equals false. Within this vast pitch of darkness, only they existed. The mass of water beneath their feet represented the ever-flowing time. No source of light was present, leaving them with their light sources configured before this mission. It came from nowhere. There was not any point of origin whatsoever. Hiryu Ometa commented. That is not the problem. How could something reach this place easily? To travel within the confines of this dimension, superior technology has to be attained. It is through the efforts of several geniuses, starting with Dr. Anziel, that their gear was made. One thing's sure. It's not those guys at least. Hiryu Ometa pertained to the two other factions that worked parallel to them. Their blades had met on some occasions, making them no so friendly with each other. Suddenly, a static voice resounded in their ears. M.C. A series of intangible voices came from their surroundings. The two Kansens instinctively readied their weapons and pointed at what their intuition had told them. Stop. That is nothing but leftovers. The final Kansan finally spoke. Leftovers. To be more precise, these are remnant information held by someone. They are not here physically. The Kansan continued to walk on water undisturbed. It came from that attack. Ember commented. The star crossed time itself and landed in front of them. Surprisingly, it carried some remnant data from its origin. Its origin. A woman's grey pupils glanced at the place where it took place. Why does it remind me of something? Chapter 273, Nimitz. Shiki? We do not know a such person. Why ask us? Just because that person gave out that alias. If you ask. Shiki has many meanings. It could be a ceremony, formula, morale, command, and so on. Is there something wrong? In the entire afternoon, they asked several IJN ship girls. First was Kega, then it was Taihao and Ayanami. In the end, everything led to a dead end. Nothing of substance was found aside from the fact that the person has the power of a dreadnought-class battleship. An unknown entity having the power that surpasses Bismarck's and Yamato's firepower. What a mess. Their commander slumped on his desk as new issues lay on top of the previous ones. He had enough work to keep as a lane together to watch over every faction and prevent any possible uprisings. His crystal blue pupils showed a hint of exhaustion. After sighing 4 times straight, he got into his usual self. Nimai. Yes. His assigned secretary ship, Z23, snapped out of her daze. You must be feeling tired too. I'm sorry about this. No. That's not it. She replied. I could still help with your work. Thank you. As she went outside the office, she came across Enterprise. The mature woman gave off an aura of seriousness, just like her usual self. Even so, Z23 could feel something amiss about her. Why am I feeling strange? Suddenly, she blacked out. Moments later, her dull purple pupils were replaced by an incomparable brilliance. Shiro. You're finally back. After checking into a hotel in Fukuoka, Shiro set up his temporary base. The golden cube lit up, showing several holographic screens. Sustainability rate, 28%. Shit. The indicator above demonstrated how badly damaged his world is. If left alone, it would head into ruins itself. Damn it. I was too late. The Genesis Wisdom Cube was sealed before it happened. Even with his current power, he could not brute force his way through it. The requirement of him recalling his everything was fulfilled at a much later date. Even two Beyond creators did not predict the circumstances that the world would go into 1,000 years later. I predicted it would still have above 40%. Never mind. I will conform to this world's rules for now. Fortunately, he has the Genesis Wisdom Cube. He could still use most of his power, but it has to be manifested in a certain way, that is, being a Kansen. Then again, just wearing a robe works since his appearance could confound everyone. I need to choose an identity. It is similar to their mission back in Altair's world. To fit into the world and not have much resistance, they need to let it know that they are a part of it. Until the world recognizes him, an unfathomable entity who suddenly invaded, as its former inhabitant, such measures were required. A modern warship that still was not summoned forth as a Kansen at this time. Several warships passed through his mind one by one, making him feel that his history studies were only yesterday. A suitable ship. Enti's successor. He murmured in realization. USS Nimitz. USS Nimitz, one of the modern-day carriers that the USS Navy utilized during the 21st century. Its name is inspired by Admiral Chester Nimitz, the fleet commander who led the battle on Midway. It is a prestigious ship that became a class of its own, Nimitz class, and has 3 ships under it. Moreover, it was also Enterprise's successor. I'd go with this. Shiro made up his plans. He viewed this world's situation through the wisdom cube now and then. In conclusion, everything is messed up. Aosta fucking made this situation worse. I knew that their rivalry went further back, but for it to culminate in this situation. What's with the arbiters? Sigh. Right now, his current feelings are synchronized with his other self. Ashes, the remnant of a decrepit timeline. The decrepit timeline was his home. It is the place where he was born, commanded the Kansens, and fought for the safety of his world. At that time, he dreaded the thought of their battles being passed on to the other generation, but his predictions were proven worse. Even now, their remaining comrades of his continued to fight. They did not get the rest that they deserve. Furthermore, all that they have been subjected to is pain and sorrow. Shiro could still recall the memories of how it went after his death. Without him, the commandant, their efficiency dropped by a lot. The burden of his death was placed on Dr. Anziel, pushing her to work hard into finding the solution that he died for. Back then, Shiro knew that he could not work things out alone. If he was the only one left, all he could do is to mount a desperate resistance before their annihilation. In fact, his beliefs were proven true. With Anziel's survival, they unlocked the possibility of infinite timelines. Due to that, they managed to lengthen their resistance and were given time to find the so-called solution. Thinking about the lives lost for it, a plan was already formulated in his mind. Once this world accepts me. Shiro was averse to being a hero of another world, simply because there is already one in it. Madoka's world has Madoka, Romani's world has Ritsuka, Lelich's world has Lelich, and so on. However, it is his world. That's why I will become its hero. 3 full days had passed since the unknown person's appearance. Nothing had changed since then, thus everyone went back to their daily lives after the incident. It included their patrols which never changed, until now. Woo! What is happening? Laffy suggests you calm down. Panicking won't do anything, San Diego-san. The 3 ships assigned today were Laffy, Ayanami, and San Diego. 2 destroyers and 1 light cruiser are enough for a quick reconnaissance. On the off chance that they encounter an enemy fleet, they could immediately escape. The 3 listened intently to the conversation between the hooded Kansen and an unknown entity. The former is dressed up in a black hood while the latter has something akin to a black jellyfish on top of her head. You should not have been here. Incorrect. A cold tone replied. I should have been here. It is truly a pity that I could only arrive in this world now. Your origin. It is impossible that this world has summoned you. Arbiter, Temperance 15 saw through a portion of her specifications. Just a portion of it was enough to place this Kansen within the top 10 Kansen out of all time. What's more, she sensed something different about the robed person. Maybe. Maybe not. What is more important is that, you targeted someone you should not. The robed person pointed out her sniper rifle towards the arbiter. Arithmetical equations appeared starting from its tip, creating a translucent square that compressed it. Some of its partitions went forward, creating an illusion similar to a telescope. Try dodging this one. As soon as arbiter turned transparent, the shot was fired. Bang! It left a trail of golden light in its wake as it turned straight at the arbiter's head. Even though its concept disappeared into the material world, the robed person's power was not a joke. The bullet struck arbiter's chest, forming an empty hole in it. She was first expressionless until it turned into astonishment. How? Her entire body turned ethereal before dispersing as black particles of light. Surprisingly, the bullet morphed into a fighter jet. It circled the robed person before the person spoke. I'm not an enemy. Chapter 274, Storyteller of the Sea. There was once a ship heralded as the storyteller simply due to her long age. Spanning over 100 years, it witnessed many tales that left a mark on history. It is similar to the Lucky E that partook in both World War I and II. Furthermore, it belonged to the first timeline, the world that witnessed its end under the Leviathan's assault. It is the origin of every faction who are now fighting against each other. From that moment, that identity is destined to fall into Shiro's lap. Knowing untold secrets, its nickname was truly suitable for it. Old Salt. Don't blame me for this. You came to me yourself. Shiro mumbled as he saw space being twisted. A blue translucent figure emerged out of nowhere, forming the figure of a girl with a seemingly huge black jellyfish on top of her head. https://azalane.net/images/thumb/b/f/arbiter_temperance_14_full_art.png/800px arbiter_temperance_art.png. She proceeded to say something that he was too accustomed to hearing. Who are you? Isn't this a bit impolite? He replied. Appearing in front of a stranger and suddenly asking this question. You know, there could be a better way of asking. The girl took his words as sarcasm. Holographic screens popped up in front of her as she attempted to analyze Shiro's existence. A second later, she found an incongruency. You should not have been here. Strangely, his existence made him stand out like a sore thumb. For those who could gather information, they would see that Shiro is not from this world. It was similar to forcefully placing an unfit puzzle piece on a set. Even with its unsuitable size, it managed to come together with the other pieces. Incorrect. I should have been here. It is truly a pity that I could only arrive at this world now. Hearing her words, Shiro was ticked off. If he had not come back, his home world would have been destroyed. He was angry at himself right now, but a portion of that anger went to the unknown entity that sought to prevent his plans to save the world. Your origin. It is impossible that this world had summoned you. Besides his strangeness, the other thing that she partially found out is Shiro's power. It far outclassed every known Kansen summoned in all timelines. That was the result of his different authorities adapting to his world's known rules. Maybe. Maybe not. What was important is that Shiro pointed his anti-materiel rifle at the arbiter and focused a fraction of his power into it, which included mysteries and Fenrir. You targeted someone you should not. The magic squares overlaid on top of each other before it refocused itself. Try dodging this one. Bang. Upon pulling the trigger, the converged power went straight to her. She did not even have any time to react as the bullet disrupted space and time itself. There was simply no way to predict such an attack. It contacted Arbiter, Temperance 15 and made her disappear in the face of this world. Nay, the face of every single world. Mysteries worked out in a way that obliterates every single possibility, i.e., time, an aspect that is often manipulated in this world. You all thought of yourself as invincible gods. Well, I would destroy them once they show up. His bright amber eyes stared at the skies before paying attention to his surroundings. The bullet morphed into an F-14 Tomcat, a supersonic jet seen in modern times. Fret not, for I am not an enemy. Immediately, he heard hushed voices not far from his right. By the time the thin morning fog dispersed, he saw 3 KANSENs. Eek! We're done for. Don't immediately jump to assumptions, San Diego-san. Please. Laffy is tired. Each of them had a different reaction. Though, Ayanami was the most composed Kansen out of the three. Was the one from earlier a? It's not a siren. Shiro replied upon predicting her question. Those guys would mostly sit back until their planned time comes. You can still enjoy this moment of peace. For a moment, they could not process his words. What do you mean by that? San Diego asked. https://azalane.netojuyo.com/images/d/d8/san_diego.png. With a smile, he explained. Sirens, the one whom you have defeated, is currently watching your folly in the shadows. To better explain it. Zoom. The Tomcat zoomed out until it entered a crack in space. Boom. Shockwaves rippled across the blue sea. It affected their stances, pushing them back for a few meters. Yet, Shiro remained still, indirectly showing how strong he was. The fighter jet reappeared from another crack with slight damage. It carried a small piece of glowing blue metal on top of it. Picking it up, Shiro examined its composition before showing it to others. A remnant of a siren. Ayanami was one of the destroyers that fought on the front lines, thus she knew what that is quick. Her faction also brought some to conduct studies. Correct. He said calmly. Just now, I destroyed one siren base hiding under the veil of concealment. Hearing him state something exaggerated in a matter-of-fact tone made them react blankly at him. Albeit, his previous feat gave some credibility to it. The aircraft carrier was unveiled as Shiro took it out from his robe. As soon as the jet landed, it turned into a ray that went back at his body. USS. The familiarity placed into the design of the carrier was reminiscent of how the USS warships were built. It also bore heavy similarities to their strongest Kansen, Enterprise. The cat's out of the bag, it seems. Shiro wore a thin smile on his face as he declared. I am Shiki, but I am also known as USS Nimitz. Nimitz, the admiral who won the decisive battle in Midway. Everyone in this place was very familiar with him as they had all been involved in World War II. A modern-day ship. Hey! This explains everything. Unbeknownst to them, the man in front of them is currently wearing 2 masks. When his real identity is revealed, it would surely set off a storm. Farewell. After waving his hand, Shiro disappeared under their plain sight. USS Nimitz. To think it was her. The commander massaged his forehead as he learned the identity of the Kansen behind the occurrence from earlier. Is this how her legends were translated to reality? We will have a second Enterprise at this point. A Kansen's strength depends on 2 points, their physical manifestation and their legends. The stronger the 2 of them, the stronger their power would be as a Kansen. In a sense, it is similar to heroic spirit summoning, but it works with warships instead. The medium, wisdom cubes, differs from the normal catalysts and saint quartz as well. What would be the course of action? Z23 asked, readying the tablet in her arm. Remain neutral with her. She might be a rogue but she did not cause any harm to us. What's more, it seems as if she knows more things about the sirens. He muttered with helplessness. To think they are still alive. Is everything during that war a play? He did not know that his joking statement contained the truth. I understand. Z23 worked as normal. She started listing each agenda in her list. However, under her pair of glasses is a gaze of affirmation. It's him. While Castoria went to her world, Z23 also chose to safeguard their world. Even so, it was already late by the time she arrived. She could not afford to do some big moves due to how fragile their world is. Furthermore, it also denied Z23 and Akagi of their existence due to how they restarted to another world. It did not recognize them as legitimate inhabitants any longer. In the end, they could only save their power until Shiro and his Genesis Wisdom Cube arrives. I'm sure of it. That's my husband. A/N, hello. Firstly, I am not dead yet. That whole dead week was resulted by my sickness recurring and my school tasks, thesis defense and other projects, coming at me all at once. My body gave up, thus I wasn't able to come back to writing immediately. Thankfully, all of those are over now. Only my finals in this semester remains, so updates would become more consistent than the past month, maybe a chapter every 2 days or so. I also went through my drafts once again and got some inspiration to add new events that would occur simultaneously to this Azalane arc. If someone's wondering if I caught up on our night's crazy lore dump, I barely did. I still haven't read some, but it looks like the plot predictions on my notes, written last year, got some things correct, such as doctor's civilization and some sarcasm stuff. Then again, I am lucky enough to apply those in this FIC, since our night's main story would start later. Happy reading! Chapter 275, Guardian. Bam! 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 With each shot, Shiro downed a siren ship. The ones that he targeted are the non-mass production types that have the power to resurrect themselves through their control over timelines. However, they are facing a Time Lord. In the face of such a foe, they could not do anything but drop dead like flies. The poor beings did not even know who they were facing when they died. Should be enough for today. After eliminating more than a few dozen siren flagships, Shiro decided to back out. He had enough power to wipe out everyone, but the possibility of his world being destroyed alongside them exists. He could not agitate the enemies, thus he chose gradual elimination instead. Summoning forth the keels on his feet, he readied mysteries to escape from this space. It is a place where time flows in an estranged manner, one of the severely eroded portions where two worlds clashed. Due to its unique characteristics, it was used as a base by the four factions who fought for their ideals. At the same time, its appearance is similar to an endless sea engulfed in darkness. Nothing else could be seen except it and the artificial infrastructures made by the other factions. Swoosh! Swoosh! The sounds of rotors spinning rang. Cutting the speed of sound, its sources circled on the top of his head. 2. 4. 8. Suddenly, the information that he intercepted came to his mind. For the remaining KANSENs to safely travel through time, their original compositions had to be changed. As for that, they went through a metamorphosis, transforming themselves into a stronger version of themselves. At the cost of something important to them. Each metaship lost something from them, be it memories, personality, sensations, and so on. It's them. 2 HMS, Royal Navy, ships caught his sight. One of the KANSENs has fluttering golden hair and long ears akin to elves. Albeit, her navy blue pupils lost their brilliance. She held a compound bow and stared in his direction. Meanwhile, the other ship has a childlike stature. In contrast to the other girl, she has snow-white hair and scarlet-red pupils. An aura of majesty surrounded her, letting everyone know that she is, by no means, someone that shall be shown respect. It's you. The one who kept pressing on sirens. For so long, they suspected us first. My deepest apologies for that matter. He replied. But an enemy of an enemy is a friend, no. Interested, the girl's scarlet pupils looked at him more. Only when they are on the same page. Are we? As they talked, Shiro's 6 eyes, the support of his system, and Genesis Wisdom Cube diagnosed their current situation. Affliction, blindness for eternity. It places the possessor into continuous fear of darkness. Affliction, intermittently loses her memories pre-metamorphosis. The ones lost could not be recovered. Damn it. For once, he regretted going in first. He knew that Anziel has solutions at that time. But, he did not expect that the price they have to pay is very steep. Even so, they did not have much choice. Unlike his current self, they did not have enough power to go against the downcast trend of this world. Only by paying the price could they continue to fight. The world's will is deeply anchored within it. Shit. Meaning, he would damage his world further by removing their afflictions. Arg. I'm being too impulsive this time. Unlike in the past, his sentiments started catching up to him. This made the ever-cool-headed Magus disposition favor Fenrir's side. It'd be bad to mark my existence. For now. When in eternal lines to time thou growest. So long as men can breathe, or eyes can see. Before the words could reach its end, it already earned a visible reaction from the royalty. So long lives this, and this gives life to thee. You. Who are you? Turning his back, he replied. T is a farewell for now. With a single step, he vanished into this endless sea of darkness. Shall I compare thee to a summer's day? An unknown man's voice resounded across the garden. Why, you fool? What's going on in your mind right now? Just because you hither towards this place. Ah? I thought it is a nice compliment in your country. The scorching heat of the sunlight made him think of this line at this exact moment. It is. Only. Never mind. Let us discuss the work of today. A trusted ally. A smart confidant. An active helper. She remembers. She remembers. She remembers. Even so. Even so. No matter how much she tried to remember, she could not. His face, identity, and personality. The bits of memories that she has left are the ones left that make her remember him. She tried asking the other KANSENs and all of them responded the same. Isn't that the commander? Right. He's a helpful one. I recall him rushing to our place after Hood sank. He was a very good commander. She was lost in their words. She felt their emotions and the image behind him. Yet, she could not fully understand him. This left a hole, a sensation of emptiness within her. So long lives this, and this gives life to thee. These words. I remember. You. Who are you? Supposedly, those words should have been kept secret from others. Only they knew about it. However, a stranger quoted the same lines as him. Before she could comprehend the current situation, the person left. Your Highness. What is your command? The gentle voice of HMS Centaur, Meta, came beside her. That person. I beseech you to find that person. As you wish. Identifies as. I repeat, does. Nimitz. Positive. A rogue Kansan. Did the Eagle Union smuggle a wisdom cube? This, diplomatic DISP. Continuous waves of radio signals were intercepted by Hiryu, Meta. As the ship that served as the command post during the war, she possessed a hidden ability that allowed her to intercept various radio waves. USS Nimitz. Did you find something? Temporarily the trio set their base in the Pacific Ocean. With its vastness, they could easily avoid the occasional patrols. Strange. This timeline has a Kansan that did not exist in ours. What? Hiryu replied to the questioning gaze of the two. USS Nimitz. It was said that USS Laffy, IJN Ayanami, and USS San Diego encountered a rogue Kansan. They are currently speculating on whether it was summoned illegally by its nation of origin. USS Nimitz. The three of them found that name extremely familiar. Although she was not summoned as a Kansan during their times, the real ship's history is of great significance. Simply put, it is a leader of its generation. Something's wrong about this. Why is it that only in this timeline was she summoned? Immediately, Takao, Meta, pointed something out. This timeline might be a singularity. Singularity. That term is used for timelines whose events had been drastically changed by an external factor. If the said factor was strong enough, it could destroy the scale of half of Northern Parliament's territory at the minimum. We need to investigate. Having their leader speak, they unilaterally came to a decision. Chapter 276, Sparks of War. I see. Nothing much changed, hey. Shiro murmured as he disconnected from each nation's intranet. By hacking through their confidential information, he found out the current state of this timeline. Nothing much had changed, except for Enziel and Aosta missing from this world. Even his old man is up and kicking at this point in time. What made this different from the first timeline was the Sirens' invasion. Instead of Leviathans, this world got Sirens who suddenly appeared one day. As a lane, a joint defensive front, was established to combat them. After a few years, they ended victorious in this war, or so they thought. All of them caught up to the current dilemma. Now that their combined enemy was gone, it is up to them how to handle Azalane and its mass of dangerous weapons. They saw the capabilities of KANSEN's a battleship obliterating half of a mountain during the previous war. Some nations sought peace, but some wanted to see another war. History repeats itself. Fortunately, they have someone. A person who could forcibly stop the said war. Exia. Looks like I'll have to borrow your ideals for a while. In the end, it is not up to a single person how a war shall start. Under the tall sakura tree, there lies the commander-in-chief of all IJN ships. Her 9 tails swayed ever so slightly with the wind. Opening her eyes, she saw the 2 sister ships under her command. Both of them are sitting in a seiza position in front of the tea table. They have sent their will. Another war is bound to happen. Humans are inherently foolish. Instead of indulging in their long-fought peace, they chose this instead. What a sight! The black-haired woman let out a pitying tone. Her scarlet pupils let out a streak of light as a thought passed her mind. Won't I see him again? It was an open secret that Shiakagi have deep feelings for its commander. Their intimate gestures as well as Akagi's fight with other women were something that the Azalane base saw every day. Knowing her thoughts, her sister interjected. You can add a condition upon our victory. This does not infringe anyone else's intentions. Nobody can separate us. Having her plans validated, Akagi no longer has any restraints over claiming the commander as her own. She sported a dangerous vibe around her. Meanwhile, the ship girl opposite them maintained a calm stature as she sipped her tea. Then, she let out a sigh. A war, it is something that would lead to destruction, lost lives even. Yet, we inherently seek for it. It is inappropriate to call out humans as the only beings who sought war. They, the KANSENs, were weapons of destruction born for the same reason, a war. Their historical selves waged one of the biggest wars written in history, claiming tens of millions of lives in the process. Tap. Akagi. Kaga. Nagato called out to them as she placed her teacup on top of the table. https://images6.alphacoders.com/924/92405.jpg. Order everyone to begin the preparations. The smell of gunpowder started to spread toward the clear blue ocean. They went with the interesting route, it seems. So they have chosen war. The leader of the KMS fleet looked at the distant sky before seeing her trusted confidant's enthusiastic look. The latter replied to her with a smile, I already know where this is going. We shall follow what our fatherland desires. If hell is it that they chose, we shall walk through hell. Pass this down to everyone, Eugen. https://raregallery.com/uploads/posts/325913 as Elaine Prince Eugen Admiral Hyper Anime Girls 4K iPhone Wallpaper.jpg. After Prince Eugen left, a brief moment of hesitation appeared within the KMS leader's heart. No. Everything is headed into this outcome since the beginning. The pride of a nation, the beast made of steel Bismarck regained her previous determination. https://e1.psfuel.com/desktop wallpaper/489/171/desktop wallpaper Bismarck and Bismarck as Elaine.jpg. As a leader, she foresaw this end during their war against the Sirens. Without a common enemy to focus all of their supplies, all that was left is to turn against each other due to mistrust. Of course, this does not mean that they would head into war immediately. Rather, it would be a separation first. After they gain their independence, it would be a lull state. The silent tensions would then become higher until I need to protect them. One of the strongest battleships made during her era, KMS Bismarck. For now, she sought the survival of her people. Her Highness ordered it. That person. From the moment Centaur enlisted the others' help, they were met with a surprise. Oni-chan. What is it? Are you all right? A simple sentence. Yet, the little girl could not help but ask her as she sensed a flash of pain in her sister's aura. I am, all right. It's just this time of the day. Illustrious responded to Unicorn's concerned look. https://raregallery.com/uploads/posts/325929 as Elaine Illustrious Anime Girl 4K iPhone Wallpaper.jpg. Is it? Oni-chan's memories again. That's right. Within those dull eyes that Unicorn held, she still possessed her sharp intuition. As soon as the topic changed to her big brother, her dullness dissipated a bit. If Shiro was here, he would be surprised to find out about their affliction. Affliction, Illustrious Meta constantly remembers her painful memories once a day. Affliction, Unicorn Meta blindness. The colors in her memories are erased, turning everything monochromatic. Oni-chan. While they reminisced, the words of Centaur brought them back to reality. That person. I think he or she knows something that only Her Highness should. It was an excerpt from Sonnet 18. Sonnet 18. The memories that felt so fresh due to her affliction passed through Illustrious' mind. If her guess was right, there was only a single person who speaks of it who was with HMS Queen Elizabeth. She had always been there during their talks, which is why she was very familiar with him. See, Amander. She blankly mumbled. I understand. I will join in this search. The sparks of hope lit up within her heart. If that person is who she truly assumes to be. So no 001. Status, dead. Affliction, as Elaine. Traits, wise brave far-sighted prodigy heroic. Special disposition, anomaly who could not be properly spied on. Time of death, the bombing of New York, year 20XX. Special note, he might not be from our world. Man, why do we seem to disagree often? It greatly shows how different our ideals are. The man on the other side as the creator replied. For once, I don't disagree with you. Our world might be doomed already. No matter how hard we fight, we will lose. I take it as that you are allowing me of my plans. Go ahead. Just don't go against her this time. I won't. Even if she actively clashes with me, I won't harm her or anyone else. At most, it'll be teaching her a lesson. Het. I'll take your word for now. Aosta. Beeb. The recording stopped. How would someone know that the two people inside the recording both succumbed from this long fight? Yet, their influence runs deeply within the present. Something that he prepared as a countermeasure. Our creator was right. Even though she could not exchange information with her other selves, she has access to the entire Siren database. That included the events of the first timeline, the place where Ashes originated from. That was how Observer Zero was made. https://azelaine.netojulia.com/images/thumb/e/3/observer_0.png. His will emerged only now. What would it bring to this world? Chapter 277, an interesting talk. It still happened. On top of the repair sector's hangar, Shiro stood straight as he witnessed the dissolve of Azelaine's two integral forces, the KMS and IJN fleets. The two factions now called Iron Blood and Sakura Empire, respectively recalled every single unit of theirs from the Azalane base before their leaders announced the dissolution of their cooperation. In the end, the remaining KANSENs on the base were less than 1,250. Many factions still stayed at Azalane, but the two factions made up the majority of their numbers simply because of their involvement with history, which resulted in their huge numbers as KANSENs. Suddenly, hey! Shiro's eyes met with one of the befuddled ship girls not far from it. He could immediately judge that she saw through his stealth. The little girl held a small unicorn stuffed toy, tightly hugging it as to show her tension. Beside her were ship girls belonging to the Royal Navy, HMS. Acting as if he did not notice it, he mumbled. Nothing much would change despite my intervention. It would only end in their destruction. Knowing that some KANSENs did not wish for it to happen, he would like to avoid such an end. Moreover, their memories with him were not a mere joke. Even now, he could recall all of them bravely standing off against the Leviathans. Only, their circumstances pushed them to this point. However, armed intervention could solve this problem. With that in mind, Shiro decided on his first course of action. The person in Unicorn's sight instantly turned into wisps of grey fog, startling her. The next moment, she saw the aforementioned person laying his back against the garden's wall. Immediately, the Queen's guards picked it up. Sheeing! The rays of sunlight split apart on the red blade's tip as Warspite pointed it at him. https://cdnb.artstation.com/p/assets/images/032/245/341/large/Julius Butre-Praise-Asia-Warspite-Blue-Only.jpg, 1605874101. Meanwhile, Belfast swiftly armed herself with the sharp daggers beneath her skirt. Ensuring that her queen would not suffer any harm, she kept an eye on him. https://artondan.io/20596640/tracks/temp5441, cash equals 156065748296. Under the large robe, Shiro's eyes glinted as he reminisced over the old days. You are that person from before. Nimitz. Greetings. He responded. Looks like everyone is feeling gloomy right now. That can't be helped. The sparks of war have been drawn over our peaceful times once more. Each of the faction leaders already saw it coming. There was no helping it, since the end of their war signifies a lull period where everyone is wary of each other. More than 100 years had already passed since the last World War, yet their scars remain. With a new weapon cannon and the lack of laws to regulate such strong beings contributed to this matter. It is as you say, Your Highness. Shiro did a courteous bow toward Queen Elizabeth, HMS. After doing so, he unraveled the reason behind his appearance. Are you interested in a way to contain this war? Queen Elizabeth gestured to the two ship girls before they slightly lowered their offensive stances. Pray tell. Receiving her affirmation, he began explaining. Armed intervention. Whenever a clash arises, I shall appear and forcibly stop it. For a moment, she was silent. Nobody present in the garden could believe that this mysterious Kansen could stop a war in this way. That won't work. Even if you are stronger than the rest of us, you could not handle dozens of them alone. Shiro listened to Warspite's honest comment and replied. You are right. One can't hope to end a war all by themselves. Unless... He disappeared right in front of them and tapped Warspite's shoulder. His fair hand was exposed, showcasing a portion of his godly charm. You are strong enough. He said. All I'm asking is for your cooperation. Moments after, he disappeared. It also then did they recover from that unexpected encounter. How did she? She is strong. Very much so. Warspite commented. Just like her, I see. What shall we do, Your Highness? Belfast turned her gaze to her queen. For now, let us talk with them. She pertained to their great ally, the Eagle Union. As the leader, she could not easily decide on the matters that could affect them as a whole. However, I wanted to believe it. Truly, not all wish for destruction. Click. The doorknob was twisted before a figure revealed himself beyond the door. It still happened. The commander let out a tired sigh. He could barely catch on to rest with everything that happened today. The absence of two major Azalane fleets left many things in trouble. They are fine with their supplies, but their logistics and repair crew were drastically reduced. Meaning, their manpower had been hit greatly. It surely is a tiring role. You know, dealing with sudden rebellions and such. I can sympathize. Who? Instinctively, he pulled out his handgun and pointed it toward his chair. When it spun, it revealed a silhouette draped in a large robe. The lower half of his face could be seen as he let out a smile. How is your life, Shakikan? You? Nimitz? He asked. Everyone seems to be getting my identity correct nowadays. He nodded as he spoke, all the while reading a leather notebook that acted as Shakikan's diary. Damn. This feels complex. Turns out, reading the diary entries of your younger self could be very embarrassing. Even his close calls with certain ship girls had been written down here. It shows how much of a harem protagonist was he back then. If his wives saw it, he did not know how to handle it. Why do you seem interested in my diary? Shakikan barely held the urge to shoot at it. God knows how many embarrassing things he had placed on it. This is interesting. Shiro remarked. I'm surprised at how you aren't locked by someone yet. As expected of. What do you need? You presented yourself right inside my office. You must have a reason. Shakikan shifted the topic to drive away his embarrassment. Right. There happens to be an armed intervention that I will be doing when the war starts. In short, I will brute force the two sides to stop fighting. Sounds good. He let out a stupefied voice. What did you just say? What he received in turn was Shiro's laughter. After a while, he stopped. This is fun. Chapter 278, Soloing World Peace. What does it feel like to talk with your younger self? It is extremely embarrassing. Not in a way that I am concerned about others reacting to it. Rather, I could only laugh at my past self's carefreeness. It is in sharp contrast with the seriousness that I previously held. Now that I have returned to my home world, this carefreeness somehow affected me. Having enough power to handle most things is one thing. I am just glad to see my former comrades' faces. Even though Nichiro is currently sleeping, I believe that my creator-level strength is enough to deal with everything. The consecutive quests that I received during the mission pushed my stats to an extreme degree. Plus, some of the SSRs could be upgraded to their UR version with the help of points. Phoenix's regeneration, for example, evolved into UR and had its regenerative capabilities powered. It could even affect the current me. Of course, it spent a huge amount of points, too. Still, it is better to have an ability that you need than tons of abilities that has spread out specialties. With all of these, there should be nothing that could severely injure me. Even if you have. You might be mistaken about something. I am not a normal Kansen, nor do I possess comparable strength with them. I am also not from that place who had evolved their wisdom cubes into origin cubes. I spilled out some information, enough to let my past self get a gist of it. For your insight. I could easily destroy a siren fleet. That, and the base of being stronger than them. What? I summoned forth a flat grey screen and showed him a portion of my memories. It is my memory when I crashed into an arbiter's base and obliterated it. That should do it. I stood up from his seat. Then, I approached the still stunned me and picked one of the medals that I used to wear. Imbuing it with my power, I pinned it along with his other medals. Let's set things properly this time. With that, I disappeared from the office. Reappearing on top of a radio tower, I looked up to the skies. What was that saying? Let justice be done through heaven's fall, is it? For now, I am going to settle the odds between the ones who claimed my life. Creak. The door to Shakikan's office opened. It was Enterprise who had returned for her recon reports. Shakikan. Why yes. She stared at him, snapping back to reality. Immediately, she saw a golden star-shaped medal in his hand. It is 5-pointed and has a crown and laurel in it, signifying its value as a Medal of Honor. Right. The one held by him is the Medal of Honor, the highest award that one could receive in the US Navy. Albeit, it looks a bit worn out, with some scratches on its edges. Clearly, it had seen battlefields often. It is different from how everyone else handles it, in which they place it within a safe place and preserve it as a sign of bravery and honor. How was it damaged like this? It's not mine. Shakikan began explaining his encounter with Nimitz. Since Enterprise belongs to the few that he could completely trust, he had no hesitation in doing so. Nimitz appeared here? One of the Royal Navy told me about her appearance not long after. I think I could guess why she did so. Nimitz, she wanted to meddle in the war by forcing the two sides to stop fighting. That's impossible. I thought of that as well, until she showed me something. He told her about the destruction of an arbiter base. Despite not knowing the difference between sirens and arbiters, he noticed that their strengths do not differ much. Even, the arbiters were stronger individually. Yet, such strength was nothing but a paper in front of Nimitz. Nimitz might be the strongest Kansen that we currently know. Bam. Bam. Boom. Su. 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 For 12 straight hours, Shiro continuously obliterated Leviathans. As they are the mirages of a broken world, they spawned en masse. Furthermore, their strength in numbers is quite difficult to deal with at once with him complying with his world's rule. Even so, he did not have much trouble destroying hundreds of them. 15 of them could already destroy New York. He mumbled with nostalgia. How far I had grown from that moment. Even when he was the Magus or Fenrir, he never stopped dreaming of how he could handle the problem in his home world. Only his restraints prevented him at that time, but it was non-existent now. Dozens of fighter jets flew across the illusionary world. At first, the surroundings would look like an ocean, but it would change into a blood sea, a ruined landscape, bombarded islands, and so on. It is only deemed fit for the place where most destroyed timelines converge. Leviathans use it as a place where they increase in numbers. The first timeline had only experienced the invasion of dozens of Leviathans simply due to how they are recent at that time. Now that they had influenced many timelines, they grew in strength. Even so. Bam! Another steel Leviathan went up in smoke as 3 jets laser-locked it before dropping their bombardments. With a rate of hundreds of Leviathans per minute, Shiro had effectively reduced their numbers to an all-time low. That was what he meant by settling the odds. That is, complete annihilation. The symphony of explosions rang across his surroundings. The black smoke produced by it was so thick that it could impede a Kansan's vision easily. The unpleasant metallic smell could also repulse them in this place. How I dreamed of this day. Power-tripping what you deemed as a last boss in the past is fun, to say the least. All of a sudden, he felt the surrounding space quake. I see. With a smile, he got out of this space. Crack. Moments later, he found that space collapsing into glass shards. The continuous stress that he had imposed on that space made it collapse. He did not know that the place itself would give up first rather than his enemies. Fortunately, he acted swiftly enough to save the destroyed timelines in his Genesis Wisdom Cube. Boundless heaps of information were now stored in this conspicuous-looking golden box. They must have known about this by now. Well, it does not change my actions much. Shiro knew that the other factions would know about what he did, the imminent destruction of this world's greatest foe. It was not an exaggeration to say that he contributed greatly to world peace all by himself. But then, there's still work to be done. He had not dealt with the source, only the imminent Leviathans. Lesser stress would be experienced by other timelines, but it did not prevent their source from producing new ones. Danda-sama. A swift hug from behind caught Shiro off guard. Her familiar scent was caught by his nose. Her 9 bushy tails touched his back. This moment overlapped with the one from his memories. It's been a long time. Indeed. However, the woman behind him emitted a dangerous vibe. Why are there numerous marks from other women? For now, he received the quest of quelling his fox wife's rage. A/N, it's Akaji's appearance. I don't know how it'll go, but I'm sure Shiro could handle her, winky face. Chapter 279, Undeniable Possibility. If one were to be asked about IJN Akaji, it would be her fearsomeness, or it would be correct to say it is craziness. On the battlefield, she could easily sacrifice someone to meet an objective. This is on top of her intelligence, which made her one of the Sakura Empire's leaders. She could be ruthless to her enemies, enough for them to be extremely wary. Yet, she has a soft spot as Elaine's Shikikan. Everybody knows how much she loves him. Most of the time, she would get into fights with the other crazy women inside the base such as Rune, Taehao, and Dido. Sometimes, their fights would go as far as firing shells and bombarding each other. I know she won't do such things from the past, but from the moment Akaji became his wife, her strong personality slowly mellowed down. Over the years, she became more civilized in doing things. However, it is somehow different this time. It was a long time, dear. It is. Clinging into his right arm, Akaji began her skinship. The dark robes could not prevent her advances as her garb a dark red yukata pressed over him. He felt her big breasts which could compete for the top spot with the women that he knew. Let's go to a more lively place first. Staying in this place made me remember some unpleasant memories. This dark space was the same as the one in their memories. Whenever Leviathans invade, they bring this domain of some sort along with them. It is the primary cause of cities' destruction, second only to the Leviathan's collateral damage. While connecting the two spaces, Shiro asked. How long did you wait? It wasn't a long time. Around a few thousand years or so. She replied with passion. It means nothing as long as I could be with you. Unlike his previous stances, Shiro was passive in his relationship with Akaji. No matter what, her love comes out as the strongest during their time. So, what about the other girls? I believe their count has been increased. For a moment, Shiro fell silent. Part of it was guilt, but there were also a few of his worries that Akaji's past self might relapse. This change was noticed by his wife. Phew. Had we not talked about it before? As long as you accepted them, I would not bother them. They did. Besides Altera, Uriel, and Musashi, there is an addition. As they stepped inside the crack created by Shiro, they conversed about everything they missed out. That sword-wielding woman. I came across her twice. With Musashi? Isn't she traveling to countless worlds? He asked. It was a coincidence. In the first one, I met her inside a world where outer gods prospered. It has a hero who called himself the Hunter. She offered her help to slay an outer god that has a moon as its attribute. As for the second time, it is inside a world where god slayers thrived. It has a pitiful future. Perhaps that is the reason why she offered some of her help. Hearing her tales of going to other worlds made her experiences reminiscent of his travels with the chat group. Sadly, he could not even use it as his world is extremely fragile. One unidentified foreign object was detected and it would go ham until it destroys itself. After all, the chat group required the acceptance of the world's will before conducting missions. How could his world's will accept its request when it could not even properly function anymore? A chat group? It sounds interesting. Having a connection despite the gap between worlds is something enviable. Actually, Shiro cut off his thoughts of telling the chat group's true nature. For now, he does not like to make Akagi needlessly worry. Just as he thought of shifting the topic, he heard someone yell. You! Under his hood, he caught sight of a Kansan. She wore a black trench coat and white uniform similar to the Navy's pure white uniform. Her hair was tied by a white ribbon. Her golden pupils embodied the lack of hope and numbness to despair. Oh ho! You aren't Akagi. At first glance, Ember noticed Akagi's irregularity. You're not the Akagi of this world. I didn't know you possess such sharp eyes, Takao. For a moment, Ember fell silent. Don't call me that. I threw it a long time ago. Hearing that scream made Shiro explain what was happening. Shiro placed infinity around them before he did so. She went through many things. Partly, it was caused by my ineffective planning. Her sister, she was sacrificed back then. It wasn't surprising. Back then, you are the only person whom I trusted. Even Anzeal. Yes. She's the type of woman to sacrifice something when needed. In a sense, she is like me. Akagi knew herself the best. She knew that her previous attitude on the battlefield should be feared by her comrades, yet they did not. At that time, her decisions were the only viable option left. It is similar to the situation currently, where Ashes were forced to sacrifice themselves to have a winning chance at this fight. Canceling infinity, Shiro went ahead of Akagi and spoke. You shouldn't throw your identity easily. He said. That defines who you are. If you already lost yourself, how would you continue your fight? You know of nothing, of what we had gone through. Her voice started to be filled with anger. A stranger has no right to comment on their hardships, or so she thought. I know everything. How they all died that meaningless death. How greedy humans are for survival. Ironically, they were wiped out and the people deemed as destructive weapons lived. Ember's eyes widened as they are something only known by those in Ashes. How did you know about that? Now is not the time for everything. You will know everything once the right time comes. Though, it is fine if you came to a conclusion yourself. Akagi took out the ceremonial red dagger within her chest and swung it into thin air. Space easily parted on its edge. It did not damage the already fragile world nor interfered with its rules. Simply, it rewrote reality and imposed two spaces together, making it natural for this brief duration. This brief reunion has been well. Akagi said before pulling Shiro to the other side. After she did so, the partition on the space closed. Akagi. How is someone from a different? Her pupils trembled as she caught a small detail. She wouldn't be clingy with everybody else, except for one person. She recalled the information that they knew about Nimitz. They knew that Nimitz is a recently summoned Kansan by a faction. She did not conform with all the factions present and mysteriously destroyed several arbiter bases alone. Her aircraft were strong enough for a single one to take out several dozen enemies. This is impossible. It was already unbelievable that one of the versions of Akagi escaped her timeline and went here. Moreover, the abilities she exhibited were not similar to those when she was a carrier or a battleship. Hence, it would be impossible for him to be the Kansan known as Nimitz. Then again, Ember could not dismiss such possibility. This remained inside her mind until someone came to her. What happened? Chapter 280, Dream. MN. Another day greeted the droopy Shiro. Keeping the normal biological actions, he transformed them into a way to recover his lost energy. She's already up, like the usual. He was used to preparing the breakfast most of the time, so he found this nostalgic experience quite different. The position beside him was crumpled, showing that Akagi slept with him last night. Of course, they were content without anything else happening, more so when Akagi already gave birth to their daughter. Even now, she was the only one who managed to do this feat. The other women around Shiro could not do so. Suddenly, he had a vague feeling. Somehow, the things which happened in the past, the times when he could not get enough sleep due to midnight ambushes, would reoccur. When he reined it in, he saw a glimpse of a blurry future. He could not receive a clear vision due to the lock that his future self had imposed. It was only thanks to mysteries that he managed to intercept it. I'm sorry. Next time. There, he saw himself standing on a foggy place covered in darkness. He saw several figures beyond him, but he could not capture their features. Then, his eyes met with the him in the future. The vision was suddenly cut off. Shiro was also surprised to find out that he could not recall the majority of those memories. Only that one line remained engraved into his mind. After a few breaths, he composed himself. This affliction of mine. It's starting to become more annoying. For once, he would have wanted to know more about the future they were about to face. Just from the bits that he could remember, there should be a number of Beyond Creators equivalent in that place. Yet, he recalls it as a dreary place if his memories serve him right. That alone is an indicator of how serious the problem they would face in the future. Why did I prevent others from having spoilers? Tisk. Pushing that thought aside, he left the bedroom. He went downstairs where a sight of Akagi busily cooking on the kitchen. He could tell that she was preparing the traditional breakfast from her country, cooked salmon, miso soup, rice, and several other side dishes. Seeing this familiar sight, he surrendered himself to their memories once more. Habitually, he hugged her from behind. Good morning. You remember everything. Things happened. Akagi reminded him of something. The others would have been hurt to know that you forgot about them. That's right. I owe them. Shiro did not forget about his earlier meeting with Altera. Just the thought of being forgotten by your lover would be a painful thing. There was also Uriel whom he could not meet. Lastly, there was Castoria who helped him regain most of his self. As for Musashi, she didn't go with her previous plans. Before he left, he had a talk with everyone, included with it were their plans for the future. Naturally, Musashi told him that she would find him first, but she did not even show within Chaldea's territory. She also did not show up in the other places where they agreed to meet. Hence, the guardian of Shiro's timeline, the clone of himself, could not pass down any relevant information about the current her. For a moment, he pondered about her whereabouts. Though, this moment was enough for him to have some guesses on it. The speed of his thoughts were in no way comparable to his previous state now that he has third true magic heavens feel, a magic that rids the state of mortality. Of course, that included the ability to accelerate their thoughts with ease. You can make up for them next time. For now, why don't we make up my lost time first? How would you want to do it, then? He asked. Akagi hummed a familiar song to his ear. It was a song that could be found on the old Azalane base. During that one time, she acted as the base's idol alongside several others. It was also the time when everything was peaceful. Shiro was reminded of their times, both in their lives and their world, as well as their newlywed wife when they found out that they were together even in their next life. After finishing that one song, she finally responded. Let's have our breakfast first, shall we? Huff. Huff. Without any ounce of control to his body, Shikikan suddenly found himself in a strange place. It was similar to the Azalane base but obviously more advanced. However, its desolateness made him sense something out of place. Where am I? The last thing that he could recall was succumbing to sleep after a huge workload. The two Kansan factions leaving made a huge dent at their base. Not only did he need to solve their problem regarding repairs and logistics, they also need to resolve the gap between their inventory when the other two countries pulled out. This place. Is it the command room? There, he could see some parts that were familiar to him. During their operations, the commander him sends out commands through the use of a special device. By connecting in it with his ability to connect with KANSENs, he could efficiently send out commands without any delays. He could also share visions with other KANSENs, making him the best person to act as the naval base's commander. In the first place, his perfect compatibility with wisdom cubes made him the first person to be able to do such things. The communication lines, am I inside the base? Just as he thought about it, something invalidated that thought of his. Buzz. A scene popped up on the big screen. There, he could see a city filled with metal ruins. The smokes coming out of the rebels as well as the crackling fire made him realize that the destruction happened as it was being filmed. PSSSH. Tap. Tap. The sound of the airtight door being opened resounded to his ears. Footsteps came from the opened door. When he sought for the source, he blanked out for a second. The familiar pupils that has the color of the sea. The snow-white hair that only one person could possess. The Fleet Admiral's uniform that he was very familiar with. That's me. Chapter 281, Old Times. Man. Just when I thought this was a dream. The man in Admiral uniform mumbled. I can't seem to stop these from happening. When the man looked back, Shikikan froze, not because he found him a stranger. Rather, he knows him very well. A dream. It perfectly explains everything. After all, why would I meet up with myself? The spitting image of him, Shiro, placed his cap down the table. He then sat on it and sent a playful look at the shocked commandant. This must be a dream for you, but it is not necessarily one for me. Suddenly, their surroundings changed. From the command room, they were sent into a very familiar place, the Azalane base. However, it was vastly indistinguishable from its former glory. All that was left are ruins. The lively hangar and docks only have traces of collapsed metalworks. The previously lively base that has a mix of each cultures became nothing but rot. At this place, Shakikan could sense the depressing air clearly. This is a nightmare. Still in denial, he coped with whatever explanations that he has. So it was this annoying to deal with myself in the past. I can't blame myself though. Shakikan did not notice his mumblings due to his extreme immersion towards his environment. Having seen it, he has a wild guess. It's showing me things that I don't want to happen the most. Clap. Clap. His attention was caught by the clapping noises. Disrupted from his concentration, he realized the existence of himself on this dream. Still sharp as ever. As expected from me. Is that supposed to be a joke? Shakikan asked. Not really. He was slightly confused by their conversation, too much to the point that he never noticed his sharp mind inside a dream. Everything's nothing but the truth. Shiro added, in another timeline, one beyond the reach of current you, such tragedies happened. Ever heard of parallel timelines? What? The infinite worlds theory derived from quantum mechanics. It is known as such as of now. Well, that is true. Hearing such absurd remarks, Shakikan couldn't keep up his serious engagement towards this dream. In the end, he decided to play with him. In some worlds, Azalane was destroyed. By some formidable enemies. You see, some oversized whales are enough to obliterate them. Above the skies, a group of incomprehensible entities showed up. Each of them has the stature of a whale but made out of metal. Some of them has distinguishable features such as added armaments, letting Shakikan know of their importance to this group. Can you imagine? Out of nowhere, they appear. Someone living their life with ease suddenly found himself thrust as a commander against this world-ending threat. That's the worst. I concur. Their surroundings changed to the usual peaceful base. The air around it was bright enough to form a sharp contrast to the world moments ago. I know you treat this meeting as a dream, though. Shiro made a resolute expression and stared at him in the eyes. I am planning to let everything stay that way. To resolve everything himself and not pass this responsibility down was his final goal this time. Of course, he would let his other selves enjoy their lives. Somehow, this meeting reminded me of those times. I am grateful about that. Snap. With a snap of his finger, Shiro closed the curtains to the short but meaningful encounter. Ha! Shakikan jolted up from his seat, messing up the stacked papers on top of his desk. After a while, he calmed down. He wiped the sweat that built up on his forehead. Heaving a sigh, he muttered. That one felt real. Too bad, our own world still does not accept us. It doesn't matter much. This place might hold some precious memories, but being with you matters the most. Looks like you became more clingy. I have waited thousands of years for this. True. The two donned a field around them as they strolled the new Sakura Empire headquarters. It made them invisible to the eyes of the inhabitants of their world. It is still in the early stages, yet I can already see that sight. It'll be a sight during spring. That was also the time when you confessed your love to me. Akaji's smile slightly turned into a terrifying one in that split second. Enterprise. What do you plan with her? Instead of pursuing the fact that he rejected her once, she asked a crucial question instead. I'm almost done for. He thought. Enti. It depends on our conversation. Currently, he could not carelessly reveal his identity as Shiro in his world. If someone whom the world itself deemed as dead shows up with an unrecognizable power, it would immediately succumb to its instincts and initiate self-defense. However, in the case of a broken world, there's no knowing what would happen if he does so. Hence, he planned to gradually reveal himself. All of his prior moves was to prepare for the day he completely resolves this problem, and it would be soon. To be honest, I don't know what would be the outcome. Because you have changed. At first, Shiro was not used to concepts of harem. It was only after his long years of living did he manage to gradually accept it. Albeit, he was in a monogamous relationship with Enterprise back then. Now that he has several lovers, he does not know how to proceed with it. You should not worry much, dear. I should be the one doing so. After all, your women will be increasing not long after. I see. You are still the same as ever. Even when they were in their home world, it was Akaji who gave him useful advices. It was something born from her experiences as a leader and her high emotional quotient that allowed her to sense the other women's thoughts about him. While she has that certain flaw in the early days being too obsessive and possessive with him, that was all in the past. She learned how to understand the consequences behind her actions. She realized that her previous actions harmed him in some ways. You are too. At this moment, Akagi wore a bright smile, one unbefitting of a cold-blooded leader. Chapter 282, Swordsman Convention. In the end, the two spent an entire afternoon going around the base. When they bought lunch or other accessories, their barrier immediately disrupts the other's perception, making it so that they'll be remembered as a blurry passerby. Seeing the cute little girls dressed up as kindergartners crossing the road orderly, they suddenly remembered their only daughter. How is our daughter? You have a lot of debt with her. I know. Suddenly disappearing without telling anyone. At that time, it was the best plan possible. If he did not draw up such a scenario, their envisioned future would change. He thought that the foreseeable ending would disappear by doing so, thus he did. Little did he know that the future has more in store for him. Sphora's worried at that time. She left our world hoping to find any traces of you, but she didn't. She should have returned into our world by the looks of it. It seems like you used her marker. As a worried parent, Shiro did many precautions when Mana was born. One of them was a tracker that works beyond the gaps of worlds. It was one of his greatest masterpieces then, equating to the class rating in the chat group. I knew you would not truly die. If not, what was the meaning behind our visits to hell during our early days? I could still remember Hades' exhausted looks from back then. I am fairly sure that the other Hades whom I met this time was not like him. He added, another world's Hades fought a battle against humans, it seems. Mortals battling gods? Interesting. Akagi's eyes narrowed down at this absurd prospect. It's amazing, considering that it was their world giving mortals the chance to survive. All of their histories was compressed and given as a part of their power, it's similar to Altera world. The throne of heroes, hey. Sensing her voice slightly staggering, Shiro immediately caught up on something. Did you cause some trouble there? A disturbance, rather. She replied. I saw your last traces in that place, so I politely intruded in their place. Poor Romani. I'll have to fill him in later. Suddenly, his gaze met another girl. Unlike the preschoolers, she wore a garb of ritualistic clothes in Japan, which made her look like a priestess. His blood-red pupils met her golden pupils. Although, her confounded look was responded with nothing as she only saw the clear blue sky. Besides her, two white uniformed Kansens acted as her escort. Is there anything wrong, Nagato-sama? The older sister, Atago, asked. None. My senses must have been wrong. The two bewildered sisters closely followed her as they entered an establishment. Her senses are still abnormally sharp. Akagi commented. She's the leader of a faction. Now, I saw her connection with the world. That answers a lot of questions. During the olden days, Nagato was one of the few that supported Akagi behind her back. It was not only her will to rope him into their group, but it was also because she saw how earnestly Akagi likes him. In such a world barren of wars, she sought to accomplish her responsibilities as a leader despite her small stature. Seeing the look in Akagi's eyes, Shiro asked. You plan on helping her? I'm repaying the favor. This isn't a big deal. Let's do that first, then. In a certain world. No. No, no, no. The man who defeated Poseidon with a close call, Sasaki Kojiru, muttered in disbelief. We shall let our swords do the talking, no. Sheeing. The woman in front of him swiftly unsheathed her twin blades before striking at him. Clang. Clang. With the katana in one hand and a wakizashi in another, he was quickly suppressed. The movements that he could do became limited to blocking and parrying. Su. He barely blocked the sudden strike that came from the katana's back blade. Then, she flipped the blade by twisting the grip and letting it go momentarily. She easily disengaged with the history's strongest swordsman within a breath. Recalling the sword styles demonstrated against him, he caught on her every resemblance against his greatest foe. That twin blade style. He saw the woman casually wielding her two blades in an optimal position. Miyamoto. You could always recognize me every time, Sasaki. During the breaks of Ragnarok, a woman suddenly came to him. She said that she was Musashi, which is incredibly absurd. The Musashi that Sasaki knew was a muscular man whom he fought to the death, not a woman. However, it used Nidanichi Ryuu as a base, but it is something else. He said. Are you really Miyamoto? Even though he had successfully developed a new style that carried Musashi's Nidanichi Ryuu as well as the techniques of his other opponents, he saw another insurmountable peak during that brief clash. It doesn't really matter, does it? Musashi playfully remarked. Since I came into this world, I finally found something to do. The air around her changed. Accommodating a fraction of her insights, it soon became a powerful pressure unlike any Sasaki ever faced. Even the gods who they faced did not bear as much pressure as the Sword Saint. Fortunately, she controlled it well. With her special characteristic, no worlds could initiate something against her. As long as she abides by this world's rules, it wouldn't be able to do anything to her. There. Just as he prepared himself to deal with a triple-layered attack, 2 feints and 1 real, he found her Wakaizashi in a reverse grip. Then, an impossible thing happened. What? He saw it. 3 blades ubiquitously present on the same space and time. No traces of supernatural power was present in this reality-twisting attack. Only, the will of a swordsman could be vaguely traced on it, someone who he was greatly familiar with, yet has no recollection whatsoever. Sub-aim. Gaishi. It dawned on him. As the 3 blades dug on his chest, he finally found the answer. That's my style. As he was sent flying to the ground, he found himself rid of the injuries that he had supposedly experienced. His vision shifted towards the woman who made all of this. Your skills are up to par. She commented. But, the Sasaki that I know is farther. Just as he was about to speak, the door to this training grounds opened. Doing an intense training, like I have said. Immediately, he dodged an incoming strike of a katana. The ones that followed were barely dodged by him due to his sight catching some of them. As for the majority, it ended up reaching him. Really? Meeting with your other self isn't boring. She muttered. I locked the final destination, anyways. I'll stay here for a few days, then. The intersection of a swordsman who shouldn't have been here and this world's swordsman officially began. A/N, if anyone's wondering, Musashi visited the records of Ragnarok World, just in time after Sasaki Kojiro's victory against Poseidon. Chapter 283, Simultaneous Events. The Sea of Stars was a long-cherished dream by mankind. Throughout many worlds, it symbolized their first step towards the unknown. The same holds true for this world. Ugh. During their fight with Altair, one of Shiro's time clones was sent into another world, with his own portal to be exact. The turbulence and adjustments done in his entry spent all of his power. Right now, he was powerless inside this cockpit. At least there's still a gun. Ha, my precautions worked this time. Not finding the strength to fully lift his arm, his fingers lingered around Quanta's controls. Luckily, the twin drives restored its reserves fully. With the camouflage against radio signals and transmitters, he could perfectly blend into this endless black space. The initial frost that built up were melted by the GN particles. What world am I in? While others could not find him, he could. After fiddling for a while, he turned on a random frequency that came from a satellite. The Bainyrit group releases the next generation Delanza. It is designed to be used this upcoming June. Increasing protests occur. The Earthians who are dissatisfied prompts gas bombs. This marks the 22nd year of Gundarm's ban. Do you find this date special? I do. It marks the history where humans had successfully stopped the wrong maneuver it was about to take. For these weaponry that takes its pilot's life, it is a major issue regarding human rights. Hearing the changing voices, Shiro became silent for a while. Now, what? Genuinely confused with everything, Shiro sorted out everything that he could find. Turns out, Gundams, or rather Gundarms, suck the lifespan of its pilots. The more than they pilot them, the greater the chances that they would die. It is interesting to know that the variant of Gundams here came from prosthetics that were then used to create military-grade mechs. Their technology is similar to the ones that new types employ, i.e., Unicorn Gundam. The Gundam is directly connected to the user's brain, manipulating them as if it was their own body. The only problem was that such operation places a burden to their brains. Meaning, overexertion could lead to the pilot's death. It became a huge issue in this world, which led to the ban on Gundams. Another Gundam classic, IC. In his first life, he was an avid fan of gunplas and games. Thus, he could completely understand how everything came to be. Wars, politics, space battles. That was how Gundam represented itself. Beeb. Current location approximated. Current location, unknown asteroid belt. Upon knowing of his current location, he immediately realized the predicament he was in. I see. For now, he has to focus on surviving. PSSSHK. After the magazine was changed and the previous bullet discharged, Shiro fired off the rifle once more. Bang! The gentle rays of moonlight fell into his face. It has been much clearer than before, now that he gained the dominion over Terra's moon. It ensured protection against unwanted people. Another one went down again. My arrival in this place messed many things up, hey. For once, he invaded Terra's self-protection system during his reincarnation. While he did not mean it, his action weakened its defense against the outer gods present in this world. The small hole that he tore through became a hole large enough for them to wantonly trespass in this world. It's been a day already. Unexpectedly, the mission that his main body became extremely lengthy. That was the only explanation that he could get now that he lasted more than a day inside the mission world. The time dilution worked in this case, which made him guess the duration of his stay. Half a year, it might be even longer. He mused. But who would have expected that? Returning the rifle into his storage, he drew the replica of his sword from his soul. The time clone only had powers related to the Magus, thus he could only interfere with time and borrow it from one of the past him. Something's wrong. Although he succeeded in doing so, he felt that it became harder than it used to be. Time. Mysteries keep piling up one after another. Shaking his head, he focused on the matter at hand. As his appearance transformed and turned into Fenrir, he thought of the possibility that was only a guess moments ago. That is, until he felt that extreme familiarity. My friend, so it was really you. On top of the volcano, he swung his dark blade. Crack. It tore a gap in space itself, which revealed another dimension. It was a fiery landscape, a place where no mortal could hope to step in. Suddenly, he felt a gaze directed at him. When he traced it back, he saw a ruler, one that emitted helplessness inside her. I see. The grey fog within his pupils cleared up as he saw the fate of this woman. An entire race's resentment towards their injustice continuously flows. How sad. The woman was plagued, or rather surrounded by wraiths from the ancient times. These wraiths formed a network akin to their afterlife. Thus, their souls do not reincarnate but stay in that special space. There was only a single race related to this sarcas. I could understand. Visible surprise became present in her face. How could she have known that someone from Da Souls, more than 1,000 kilometers away from Kazdal, could perfectly communicate with her? Remember to use this when necessary. A black light came from his hand. There, a small necklace that held a black blade was formed. Just as the woman was about to say something, their connection was cut off. What was that? Inside a large mobile landship, the woman, Teresa, regained her composure. They are the only ones capable of it. More so. She used her connection to the Sarkaz's undead souls and saw that no one saw through that brief encounter. Shifting the topic, she felt the touch of metal in her right hand. This necklace, it's the one that he gave. While it seemingly looks ordinary, she felt that the man from the other side would not give such an item. After all, she saw the same aura that every Sarkaz soul held resentment on him. Although, he was way past that stage. Why does he look familiar? In the end, she was temporarily stuck in a conundrum. Beep. 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 Only the sound of tapping noises was present inside Azalane's control room. Their commander solemnly reviewed every single footage captured from the Kanson's perspective, all to seek for the truth. Let's see. Nimitz's face was always hidden under the oversized robe that she wears during their confrontations. However, at times, a small glimpse of Nimitz's face could be seen. It was as if Nimitz did not have the intention of completely hiding her face. After inputting the series of recordings, he saw a prompt at the screen. 32% facial data retrieved. Begin simulation. Beep. Beginning simulation. Slowly, the screen gradually deduced how Nimitz would look. After it was completed, the results were shown. Nothing came out of Shakikin's mouth as it was agape. He did not realize the comical expression that he wore due to the chills and sheer amount of shock that he was feeling right now. What the fuck? Presented in the screen was a face that he is extremely familiar with. In the first place, the reason why he conducted this simulation was due to the nagging feeling at the back of his mind. He have some doubts as to why he dreams of the same content every single time. His meeting with his other self was something that he experienced for more than 7 days straight. Twice could only be coincidence and thrice a result of luck, but 7 times? There's a problem with him. Recovering from his shock, he said. That's me. A/N, if anyone's wondering, the world where Shiro's clone landed into his Gundam, which from Mercury. As for the subsequent developments, it sets up everything that would happen by the time Doctor goes to amnesia and the story progresses to the Chernobyl event. Happy reading! Chapter 284, Progression. Out of every single possibility faced, he did not expect that the one that he dismissed as a mere dream would end up being actualized into reality. That dream. It is not as simple as it seems. Out of all the KANSENs that he knew, there are several who has peculiar abilities. Bismarck's leadership ability, Enterprise's specialized bombardment, Lucky E, Unicorn's healing ability, and so on. It was categorized as a kind of specialized aspects that were derived from the ship's history. Bismarck led the Kriegsmarine, Unicorn served as a repair ship, and Enterprise was known through her service as a carrier who sunk many ships. Then again, this occurrence was something that he had not encountered before. Nagato might know something about this, but knowing that she was now their potential enemy, he was left with no one to explain his situation. In the end, he reached a conclusion. If it was really me, he must have a purpose in doing everything. He caught on quickly. Fiddling with the Genesis cube, Shiro noticed that the parameters for this world's acceptance towards him became higher. It was not to the point that he could suddenly reveal his identity, but the movements that he could do became a lot less restricting. I can finally use it. As he stretched his hand, the surrounding space rippled before returning back to normal. Right now, Mysteries and his Aurora Curtain were now working without the need of his identity as a Kansen. I can help her remotely. This morning, Akagi left to deal with a matter that suddenly appeared. That is, the Kansens from the Ashes faction. Who were also the ship girls that I led in the past. A translucent screen popped up from the Genesis Cube, showcasing the current situation. Era. You have changed. You are not from this world. Ash said. So, what of it? You are not from this world, too. The two began their quarrel. That is not the problem. The white-haired woman replied. How did you arrive in this place? Guess. Seeing her familiar smile, Ember asked. I ask you of something, Akagi-san. Are you our enemy? Akagi's reflection reached taut surface of the blue sea. The three Kansens stood still in the shore until Akagi closed her paper umbrella. I am not. She spoke with a thin smile. Unless, you decide to become one. My partner wants to fix this world. That's dangerous. In each of the timelines that ashes travel into, they make sure to not interfere with it much, lest it'll attract the watchful eyes of the sirens. In the end, they would be prompted to interfere and seek for the variables that they need. Moreover, it could also attract the presence of leviathans, thus the reason why they do not mess up with the said worlds. At this point, Ember became tense while Ash gestured to nearly summon her bow. You do not trust our capabilities? How regretful. Knowing that these two would not believe in her words easily, it is impossible to convince them that Shiro is in fact the one responsible for the destruction of siren bases, more so when they had not gone back to their headquarters yet. Until the time comes. The sounds of rotors rang into their ears. Sheeing. A flash of light was sent upwards, which struck the bombs above their heads. Boom. You really are the Akagi that I know. Ember commented. Perhaps I am. Perhaps not. I changed a lot compared to the past. With her mechanical compound bow fully drawn, Ash sent a serious look towards Akagi. I warned you. The rays of light converged at her fingertips. Unlike her previous attack. Crash. Su. It directly sent an impact of an artillery's to Akagi. However, before it could even hit her, a transparent wall blocked it, prompting its explosion. In the end, Akagi came out unscathed. When the flames and smoke cleared up, it revealed the figure of a black-robed person beside Akagi. Strangely enough, he did not speak and instead looked at Akagi as if saying some trouble came up. I can handle this by myself, dear. Nodding, the black-robed man disappeared from his spot. As it happened, Akagi took out a sheathed ceremonial blade from her chest. It was adorned with golden marks on top of its blue color. It looked reminiscent to a Wakaizashi. Nimitz. She did not look like a Kansen. While Ember wondered about her guesses, Ash felt something more complex. Like a sense of déjà vu had struck her. Meanwhile, Akagi muttered something. You have a sharp sense. For a moment, she grasped the future that might ensue once she and Shiro meets. There was a reason why one keeps out of peculiar dimensions. For once, they do not conform to the laws and mechanisms of the normal world. The Dark Sea River of Time is an example. It serves as the gap between two worlds as well as the entry point of the anomalies. This is. Despite her blind eyes, she was extremely familiar with her surroundings. The rusty smell in the air, the warm humidity, the sound of remnant flames crackling. Ruins. The small purple-haired girl began exploring her surroundings. As a meta, her senses were enhanced to their limits. Even with her vision gone, she could perfectly detect her surroundings. Moreover, her physical prowess without her rigging was enough for her self-defense. Soon, she arrived at the only intact building. It was oozing with familiarity as she went to the elevator. If her worries were true, it would lead to that place. Unicorn tiptoed until she reached the button for the lowest floor. Ding! When the elevator door opened, coldness entered it due to the air conditioning inside the room. The air inside was wrought with coffee, biscuits, and cookies as if people used to exist in this place. December. Her senses caught onto a man sitting on a table, mumbling random phrases of location and time. Although she could not see him, just his voice was enough to let her know of his identity. It was proven true once the man stopped talking and looked at her. What? Why are you still here? His panicked tone resounded to the room filled with solace. Shit. Everyone else should have evacuated already. How did Illustrious and Her Highness leave you here? Ai-chan. Damn. He immediately ran to her as he thought of a solution. Listen, Unicorn. Once you get out of here, escape as fast as you can. Remember, do not look back. Got it. Shikikan's most remarkable ability was his semi-quantized state, which allowed him to twist the laws of physics to a certain extent. One of them was teleportation, but it was limited in range. He had already used it to escape along with the other Kansens, but he got the short end of the stick this time. The sudden attack caught him off guard, prompting his sacrifice in the end. No. I don't want to be separated again. Unicorn. She hugged him as tightly as she could. His presence was something that she had not felt for a very long time. Sure, she met several versions of Shikikan, but it only reminded her that their Shikikan was already dead. There's no buts this time. He patted her head as he ruffled her hair softly. I will entrust you with the others. They won't neglect you. The others took care of me. That was right. But, I don't want to lose you either. Determined to protect him, she forcefully activated a good portion of her meta-state. Anziel's experimental cube. Realizing what was going on, Shikikan did not dilly-dally any longer. Before Unicorn could exert her strength, she was forcefully sent away by him along with a command inputted to her wisdom cube. It helped that he was familiar with it, lest she might have overwhelmed him. I'm sorry. His last words drifted to her ears before the space she was in became fuzzy. Chapter 285, Parallel Reunion. Unbeknownst to Unicorn, the act of Shikikan teleporting her would send her away from this phantom, a mirage of the timeline that had already occurred. Fortunately, someone caught her this time. Her small body landed on the arms of the black-robed man. His glowing amber pupils met her dull eyes as inexplicable amounts of emotion passed through it. The robe he was wearing has an obfuscation function in it, but he chose to turn it off ever since he entered this world. After all, being recognized was his goal all along. His oversized hood covered most of his face, but she sensed his aura. Just by that, she could see beauty that should not have existed. Although, it was such a person that gave her a sense of familiarity. Who are you? The man did not reply, instead taking out a golden cube. He threw it midair, causing it to open its interface. Meta. Such a flawed concept should be corrected. He softly mumbled. You will be able to see soon. I see. His words confused her. All these times, she lived by sensing her surroundings and intuition of sorts. The side effects brought by the meta-state was something designed to stay with them forever. Scanning. Wisdom cube located. Current state, afflicted. Permanent altercations had been detected. Analyzing. Results concluded. In exchange of a cost, the target shall gain a stronger power. Affliction, blindness. Removes the color out of the possessor's memories. The Genesis cube sent the results directly to Shiro. Upon receiving it, he understood that meta is a replication of the state he was in, the quantized state. However, theirs was a half-baked one that was only achieved through a certain sacrifice. It was the main reason why metaships could travel between timelines without any repercussions. It was a forced choice to begin with. Out of 300 Kansens who participated in this project, only more than 180 lived. The rest had their wisdom cube destroyed, eliminating their existence in this world. Even, the ones who successfully became a Kansen paid a price for it. Over the years, ship girls that could no longer hold on followed their footsteps. It has been hard on you. Her situation was similar to the ship girl from before, but milder. Still, it was enough to make a child suffer. He patted Unicorn's head while carrying her towards his chest. The little girl was silent as she thought of something. In the end, she could no longer hold herself back. Heek. Tears began falling on the ends of her eyes. Her entrapped emotions began gushing out as she truly felt that everything is now all right. All of their efforts had not gone to waste. All these times, she had not cried much, so as to not make her sisters worry. Seeing many of her acquaintances and friends disappearing had been hard on her. Suddenly, the line that she envisioned herself saying came naturally, her words that she would say once he came back. Welcome back. Unai-chan. What would be a normal person's reaction when they saw a black-robed man holding an innocent-looking girl? That girl. After a dozen minutes of fighting, it is still a stalemate. The two could not push back Akagi nor could they injure her. They even had a thought that Akagi was simply toying around with them. Bam! The sheath of her Wakaizashi parried Ember's katana once more. Though, the latter was not aiming for her this time around. Swoosh! She changed her trajectory to the hooded man to be exact, to rescue the purple-haired girl at his arms. However, tap! The hooded man stopped her blow with 2 fingers. He sandwiched her blade between them, hindering the impact that was about to reach him and the sleeping girl. Bam! Waves of impact came from nowhere and sent her flying away. It was non-lethal and only caused her slight injuries. Captain! That's her sister. Unexpectedly, her reliable captain stood there, frozen. Her instinct switch had activated before flared up once more. Upon seeing the faint smile that the figure wore under the hood, she felt another sense of déjà vu. The next moment, Her sight caught the golden cube that appeared behind his back. The man seemingly interacted with it before it disappeared. The next time we meet. His soft voice rang across the sea. It shall be the end. An aurora curtain appeared and submerged both him and Akagi, leaving the two behind. The end. Are they planning something bad? To Ember's surprise, a single sentence escaped from Ash's mouth. It can't be true. Tick. TOC. Seeing the lights out inside Chaldea, Romani caught wind of the time. It's been half a day already. This is the longest, for sure. He checked the chat group, but he nor the other members saw the return of the ones who went into the unknown mission. Sigh. If something happened. His overthinker trait took over his mind once again. Now that he was a normal human, he faced their struggles, unlike his time as the perfect king who presided over Israel. Right. I still have my appointment. Scrolling to the travel function, he saw a bunch of worlds that they had visited during the missions. There were also worlds associated with it. Travel to Fate/Collide Prism Ilia. Yes/no. Clicking yes, he was surrounded by motes of white light before disappearing from the director's office. By the time he opened his eyes, he was now inside an old-fashioned room. It has a moderately sized bookshelf containing books related to magecraft, a desk filled with a bunch of miniatures around the world, a grandfather clock, and so on. Simply put, it made an impression that the one residing here was an old man. Click. The door opened, revealing a dignified old man in Victorian clothes. I was not aware of any visitors today. He said. I do apologize for the unannounced visit. The two of them smiled at each other as they gauged the other's purpose. For once, Zelrich was not expecting Romani, a man from another timeline, to barge into his office. What's more, he is not someone that could be disregarded by him. It's been a long time. Indeed, it is. More than 2,000 years, perhaps. Zelrich commented. I did not expect to see teacher again. We all have our fair share of problems. Romani waved it off as he sat on the seat gestured by Zelrich. Meanwhile, the latter also sat down. What brings teacher here? Nothing much. I might have heard that you made a magical girl project not long ago. I do. Zelrich tried to mask his surprise as Romani asked about a completely unexpected thing. True, he created a magical girl project in this world, but that was to conform to its rules regarding the Grail War. I take it as that you are familiar with them. Romani asked. That's right. Do you require my assistance regarding them? Yes. Unfortunately for Zelrich, his other selves who had witnessed Romani's tendency to magical girl idols chose not to share their memories with their other selves, perhaps to preserve the image left by him during the Age of Gods. Then again, Romani was asking for his help due to a completely different matter. Do you mind teaching in a school specialized for them? For a moment, Zelrich's thoughts halted. A/N, just a small flashback. Romani established a Mahu Shaojo school in Madoka's world while they were gone, roughly during the Fate arc. He taught them ways to utilize their skills as well as combat styles with the other chat group members, who teaches whenever they have the time. Since his work is becoming tighter at the end of Babylonia Singularity, he decides to hire another permanent teacher. I mean, who is more suitable as a teacher other than Prism or Ilya Zelrich? Anyways, the next chapter opens up to some new world outside of the chat group mission. As to what it is, you are free to guess, winky face. Chapter 286, Foreigners. Are you still at it? Why would I? Akagi replied as they returned to their hotel room. Why would I be petty towards your first love? Clearly, she could not completely forget her first loss back in the end. Although, she had already mellowed a lot. If she still had her previous personality, she would have been more direct and physical in it. It's been a million years already. He thought. Well, she could be emotional at times. Shiro saw that Akagi harbored no malicious intent towards Enti. Instead, she was playful and showed off her information superiority at that moment. After pacifying his emotional wife, they turned their attention towards the small girl in Shiro's arms. Isn't she illustrious sister? She is. She's the main repair ship of the HMS fleet. While she looks cute, HMS Unicorn's purpose in the battlefield is not just being a mascot. Rather, it is her duty to heal damaged ships in the midst of a battle as well as assist in their maintenance. She was a crucial asset to the Ashes faction as her healing ability mutated, which increased the effectiveness of her healing. Towards the girls who fought on a daily basis, her presence along with several other repair ships were always appreciated. Acceptance rate, 58%-69%. Seeing the sudden increase with his world's acceptance towards himself, he knew that this encounter was the right thing that happened. Knock. 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 Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Akagi's eyes narrowed as she knew that this should not have been possible. It might be an enemy, dear. I'll answer it. Transferring the sleeping unicorn to the bed, he prepared his authorities before opening the door. Hello. What do you? He stopped talking as he saw the person on the other side. Having a height that could only reach his chin, the newcomer stared at him with a sharp look. I see. She let out 2 words, yet it was enough to change the atmosphere on her surroundings. To make things worse, Akagi knew who it was, and pressed her breast behind Shiro's back. Her 9 tails swayed in tune with her emotions. Nothing much changed, she said as she looked at the girl's flat chest. You're still the same, flaunting your excessive fat everywhere. During their time in the past, Akagi often used her weapons of destruction to seduce Shiro. This earned the ire of girls who were lacking at this aspect. One of them was the girl in front of her. Let's calm down, no. Shiro intervened between them. Our world might give us the boot if this continues. Usually, Shiro took charge of mediating between his harem during his Fenrir life. This was not a huge problem when he was the Magus, but his wives at Fenrir's side has different personalities. In the end, he held the hands of the 2 girls as he pulled them inside the room. Truly, he had no choice but to be completely assertive. So you already sensed my arrival from back then. It is clear that nobody could mess up with timelines as well as you. The newcomer, Nimai, said bluntly. That, I agree. Akagi concurred. Hearing their descriptions of him, Shiro could only smile wryly. At least, I am not a destroyer of worlds. My memories might have been failing me. I recall there was a certain world that you almost destroyed if not for its will and your power turning time back. Nimai pertained to his intervention with Castoria's lost belt. Since he could not control his power due to the irrational master of Chaldea at that time, he went all out in their fight. All 500 servants, divine spirits, heroic spirits, beasts fought against him alone. As a newly minted beyond creator, he could barely take all of them on. Most of them are restricted in their nature. Some has unique powers while the others could somehow bypass the ranks between them. Truly, that was his most difficult fight since his life as the stable Magus who did not interfere with most affairs. Even so, the fight abruptly ended as the bubble timeline that he wanted to protect nearly got destroyed. That does not count. The insect was the one who almost got it down. Shiro tried to defend himself. But you almost dealt the finishing blow. Alright. My bad. This interaction sent him back to the past. These simple, carefree conversations that he did with his wives was something that he treasured. I understand why. A bright idea passed through Akagi's mind. You feel more you now. That's right. In the past, I always felt that something changed with you. When his soul was split into 2, each of them carried his distinct traits. Hence, it would seem as if one of them were lacking something that made Shiro, Shiro. Anyways, I still. It does not matter, for I. Both Nimai and Akagi spoke up simultaneously. Love you the same. For a moment, Shiro was stunned. This joint attack made his calm mind in disarray and his heart aflutter. His white hoodie did little to hide his visage, unlike his Magus robe. The 2 noticed it and had thin smiles on their face. I never guessed you 2 would team up. It was a coincidence. Nimai replied bluntly. I never expected her to do it too. When Akagi spoke, Shiro could hear her imaginary tch upon the lost opportunity that she could have done alone. Unai-chan. A small voice came from the bedroom's door, prompting all 3 of them to look towards it. There, they saw the groggy unicorn who had just woken up from her sleep. Good morning. When she saw Shiro's smile and the colors around her, she could not hide her surprise. While her affliction might have been milder than centaurs who constantly brought her fear against the darkness, there was no way to cure it. That is, until Shiro brought light to her world once more. She wordlessly ran towards Shiro and went into his embrace. There, there. He comforted her by continuously providing head pats proven and tested throughout his entire life. Seeing this scene made Akagi recall their troublesome child. I wonder what she's been up to lately. Bam! A silhouette fell straight from the sky. The sheer impact of it alone caused a dust cloud to kick up as well as several kilometers of radius being made into a crater. Splat! A mouthful of blood was vomited to the ground as the girl's face contorted under her hood. She found her left arm limping and the dropped handgun on the ground. I need to. Gritting, she took out her small black backpack. This trusty bag contained most of the treasures that she stored before she went out of her world. Of course, it included a wide array of healing items. Opening the cap to a childish tumbler, she drank half of its contents in one go. It was only then did she feel much better. When she closed it, she sensed its automatic replenishment. With its energy, she healed her limp arm in a split second. Although she was still feeling weak, it is something that could be solved later. Where am I? She grabbed the black handgun as she examined her surroundings. A clear engraving could be found on its sleek surface, which said, Mana 15. Upon confirming the lack of hostiles, she summoned forth an ethereal room in which she stored most of her weapons. Dozens of guns could be found in it, each with their serial markings. She immediately replaced the gun in her hand with an automatic rifle, Monolix. It fired specialized bullets that could kill with a single one of them hitting. It also provided wool interference protection that allowed it to exert a greater power even in foreign worlds. The barrel of the rifle glinted as she finally saw her target. In the center of a city ruins, there was a strange creature with glowing pink lights. She does not know this creature, but its malicious intent was enough to mark it as her enemy. What a greeting! The girl, Mana, whispered before she pulled the trigger. A/N, the entry point to the Honkai Impact world finally appears. Do take note that these events happen during the PE. To be more specific, after the descent of the 7th Hearse chair, basically Heimko's death and the creation of Judgment of Shamash. I lack some canon knowledge during Kiana's timeline, I didn't finish Honkai at the latest chapter, plus there's the fact that the Flame Chasers had their tragic lives that I wish to influence. Then again, I slipped in these portions since Hearse chair of the end, is shown to have joined the chat group. This'll show how she joined the chat group as well as how they would interact with the Honkai world. And yes, Romani will come to this world as well, winky face. Chapter 287, Irony. You died. I did. I could not survive that level of attack in the past. How did you? I overcame death. Cool, isn't it? Very cool. As Shiro and Unicorn conversed, Akagi and Nimai silently watched over them. To be honest, they found this interaction peaceful. During the past 1,000 years, they were too concerned with Shiro's state that it was only now could they slowly calm down. Unicorn sat in Shiro's lap, making it so that the two were occupying the seats on his sides. What will you do now, Unai-chan? Saving this world. He replied with a smile. That way, the others would be happy as well. The girl wore a bright expression as her purple pupils stared at him in admiration. When she first saw him, she immediately recognized him as Shikikan. Although his looks changed vastly, his current appearance was the closest to his Shikikan life. This was something that could not be changed no matter what. You could do it. Unicorn said with an encouraging look. Clearly, she turned back into the usual bright kid who supported him in everything. What's the matter? You does not look fine. Elizabeth, Meta, was curious behind Ash's silence. For some reasons, she could see that she was not her usual self. Nothing. Why did you come here? Finding someone. Yes, have you ever seen someone wearing a black robe? The moment she asked that question, the two of them fell silent. We did. Ash broke the silence first. That person was causing an anomaly in this timeline. Anomaly? I see. That power is not something belonging to the norm. She recalled the moment when they first met. Upon that person's disappearance, they investigated the ruins in that place. There, they found out that it was an arbiter base. Sirens usually has a distinguishable wisdom cubes compared to the arbiters. Seeing those anti-siren equipment littering the place was enough to form that conclusion. Illustrious. Ember called out. What is it? Besides their queen, 2 escorts followed her in this mission. Although, one of them, Illustrious, had been out of it lately due to a mishap. Unicorn had gone missing. It was sudden, but she got lost during their travels even though she took many precautions on it. In the first place, Illustrious did not allow her to come. Only, her healing abilities might be needed in this expedition. Their target was not something that they had ever encountered before. Wiping out an arbiter base single-handedly is enough to warrant such treatment. Your sister had been taken by that robed person. She could not believe what she had heard just now. It was unknown when, but when that person came back, your sister was with them. Thick bloodlust enveloped the mundane blue sea. As someone who had been tormented by her painful memories every day, it was not completely impossible for someone to collapse. Yet, Illustrious did not. Along with the other surviving metaships, she endured it. Her little sister, Unicorn, had been the crucial reason on why she did not go insane yet. Knowing that her sister had been kidnapped, she could barely control her calmness. Don't worry. Ashes spoke up. We would see that person soon. Didn't he, say it already? The start of a great war. In the original timeline, it happened due to the clash in the Denmark Strait. The HMS fleet led by Hood patrolled Azalane's boundaries, not knowing that Bismarck and Prince Eugen would be intercepting them. In the end, Hood was sunk on the depths of the ocean while the rest of the fleet escaped. When this information was received by Azalane, the war was fully blown. Nobody could take this aggressive stance lightly. Iron Blood became Azalane's official enemy whilst Sakura Empire's stance was ambiguous. Jamming is present several radius in our location. We could not reach the headquarters. 2KANSEN started panicking. Both of them wore matching clothing, something reminiscent to a maid outfit. In this area where the morning fog was dominant, their tense nerves unsettled them every now and then. After all, they did not know where the enemy would come. Meanwhile, their leader did not lose her calm. Everything was accounted for. She declared. Suffolk, Norfolk. Why yes. Lead the way out. We are going to retreat. Why yes. As the heavy cruisers, they were supposed to be covering the back line in fire, attracting aggression towards themselves. They are responsible for launching torpedoes towards their enemies while light cruisers cover the airspace with their anti-air armaments. No one will leave today. From the distance, the one bearing the flag of a nation said. Her long blonde hair drifted in the air as her eyes contrasted her beautiful looks as it contains nothing but warlike intent. The rest of the HMS ships were affected, save for Hood herself. Immediately, she readied her rig and inputted several explosive shells along with few armor-penetrating shells. However, before she could even fire them, Bismarck overtook her. Su. 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 The velocity of each shells were at 400 m/s. As a battleship, Hood has amazing destructive power, but her maneuverability dropped as a result. Boom. Less than half of these shells struck her thanks to the cruiser's bullets, a timely occurrence, but it could not completely fend them off. Boom. Some of the shells had hit her rigging, destroying a few of her artilleries. Fortunately, it did not cause another wave of damage to her as they were the unloaded ones. Miss Hood. Don't. Do as I have instructed. But. Follow the orders. Knowing that this entire fleet was no match to Bismarck's specifications, Hood already resolved herself to die today. Seeing the leaving ships, she sighed with melancholy. History repeats itself. Hood could not help but feel ironic. Historically, she was sunk by the combined efforts of Bismarck and Prince Eugen under the operation on the Denmark Strait. Now, the strength of the former left her with no other options. Smoke came out from her rigging while her body sustained injuries. Blood trickled down her lips, a good portion of her clothes burned. Silently, Bismarck was about to launch another wave of shells. Boom. She was suddenly interrupted by an air raid and air bombing, to be exact. The moment she saw these, she deftly moved and started to dodge the bombs. What? After the end of the curtain bombing, she was surprised that nothing struck her. It is virtually impossible. It's been a long time, or is it? A woman's voice resounded not far from the battlefield. As the fog cleared, the two sides were surprised of her. What are you doing here? Bismarck asked. Oh? Am I not allowed here? Seeing her appearance, everything made sense. It is nearly impossible not to be struck by airborne bombs in a sudden attack, unless... What are you planning, Akaji? The person herself was toying with her. Chapter 288, Spinning Gears. The remaining KANSENs in the fleet went silent. Why did I not remain with her? The remaining battleship, Prince of Wales, became extremely puzzled amongst her sea of regrets. If it was the usual her, she would not have followed Hood's suggestion of leaving someone behind. She knew that they might be outnumbered, but she should have fought back. Why couldn't she do something in the face of that situation? Is it due to the intimidating Dreadnought-class battleship? The one that also defeated them in history? Gripping her sheathed estoc, she composed herself. She knew that she needed to guide the other two in this otherwise despairing situation. Within a split second, she calibrated the aim of her naval artillery and launched a wave of explosive shells towards the distance. Still, she could not remove the lock-on imposed upon the three of them. Although, her random fire had been a calculated one. Boom. Midair, the shells struck each other and exploded. Due to their distance, only the shockwaves were dealt by the three of them. Prepare yourselves. Hostiles are incoming. Why yes. The two heavy cruisers positioned themselves at Wales' side as they continued moving. They activated a function of their wisdom cube detection as they tried to pinpoint the area of their attacker. In this thick layer of fog, it became a daunting feat. Moreover, jamming was also present in this place. Halt! Hearing her, the two KANSENs stopped. Huh? What is the meaning of this? It is what it is. A rebellion, I see. Two voices were heard not far away from them. Taking a closer look, Wales immediately recognized both of them. The older woman wore a black-red uniform along her painted rigging while the girl wore a black dress, making her look unsuitable for this battlefield. Still, she knew that they belonged to the Iron Blood faction. The former Secretary and Prince Eugen. When Azelaine was still a united front, the KANSENs took turns in becoming the commander's secretary. Though, the girl, Z23, has one of the highest work efficiency among them. An infighting. She mumbled. Hold on. Am I misremembering something? Prince Eugen's expression became interesting as she said, aren't you preoccupied with something? Even with that, you should not have been able to arrive here quickly. Unless... She looked at Z23 and began to notice subtle differences. Her vibe, which leaked out wisdom intermittently, as well as her ageless aura that could be seen deep within her eyes. You are not our Z23. Anomalies. Some time now, a select few already knew about these occurrences that could not be explained. A ruined futuristic base, Sakura Empire's modified wisdom cube, and so on. Many famous theories from the past also resurfaced due to this event. Oh? How did you guess it? Akagi would not do something like this. She knows the consequences. Right now, Bismarck did not refer to the woman in front of her as Akagi, but an unknown one instead. You have something that Akagi does not have. What is it? Control. It was well known that Akagi has a strong obsession towards the commander of Azalane. It was too strong that it often affected her aura. The Akagi in front of her did not possess such craziness, but instead looked like an elegant woman. In a sense, she was similar to Bismarck. Looks like your eyesight did not dwindle with age. It does not matter in my current form. Oblivious to the sarcasm, Bismarck replied with a straight face. Who are you? Bismarck seemingly has a guess in her mind, but she still proceeded to ask her. Why ask if you already know the answer? I see. She nodded. You are Akagi, but not of this world. For a moment, silence occurred between the two of them. You have been in contact with those sirens. Due to this world being a different timeline than theirs, Akagi could not accurately predict their movements. Even with her previous power, something that she could not fully use because of this unwelcome world, she could only see what was happening when she saw her target. It is akin to intuition but more potent. Let me guess. You seek for greater power. It is necessary. Knowing the anomalies that surrounded their world, Bismarck herself knew that everything that they have were not enough. The higher-ups of their country also knew this, which was why they initiated a war. To procure more resources and prepare themselves for the attack of the sirens was their main goal. Even Sakura Empire, who became aware of the sirens' true might, wanted to do this. The sirens whom they have defeated turned out to be unscathed, and that everything was nothing but a play sent a rippling wave through their hearts. Moreover, they hinted that something else was there to cause destruction, something feared even by them. These actions were the main driving force, the spark which started this war. You will die. Dying for my country is an honorable cause. Seeing the determined woman, Akagi wore a nostalgic expression. As expected, you still had not changed. She remembered the face of the woman who sacrificed her life for the sake of her country. Few months after the bombing of New York, the capitals of other countries followed. In the end, most of the KMS fleet escaped successfully, with the exception of her and several other officers. Akagi was not in the right mind back then due to Shiro's death, which was why she could not properly react to the bombings until it sank into her the world that he tried to protect was crumbling. She was sent back to her senses due to that realization. Even so, she could not resist the tide until the turning point began. It was none other than the Meta project initiated months before her death. You are lucky this time. Our hero is already back. I wonder what pushed you to make this decision. Nothing much. He is pretty troublesome when it comes to some things, like this. Dodging the shells sent by the heavy cruiser, Prince Eugen continued her talks with Z23 at a casual pace. He could go against the world if it was our enemy. For some reasons, the word "our" had a different meaning on it. Him? I did not know you like someone other than the commander. You are mistaken. She coldly replied. I only love the commander. After all. The words at the end were cut off by her, pushing Eugen's intrigue towards new heights. You are very close with the commander of your world, no? I am. He is my husband, after all. The declaration sent Prince Eugen into a spiraling confusion. All these times, she could not make further advances with him as the commander closely guarded himself. Even night assaults did not work due to other girls having planned the same thing. In the end, he was left to pacify everyone on the battlefield that was his bedroom. Knowing that someone became successful did not sit too well with her. Akagi too. How? The battlefield became serene as its two participants went into a temporary ceasefire. Inside a dark room, only holograms pertaining to many timelines data was the only light source. Sitting in the usual leader's chair was none other than a man wearing a black hoodie. He was looking at the huge black wisdom cube presented on a big screen. When he looked back, he saw the actual thing as it floated inside a glass capsule. Then, he called forth a golden wisdom cube similar to it before it gently floated on the top of his palm. This is the endgame. With this final step, he would now be able to lead this world into a new possibility. PSSSH. Of course, that was not without someone interfering with him. You. The girl could not believe what she was seeing. Other than the golden cube, the identity of the man shocked her the most. Her thoughts were fast enough to calculate thousands of possibilities, yet she had never imagined to see his face once again. How are you alive? Didn't August use the phrase making the impossible possible often? The man said as his deep amber pupils glinted. How could I not follow it as the one who gave him such a cool phrase? A/N, we'll be back to daily updates starting tomorrow. I kind of lost a bit of my motivation writing this arc since these ideas are stuck since the finals week. but I finally got myself back. Shiro will be visited a certain world before the Azalane arc comes to its conclusion. After that, he'll be revisiting the mission worlds and finally deal problems that might have sprouted there. Another thing, I was writing some chapters of a new fanfic idea. I just had the idea months ago and started actualizing it whenever I had free time, aside from writing this FICOFC. Thanks to that, my creativity came back. I have plans on publishing it before June ends, so do look out for it. Its plot is very simple. A man reincarnates to a modern Japan that's actually a mix of many slice of life, anime. He has a cheat which makes him grow faster but has flaws, not a system. Although, the story might progress unpredictably as he finds out more about his world. Do expect him to visit worlds such as Danmachi and Mahuka. P.S. I already gave out the fact that it's not ordinary slice of life LMAO. Happy reading! Chapter 289, Head Pats. The cold temperature inside the room dropped further with the silence between the two. The woman opposite of Shiro does not know whether he was truly him or a fake, thus her vigilance. Weird. There's still someone higher than you. A will inside this thing, perhaps. He knocked the huge cylindrical object. It was very similar to the wills of each worlds. Having conflicted with many of them, he would not mistake it. Moreover, he discovered more detailed information once his acceptance rate increased. Turns out, the sirens and the arbiters have the same origin. Their compositions, which is already similar to each other, only differed on how their wisdom cubes were created. The former has a central command related to the change of timelines, while the latter focuses on controlling the Ashes faction. In a way, the two of them worked in conjunction of each other. Right. This was my mistake. I let my emotions run first. While Observer Zero was confused, Shiro made a pulling gesture. Transparent ripples spread from his arm. By the time he pulled it back, he was holding the cuff of a familiar arbiter. What? Arbiter, Temperance was surprised to see herself still alive. For all she knew, the attack far surpassed anything recorded within their database. It directly aimed at her core, at her existence, and erases it. When her feet touched the ground, she came to face with the same man who attacked her before. Eek! She slipped as her feet stumbled upon each other. As a result, her rigging disappeared, leaving her appearance of a little girl with a sprained nose. What do you want from me? She said with a dignified expression. Look around you first. When she saw Observer Zero staring at her with a calm look, she knew that she was inside the shut-ins room. The leader of the sirens was known as such. Though, she has the highest hierarchy due to her activating the leaders of the arbiters. After sighing, Observer Zero voiced her doubts. What is your intention? The same as yours. You sound very confident, Sakurai-san. For a moment, his image overlapped with the Fukushiro Sakura from the records. His wit, intelligence, and daringness were the crucial factors that held the Leviathans down despite their side having lower numbers back then. Of course. Having a strong power is enough to throw the tides of a battle. But as you can see, you are being rejected. She continued his words. Are you really the commander? It had been a long time since his death in this world. Hundreds of years had passed since then. Only his records remained on the archives of the three factions. This left the others from different timelines to not know that the Ashes used to have a commander. While there would be a certain event that would reveal some secrets in the future, that might not happen due to Shiro's intervention. A/N, the Ashen Simulacrum event. That, I am. The golden cube floating on top of his hand suddenly enlarged itself as it was done talking with the host inside the cylinder. With enough information gained on its archives, Shiro accomplished his purpose on his visit. Just as he was about to leave through his aurora curtain, he left a string of words. When you see me again, it's the time to settle everything. When he disappeared, Observer Zero kept her calm and communicated with the host. It was also the one that provided them the knowledge of different timelines as well as manipulate them. They aimed to acquire enough variables that could be used on their fight against the Leviathans. It is the real Fukushiro Sakurai. His signatures, down to his existence, is a proof of that. Surprised, she asked, why is he rejected by our world? He is someone who broke through the limits. He should not be addressed as a mortal anymore. Knowing what it implies, countless possibilities entered her mind. A god. I didn't expect for Aosta to create such beings. While Anziel focused on strengthening the Ashes faction, Aosta created the Sirens as well as the Arbiters. Each of them were a genius in their own right, which is a prime reason as to why their world had not collapsed until now. Anziel aimed to shape a new future for the remaining Metaship girls. They did not affect the other timelines and instead used their own strengths to achieve their goal. On the other hand, Aosta aimed to create a better future regardless of the cost. He did not care if dozens of timelines would collapse by his doing. As long as enough variables were gathered, he believed that they would be able to resolve the threat one day. However, they disappeared in the end. They could not surpass their limits as they had focused in these aspects. Moreover, the experiments harmed themselves to a terrifying degree. After all, mortals playing with concepts such as time would not end up well. What a harvest! While the Genesis Cube could scan his world, the more accurate info was stored inside the Siren's archives. He knew that it would be bad if he showed up into the Ash's base, considering their connection towards him. One wrong step and a contradiction would occur. The contradiction of Shakikan is dead and Shakikan is alive would lead to the world's will harming itself. Putting the cube away, he went to the Denmark Strait. Oops. Looking at the fighter and bomber planes circling around Bismarck, he knew that Akagi went ahead and settled their rivalry from the past. Smoke rose up from the latter's rigging, indicating that she had been damaged to a huge extent. Meanwhile, Akagi appeared unscathed, though he knew that her ammunition has been depleted. Limited by this world, she could only manifest her power as a Kansen, just like Shiro's case. Still, it is enough for Akagi to play with her. Dear. She immediately sensed him as he appeared behind her. Let's go. We'll settle everything tomorrow. All right. Holding his hand, Akagi left this place. Of course, the stone-faced Bismarck saw everything. What? Too bad, another Kansen would be just as dumbfounded as Shiar. Shiro. Nii-chan. When they arrived, the battle between Nimai and Eugen was already over. While Prince Eugen might have been a heavy cruiser, Nimai's destructiveness as a destroyer was off the charts. It enabled her to win against the many versus one scenario, something that should have only been possible for a carrier. Good work. He said as he had patted the two girls. After all, he could not leave just one behind, could he? As he did it, he never forgot about Akagi and patted her head, too. Soon, they left, leaving behind the confounded ship girls speculating the identity of the hooded man. Chapter 290, I am back. Everything's ready. Shiro gently mumbled, afraid of waking up the three girls beside him. At first, it was only Akagi and Nimai, but Unicorn insisted on being besides him. To this little sister of his, he agreed. Although, he was not asleep yet. Many things ran past his mind. After solving the trouble regarding Leviathans, the next thing to do would be to gradually repair this world, that is, by salvaging everything from the broken world and implementing it to this one. There was also the lover from the past, Enti. Moreover, dealing with the surviving metaship girls' ailments, correcting timelines, and searching for the two geniuses who disappeared were on his list. Those two could not have disappeared without any notice. Anziel and Aosta, two geniuses with different viewpoints, were the reason as to why this world could continue living. It is not wrong to say that they, along with Shiro, were the protagonists of this world. Still, I thought everything would be more difficult. At least I would be having a vacation. He nodded inwardly. But there was something that he could not forget. When he traveled into the future, something strange happened. Under his beyond creator form, he felt something. That coldness. For a moment, he thought that he was in the depths of cold darkness. It felt as if he was left in that place for eternity, with no one to interact. A despairing feeling took over him, but they disappeared as they went. Shiro bit his lower lip. With his current power, he could finish thousands of deductions within a moment. Even so, he earned no confirmation as to what it truly is. Mysteries gave him no feedback, Magus said that there was no abnormality, and Fenrir gave unparalleled confidence that everything was all right. For these reasons, he never divulged it to anyone, not to his wives and friends. Staring at the chat group panel, he saw the usual return from the mission world to interact notice in the chat room. Even so, he was free to scroll through the messages. Those silly texts, everyone's targeted jokes to Romani, up to Madoka's innocent replies. Reading these, a smile drew on his lips. Joining this chat group is never wrong. Through it, he saw May altered fates. He got to see their original fates as well as the possibility to overturn them all thanks to the chat group. Knowing that it was created for the purpose of preserving the world, however, a heavy feeling sank in his heart. In the future, in the place where they have to fight for survival, these silly moments would become precious. The plethora of inactive statuses that he schemed on the future served as evidence supporting this fact. Sigh. He recalled the messages of Romani and Sakura. During that time, they were the only ones that he recognized apart from the trio who went to the present. This made him wonder. What about the others? What about his wives? Akagi? Nimai? Castoria? Altera? Musashi? Uriel? What about his lovers? His friends? Fuck. In the end, he could only curse. The people who are with him as of the moment, are they all right? How much did they suffer in that cruel future? Most importantly, are they still alive? Hence, he already drew many plans and contingencies inside his mind. After fixing this issue, there would be a time when there's no chat group missions. He would take that time to visit the missions worlds. With each visit, he would leave a portion of his contingencies. Moreover, there's no point in hiding it to others. When he was sure that these contingencies would serve something, he would tell them everything. For now, pointless worries were to be avoided. Tomorrow, I can finally solve this problem. A solution worth millions of years of preparations. The world would see it soon. The main problem that plagued Shiro's world was none other than the broken world's connection towards his world. When the connection was formed, the broken world held tightly, preventing the acts of severing it. Then, it sent phantoms, the images of its past inhabitants, to cause damage to their world. Through it, the broken world siphoned a portion of the world which is enough to sustain its existence. With their extremely advanced technology, they won against their first fight against this world's natives. Even so, it was not a complete victory. Somehow, their technology was grasped by the natives, giving them enough strength to escape and regroup. Then, their counterattack began. The main point here was the connection. If severed, would it cease the operations of the Leviathans? Yes. However, it could just form another one again. For this exact reason. Total destruction. Shiro's plan focused on this. By gaining the acceptance of his world once more, he would be able to gain its support to travel within that broken world. After all, he was a creator, not a beyond creator. A world's will could destroy themselves to severely injure such beings. Worse, they could kill them outright. These outcomes were not something that he liked to happen. Things are bound to become troublesome. Their reactions, you mean? Nimai acknowledged Akaji's words as she replied. Aren't you a prime example of it? Your younger self used to do crazy things to show off your affection to him. Good times, indeed. The nine-tailed fox smiled at her as she said so. Sigh. You are still Akaji despite mellowing down. And you are still that stern girl who wore a straight face during official meetings. The past few days, the two of them sent light jabs towards each other. They did not mean to harm the other, simply a way of them gauging the other's personality. After all, they had not met much despite them being in the same world. Nimai was a shut-in who filled in Shiro's role as the librarian during select times. Enterprise. She is one of his regrets. During that war, Nimai, Z23, fell first than Akaji. Her scouting fleet encountered an immediate ambush, and she could only inform the headquarters that the Leviathans had breached the perimeter. Along with her, more than 1,000 humans died all on the Battle of Biscay Gulf. As for Akaji, she was assigned as a reinforcement on an attack in the Leyte Gulf but was overwhelmed with the undocumented forces in hiding. Her planes were soon exhausted, their fuel ran out, and artillery exhausted. Just as how painful it was for Shiro to see Kansens die one by one, it was also painful for Enterprise to see everything until the end. We should be expecting another edition soon. Akaji added. Along with the 6 others. Nimai's pupils flashed as she schemed through the events that transpired. She has the established library of the end, thus it was not hard to see history in the past. There's also the ambiguous ones. Deer's charm is still as deadly as ever. Soon, they went separate ways, each accompanying an avatar of Shiro. Azalane Base. It was a usual sunny day. Kansens who had nothing to do wandered around the base and sailed to the boundless ocean. The visits of the humans carrying their supplies were periodically scheduled, which is why nobody paid much attention to it except the guards. Sigh. I miss everyone. I agree. It's not as lively as before. Javelin's and San Diego's mumblings reached the perpetually sleepy Laffy. It is. From the festive mood of Azalane, it devolved into a tense state of pending war. The destroyer that they were always together with, Nimai-chan, left as soon as the Iron Blood Empire declared independence. Everything happened in the span of a night, leaving most personnel and Kansens unaware of the situation until they woke up. Hey! Laffy's confusion was turned into surprise as she said, look. As they stood at the higher portion of the base, the small natural cliff often frequented by them, she could see most of shore's view. What is it? The red-haired girl asked innocently as she squinted her eyes towards that direction. WH what? Ah! Javelin soon followed along the two before being swept by their surprise. Nimai-chan. There, they saw Nimai and a hooded Kansen deactivate their rigging as they stepped onto the docks. They saw the former holding the hand of the latter. Such proximity! What is going on? They saw her converse with the hooded Kansen, lightly laughing then and there. Clearly, she is very close towards that person. Then, their gazes met with the hooded person's. The deep amber pupils held 1,000 stars in it, a feeling of piercing through all falsehoods emanated from it. For a moment, the 3 girls went silent. This was the first time they felt something like this. Even so, this strange pupils felt extremely familiar. When they saw this face, their minds blanked out. It was not only due to the charm that he possessed, making him look perfect in their eyes. Rather, they felt a strong recollection about that face. When looked at properly, the hooded person looks very similar to their Commander. Unlike Nimai, Akagi led Shiro to their base using her Weikaizushi. With one swing, she opened up a portal straight to the place. As to why she chose to do so instead of spending their alone time first, she said. I want to see the reaction on her face already. The strongest wingman between the two of them on their timeline. The leader of the Sakura Empire. The small girl whose wish was to peacefully spend her time, only to be forced by the unseen crises. Under the Sakura tree, they interrupted Nagato's tea time. Her eyes widened as she never expected someone to intrude her quarters. Then, her surprise turned into shock as she saw a familiar figure among the two. What are you doing here? She looked at Akagi, who was supposed to be on a mission. Along with her was an unknown man. But, as soon as she saw his eyes, she was captivated by it. Upon processing it, she turned to his face, revealing an appearance of untold proportions. She does not know why, but he possessed an aura around him that made him desirable. Then, the realization. Although greatly altered due to time, she still saw the similarity. Shikikin. Stop, sister. Unicorn's words promptly halted Illustrious about to be launched fighter planes. By self-destructing them, she could easily incapacitate her enemy easily. Instead of running towards her direction, Unicorn stayed at the person's side. Seeing her, the other Kansen, Ash, dropped her shooting stance. They had separated 2 days ago to search for Unicorn. Ember was with Hiryu Meta while Ash was with Illustrious Meta. With their enhanced states, they were confident enough to face the potential troubles in this timeline. That included accidental encounters with this world's Kansens. Did he do something to you? Illustrious' unfettered hostile gaze was sent towards the man. He kept looking down, and it was only when he came to a decision did he face her. He did not place any inhibiting powers nor hidden his face, which is why they could see through him now. For a moment, the two Kansens fell silent as their gaze met his. Illustrious' pupils trembled as a chill was sent to her spine. It would be alright if their face was similar, he could be his version in this world. However, he has the same eyes as him. The image of a precious friend flashed to her mind as she saw more of their similarities as time passed by. As for Ash. Splash! Dropping her bow, her entire body froze. Logically speaking, this should not have happened. This could be an attack led by their enemies, using his appearance to make them vulnerable. It actually happened 2 times. Each time, she obliterated his image before proceeding to her main targets. This time. What? She could not bear to do so. Affliction, lose all emotions akin to a living machine. While her affliction might have been one of the worst cases documented, it was also the one which helped her lead the others. She became unable to form bonds with others. Still, she protected them as a directive inside her mind. This delicate situation formed the reliable yet emotionless leader of the Ashes faction. With the directives of protect them all and I need to sacrifice them for the greater good contradicting, it allowed her to retain her last bit of humanity. When one of the two sides overwhelmed the other, it would be the time for her judgment to be flawed. Even so. There was no way to not feel anything in front of this man. She was about to speak when he went ahead of her. I am back. Chapter 291, Rekindled Feelings, Traveler. Why do someone experience their perception of time becoming slower? The most logical explanation that a mortal could formulate was that a human's brain secretes high levels of dopamine and serotonin, which dilutes their perception of time. However, Kansens are not limited by human limits. What is it, then? Despite not using any form of mystical power, time simply became slower in their eyes. Her dull grey pupils met his gaze, causing enough shock to crash her operating system thrice. No thoughts entered Ash's mind as her body froze momentarily. When he removed his hood, her eyes widened. The man's white-black hair swayed slightly to the sea's breeze. His amber pupils reflected everything that she needed for confirmation. Surprisingly, someone acted swifter than her. You. Commandant. During their travels, it was inevitable to cross paths with their different selves. That included the commandant of these worlds. His sea-like pupils brought them back to the peaceful times, back to when everything was all right. Unfortunately, it only served as a severe reminder of their loss. What kind of soldier were they to be unable to protect their one and only commander? Thus, they could easily discern the difference between that commander and their commander. It was hard to describe, but they could do so. The two of them saw his clothes turning into motes of white light, only to be replaced by a familiar admiral uniform. The dirted white uniform spoke volumes of what he had gone through. Some of its edges are tattered by flames. It became especially clear for Illustrious, who lived her painful memories every day. Undoubtedly. Fukushiro. Illustrious. It's been a long time. Just as she was about to rush at him, Ash stopped her. Her eyes betrayed what she felt as she vigilantly pointed her bow at him. Move, Unicorn. Sister Enterprise. Hearing that name, Ash faltered briefly. It was the first time Unicorn called her as such. Everyone had implicitly agreed to not call her with that name, so as to not harm her. Though, it is doubtful as to whether she could even feel emotions with her affliction. You can't be sure that he is him. She said. That thing won't affect me twice. Turns out, she had encountered a phantom, the source of leviathans with Shiro's form. It had been too real, which led to her believing that it is nothing but an illusion. In the end, her hunch was true. Sigh. Knowing that her stance won't change, Shiro made a decision. I deserve this. He muttered. I'll send you to your sister's side first, Unicorn. But. Leave this to your big brother. I could handle Sister Enterprise's attacks. After a while, Unicorn nodded before being sent into Illustrious' side. The moment he did so, swathes of fighter planes engulfed him. Boom. Upon their self-destruction, it formed a huge wave to the sea. Cracks of void occurred on the place of bombing as her meta-status was enough to enhance her capabilities to a terrifying degree. Turns out, Illustrious learned the self-destruction attack from herself. Is it dead? Unbeknownst to the two, she felt complex killing aversion of him. Her affliction seemed to have loosened itself slightly in matters regarding her beloved commander. Captain! Didn't you learn? These illusions would only be used against. Her words were cut short as she saw the aftermath of her attack. There, the man stood unscathed. He gave out an apologetic look as he met her gaze. I deserved that one. No, not just that. He shouted. I deserve this for leaving you alone. For a moment, Shiro looked like a husband who was kicked out of their house due to his wife's anger. You. Surprisingly, Ash could not bring herself to continue attacking this man. Due to reasons unknown, she could not bear to point her bow at him anymore. Sister Ash. He is Big Brother Shiro. I am sure of it. How? She asked the little girl with a look full of doubts. He knows our memories together. Those times at Azalane that only the two of us knows. Sensing her perplexed feeling, Shiro began coming closer at her. Of course, he did so while not rousing her unwanted vigilance. That time during Valentine's. In your dorm. There's also the white chocolate that looked like a dark chocolate. I ate the entire thing in one go. When your sister died, you only cried when there's only the two of us. You kept an unfazed expression to not affect the morale of others. With each memories mentioned by Shiro, her doubts began dissolving. Similarly, her heart began beating quickly. Despite her affliction, she began feeling an emotion once more. Be a dump. Be a dump. When there's only a small distance between them, everything bursted. R.O. Ash's voice cracked as tears began falling from her eyes. Clear teardrops made a ripple as it fell to the ocean. Her entire body trembled as it could not contain her shock. Shiro took the initiative to come closer and wiped her tears with his white handkerchief. It is embroidered with the letters FSE. On its corner, supporting her guess that the man in front of her is none other than her deceased lover. While I do not mind your crying face, aren't you embarrassed about it before? He teasingly said. Idiot. Her bright smile formed a sharp contrast to her previous cold face. Miss Enterprise looks happy right now. That's right. After all, Big Brother is back. After their meeting, the first thing that Shiro did was to remove her affliction. It was very easy as he had done it already on Unicorn, plus he acquired more data when he copied everything from the Siren's archives. Turns out, their metastates are forced transformation to the quantum state, a status where they could shift between higher and lower dimensions. Their lifespan becomes infinite as they did not need any physiological needs anymore. They might bleed, but blood is no longer vital to them. Simply put, it is the equivalent of the ascension to godhood and the materialization of the soul. Albeit, it is more flawed than the other two. As there is a chance for some of their data to not be included during the transformation, it turns into their afflictions. You reincarnated? But your data was completely overwhelmed by that attack. Even Dr. Enziel said that you have no chances of resurrecting. I got lucky. Shiro replied before he was fed with a spoon. Here, have this. He twisted the spaghetti before feeding it back to Enterprise. The latter took it naturally, which earned the attention of the two. Big Brother. Me too. Unicorn's voice became lower as she spoke until it is barely audible. She might have been proactive before, but her embarrassment came over quickly as she realized that she was no longer a kid. She lived for hundreds of years, after all. Here. Ah. Seeing this, she has no choice but to take a bite while blushing. Her adorable look made him feel as if he is caring for his daughter. Chi. The wolf girl's nose became itchy. Someone is thinking of me. The previously superstitious occurrences became real. Bang. This world is strange. She shot down another Honkai beast, the name of the creature that she gained from intercepting its information. Although injured and suppressed, she could still manifest some of her powers. There's a will suppressing this world. For the first time, she encountered this strangeness. Wills exist to protect their worlds, yet there is a will that actively sought its destruction. That was something very hard to believe. Hey! Swiftly, she pointed her silver pistol upwards. The holographic screen in her right eye zoomed in her sight, in which she saw a white-haired man descending from the sky. Bam! His suit prevented most of the damage, enabling him to land with ease. Just like her, he wielded a pair of blazing guns. Strange. His blue pupils stared at her. That amount of disturbance, but you're not a hairsker. Meanwhile, Mana silently looked at his pair of guns before replying. That armament. What have you done to her? She calmly pointed her pistol straight at him. That amount of suffering is not something a mortal should feel. At this moment, Kevin realized that the girl he is facing is just as strong as a hairsker. With a wrinkled brow, he replied to her by pointing his guns at her. Who are you? Sakurai Mana. A traveler. A/N, Shiro's first name is Fukushiro while his surname is Sakurai. The reason why I wrote it as Fukushiro Sakurai is to conform to the English naming order, since I am using English to write this. Just wrote this to avoid the confusion, smiley face. Anyways, meet Kbin. The hairsker of binding, 11th hairsker, will descend soon at this timeline. For those who aren't familiar, she's the one responsible for wiping out most of the mantises and reducing their count to 13, soon to be called Flame Chasers. Chapter 292, Saving the World. While zoning out the man, Mana found an incredible discovery. This world showed signs of being in the modern era as what her father put it, yet there's no humans to be found in her radius. Tap. Stomping her feet, she forcefully made her temporary center before her sensed all of Earth. This. In total, there's less than 100,000 humans living. Moreover, traces of an authority going through nearly the entire planet was found. Technological jamming? No, it's much more than that. She mumbled. An anti-energy zone that rejects, no, pushes energy to the state of entropy? No wonder. With a glance, she deduced what happened in this world. Aside from the will that pushed this world to destruction, there were beings similar to her, a god. At least, someone like a main or an ancient god that has a part of creator attributes. Then again, they are somehow strange. This was something to be happy of, though. Things would become difficult once an actual creator or even a beyond creator is involved. She's still injured due to her reckless act of traveling worlds. Lowering her aim, she asked the vigilant man in front of her. Your world. What happened to it? A vague connection was sensed by Shiro as he stopped talking. Right now, he was in the part where he told his previous girlfriend that he now has wives. Unexpectedly, Enterprise took it better than he thought. I see. There's no doubts that you would have a wife given your circumstances. When he was reincarnated to another world, he lost all of his memories. Even Nimai nor Akagi recognized him early on, simply because he is too different from the Shikikan that they knew. It was only when he became a god did he start regaining those memories. By the time he was he knew everything up until his first life. After saying those words, she fell silent. Her expression became the same cold face that she used to wear, thus nobody except Shiro could see through her. Settling the vague connection, he began talking. I don't know if we could go back to our past relationship. Back then, he did not have any other woman except her. It was completely monogamy in nature. Harem is its direct counterpart where he have numerous women with a romantic relationship as him. In a certain viewpoint, it is unfair for the girl. She gives all of her love to a man, yet the said man could not do the same to her? Then again, it is also difficult for the man. Maintaining the good relationship between his partners, treating them equally, and making sure that none of them gets hurt are some of his responsibilities. The quote with multiple women comes greater responsibility holds true. Harem isn't simply a fantasy where you would hope for everyone to get together without doing anything. Fenrir was a prime example of it. He had to deal with those battle of deaths, except each of his wives are at rank. Especially the battle between Altera and Akagi, that moment when the former wanted to become his while the latter vehemently disagreeing with it that other women would get in the way of their relationship. As for Nimai and Castoria, theirs were more tame, with the two of them getting along due to the fact that they liked two things, knowledge and Shiro. When looking back at these, Akagi had truly grown from the love-crazed Yandere into an understanding wife. There's no need for apologies, Shiro. We did not have any control on what happened. Surprisingly, she did not feel complicated after all of these. And isn't it just loving you? Things might have happened, but... She wore a resolute expression while holding her chest. My love for you won't change. Now, he was reminded why she became his first girlfriend. Out of all the Kansens, she is the most determined one. Give her a goal and she would do her best to attain it. It just happened that Shiro became the biggest meaning of her life. Of course, I expected that this scenario might happen in the future. Ah. This time, he was forced to make a dumbfounded look. I thought that you would not ignore the feeling of those girls. As she said it, she looked towards Illustrious whom have replied. There's nothing between us. He is my best friend, nothing else. His relationship between Illustrious goes way back in the past. When he became closer to Unicorn, he became closer to her. That time, she did not have any romantic feelings for him. She treated their relationship as a platonic one. Yet, she does not know anymore. Is it due to her affliction which forced her down her painful memories every day? Did she realize that she valued her best friend this much, that if he disappears, she would be this hurt? Please stop looking intensely. Ahem. This time, he felt complicated. Why is his relationship with women this complicated? Did he ever have a platonic female friend? Oh, he has one. The legendary mechanic who cooped up inside her lab for most of the days, Cao Zhiki. Suddenly, he recalled the vague connection from earlier. This? Mana-chan. Using mysteries, he tried to pry on her fate, yet it was unsuccessful. Though, it worked after using Magus on top of it. Even so, all he got was vague images, which is true to its connection. Wait a minute. Hong Kai. There's only a single item related to it that he is familiar with, Romani's Void Archives. Did my daughter end up on its origin world? Knowing the power that she has, he slightly calmed down. There might be transcendental beings like 14, a future member of the chat group, as well as its unique will, but she is able to handle them with her rank. But why did this connection appear? Just as he was thinking, Enterprise caught his mumblings. Mana? Your daughter? That's right. For some reason, I caught the gist of her current situation. Big brother. Can I meet her in the future? Unicorn suddenly asked. You can. She's a reliable older sister, that I am certain of. Shiro and his other wives did not raise Mana half-heartedly. Even though she is Akaji's daughter, the others helped nurturing her. Hence, she inherited a part of their skills. If he's not mistaken, she should have made them her own techniques now. Your daughter. I would like to meet her one day. As Elaine. What? So you're telling me you are Shiro, one that belongs on another time. Inside the commander's office, 5 KANSENs and 2 humans gathered. The leaders of the major factions, Enterprise and Elizabeth along with her escort, faced the Shiro lookalike and Z23. The 3 of them looked towards the blue-eyed Shiro, only for him to shrug. It is what it is. A parallel version of myself, no. As expected of myself. You realized exactly everything that has to be known. Shiro praised his past self. Things are a little sensitive at that time. Let's just say that I could not reveal my identity, else I will be punished. Those wills are mysterious, indeed. While seeing both of them complimenting the other, they could not help but deadpan for a moment. So, you are Nimitz all along? Enterprise asked. Yes. As to why, it is the most suitable identity for that moment. Historically, isn't she your evolved little sister? USS Nimitz was made after USS Enterprise. It is the first nuclear-powered ship that had many contributions in the peaceful modern era. Of course, she would be decommissioned in the future. What is that dream all about? Suddenly, Shakikan asked a question. It is one that continuously bothered him ever since the day he dreamed of it. Those memories. I am fairly sure that it did not happen. But, I am sure that it happened around the same time as now. It's a fairly complicated question. Let's just say that. Shiro made a decision on how he would tell their story. You are lucky enough to live in a peaceful world. Mine was not. Was. That's right. He agreed to his words. I will be making it one soon. Sakura Empire. Still looking with a bit of disbelief, Nagato sipped tea from her cup before gently lowering it to the table. I did not expect for you to succeed, in a different world. She knew how problematic Akaji was. She is obsessive, overly protective, and possessive. She's the type who would become angry towards the other girl when all she did is to talk with her Shakikan. Even now, she is on bad terms with the other women whom are the same as her. A/N, i.e., yanderes. Seeing this calm and collected Akaji made her question whether she was dreaming or not. What could I say? My love reached him. Akaji's no longer the same as before. I could see that. Using this brief moment, she collected her thoughts. She pushed back the casual questions and went straight to the crux of their visit. Why did you two choose to visit here? We know about the things you are wary about, Nagato-sama. For the first time, Akaji addressed someone with honorifics. The girl in front of them is just that worthy of her respect. In their past life, Nagato sacrificed too many things to hold everyone together. She even served as Akaji's greatest wingman, something she is infinitely grateful for. You desire peace, correct? That I am. Akaji followed up with a bizarre question. If those matter came to an end, you could bring forth a peaceful world, no? Again, that is correct. Nagato replied. What people need is assurance. They choose the safe path instead of a risky one. The upcoming war is simply a way for them to better prepare for the worse. The main reason why the two factions detached from Azalane was to gain more resources during war. By centralizing the world's resources in one country, they could form better countermeasures. Selfishness is included in it, but every leader had at least considered this option once. The incoming mysterious threat was that dangerous. You should prepare yourselves. The chance to stop that war is coming. What did you say? Shiro interrupted her words. You should know about my power as Nimitz. Obliterating Siren and Arbiter fleets is very easy. Do take note that I could do something that surpasses it. What are you planning? In the end, she could only ask this single question. We will be saving this world. A/N, that concludes this chapter. The next chapters would resolve the problems for Azalane arc. Then, we will be seeing Shiro visit the previous mission worlds and settle his remaining stuff there. After that, it's a secret. Happy reading! Chapter 293, Creator. Saving a world. Shiro have been extremely familiar with this act. He had saved a couple of worlds, starting from the one he inhabited during his third life. After that were the mission worlds. From the small incident on Inkrad up to Madoka's world-destroying event he had prevented all of those. He even saved others from tragic endings such as Shinji's destined fate as well as the sacrifices that Emiya Shiro has to make. During these times, he had been saving others. He is a hero in their eyes. However, Shiro does not view himself as such. How could he be worthy of that title when he could not even save his own world? All this time, he had been saving them for his self-interest, namely, for the good of his students and then the mission rewards. Truly, the burden of not being to save his world bore down on him for a long time. It is to the point that his two incarnations, Fenrir and Magus, prepared countless plans and simulations for the day they could return. Today is the day. Starting now, he would become a hero. I did not expect to see you here. You too. The two faction leaders greeted each other. Enterprise, Ash, and Observer Zero met each other several times during their confrontation. What is surprising is that the latter exists in every timeline, compiling each data and variables before sending it to their database shared across timelines. He told me about you. Enterprise said. I hope you remain true to your words. I will. We does not have difference in our goals. It's just that our way of attaining it is different. By sacrificing dozens of timelines to your experimentations, was it? It had to be done. Ironically, both Ashes and Sirens paid something to seek for salvation. The former lost a part of themselves while the latter did not care enough about several timelines' destruction. Calling the Leviathans won't simply save our world. Observer Zero tried to grasp for more information. Didn't he tell you? Decreasing their numbers inside this space would reduce their connection with our world. It wouldn't do much. At most, it would spawn more of the. She paused as she realized something. Unless its core is dealt with. The destroyed world parasitized their world to continue living. It siphoned its life through the Leviathan's slaughter and destruction of it. It can be seen that the destroyed world is the hive mind while the Leviathans are its workers. It would not do much if Leviathans were killed as the hive mind would simply spawn another batch. But what if the hive mind itself is dealt with? Theoretically. It would no longer spawn and our world is saved. Then again, it is extremely absurd. Impossible, even. Is this his plan? For the first time in a while, Observer Zero lost her plan. This is impossible, Ash. He might be the commander that both Dr. Enziel and Aosta admired, but even he could not do the impossible. Only omnipotent gods could accomplish this. One has to know that the Leviathans are already dangerous by themselves. If one traced it to their core, they would receive the ire of an entire world. No matter how dead it is, a world is still a world. Only the omnipotent god could fix this problem. Omnipotent gods, you say? Enterprise smiled mysteriously. Shiro is nothing short of such. In the end, Observer Zero complied as she saw how much Enterprise trusted him. She knew how she made her rational decisions, more so when she acquired an affliction as a meta. What a pleasant welcome. Using the connection established between my world and the destroyed world, Shiro easily passed through both worlds. I can also use everything right now. First of all, he cast a domain around him. This invalidated every single attacks that the destroyed world had employed. The various rewards that he received in Altair's world bestowed him with 3 omnipotent attributes as well as elevated his 2 stats to rank. It is not wrong to say that Shiro is a bona fide rank entity. He has enough capabilities to go against a world as he had demonstrated on his fight against 500 servants in the past as Magus. With 3 main authorities as well as several sub-authorities, he is extremely strong. It is also the reason why his world rejected him previously. The child that it had once nurtured died, only to return as a omnipotent god? This should do. Shiro spread his domain outwardly. From here, he saw various mirages of the destroyed world. Advanced technological civilization experimented on their world to seek for the further path, only to destroy it as a result. The Leviathans were the ones that served as their warships, which is why it was often deployed by its will. By scouring the remnants information that this world has, he discovered something. Its inhabitants were taken away. Moments before its destruction, several gods took away most of its inhabitants. Interestingly, there is a system in this world akin to the one Shiro has. Everyone could access it and gain power step by step. Once they reached the peak, they could even aim to become a god. As time passed, his domain almost encroached every corner of this world. Its struggles became useless in the face of an unrestrained. Though, Shiro knew that his struggle to keep his identity until the world accepted him was necessary. Without the world's acceptance, he would not be able to use the connection that it has to this world. He would either be forced to defend himself or retaliate against his world's power, which will then lead to its destruction due to that clash. Simply, he is just reaping the benefits of his hard work. Snap! 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 He sensed their connection weakening as the destroyed world's hold over his home world disappeared. It is the result of the two factions as well as Akagi and Nimai obliterating the Leviathans present in the temporal gap, the place where timelines converge. It is the Black Sea that is used by meta ships to travel between timelines. On his right hand, he materialized his black sword. It is his trusty partner that accompanied him throughout from his third life up to now. It bore destruction itself. On the top of his head, a crown adorned with jewels appeared. The glimmer that they brought emanated the aura of wisdom that Shiro has as a magus. He is the embodiment of wisdom itself. A bright glint went past his eyes as he saw through the essence of this world. A mutated world. Finally, he saw its history. Turns out, this world was actually a part of a big world. Once it was destroyed, it separated and became a remnant which drifted on space and time. Unfortunately, it latched to his world. Its actions of forming a connection with it is purely instinctive, a struggle that has to be done in order to live. With that, a will was born. Upon discovering something, Shiro did not hesitate to create a time clone. It held all of his power, but it would not last for long. I will check something. Ask Akagi or Nimai for help if something bad happens. Shiro saw the time clone nod. This. Upon reading this world's history, he felt the involvement of a rank entity. She is similar to nature as Ingram Manu, as he felt the origin of all evils within her. As expected, he was sensed by her despite the gap between time. It is one of a creator's characteristic to not be affected by time. In order to completely settle this issue, he would be diving at that exact time. Shiro became a grey fog as he dove into the river of time. Moments later, it dispersed, returning the scenery to normal. Only the overwhelming domain of a creator could be sensed in this place. Chapter 294, Destroyer of Worlds. System. In this world, the system is the one who manages everything. It allows for a fast growth as well as gives skills and titles to its inhabitants. But most importantly, it is the world's restoring force. Unlike most worlds, this world had been greatly damaged. Its life was siphoned out of it through the ancient technology of an elf. At first, everyone thought that it is an efficient and renewable power source. The world leaders allowed its usage, in turn speeding up this civilization's technological advances. From the modern era where space could not be explored yet, it now has advanced power sources, teleportation gates, virtual life forms, and so on. Never had anyone thought that their usage of that renewable energy would spell their end. They even had access to space travel. That time came sooner than they thought. The land cracked, the tectonic plates drastically shifted, and massive waves were sent from the sea. During the first day of the disaster, more than 70% of the humans died. They did not even have time to evacuate as their interstellar ships got destroyed. As for the dragons, they left as soon as the humans made use of that energy. Countless times, they warned them that a calamity would descend lest they stop. Alas, they didn't. In the end, the world nearly died. It was only through God's intervention could it be barely maintained. A mysterious and enigmatic God approached the remaining foreign gods of this world and offered to maintain the world's life through a system. Not only could it maintain its current delicate state, gradual restoration of the world's life force, dubbed as Ma energy, is also possible. Hence, one high-ranking angel god sacrificed her life to become a cold and unbiased core of the system. Her sacrifice saved millions of the remaining life forms. They became connected to her, which granted them the ability to level up. As long as their cycle of life and death was maintained, the Ma energy would be restored. It might take thousands of years, but everything will be back to normal. You are wasting her sacrifice. Bam! The newborn god converted her Ma energy into attacks before sending it into the direction of the dragon god. Sadly, her inexperience showed itself right now. Easily cancelling it, the dragon god sent a wave of impact towards the newborn god's side. Bam! Helplessly, she received everything with gritted teeth. Her soul is already suffering in a weakened state due to an attack before, but the enemy in front of her is someone formidable. This is pure selfishness. It is. So what? The newborn god's red pupils stared at the dragon god. Would she be happy upon finding out that the things she had protected all died? Ariel will take care of that. The newborn god Shiraori sensed her clones inside Kuros dimension. If not for the Ma energy they have been providing, she would have lost. Both of them are gods who has nearly unlimited reserves of energy, yet their ways of utilization set them apart. While she underwent the apotheosis ritual and had some of Administrator DS support, she could not fight against Gili and most of the reincarnators on her own. Even though she made some allies her previous classmates, they were not enough. The entire world is against you. For thousands of years, the dragon god, Gili, served as the system's administrator and ensured that it could perfectly run. Now that Shiraori threatened to remove the system and free Surreal, he went against her. After all, removing the system isn't simple. First and foremost, the world would head to ruins with the system gone. Then, the connection that it has on this world's inhabitants would be broken, which will result in the deaths of more than 90% of its population. By cutting that connection, the lifeline of most people would be cut. Only the strong and lucky ones would survive. Due to this, the world was divided into two factions, protect and destroy. The former aims to protect the system and let everything as it is, while the latter seeks to free the system's core, Surreal, at the cost of this world's imminent destruction. At this moment, however, the protect faction overwhelms the destroy faction. What? Both of the gods wore confused faces as they sensed something familiar. During the fight of Gili and the combined power of the hero and demon king, a dimensional crack was opened. This resulted in reincarnators appearing, i.e., people who have been reincarnated to another world. At this moment, a similar force appeared above this world's atmosphere. How? They only had this single question before the crack became larger. Swoosh! A small silhouette fell from the gap. It made a loud noise as it penetrated each atmospheric layer. It was barely audible at first, but this whistle-like sound was spread all throughout the two factions' armies. As for its destination? Tap! Surprisingly, the silhouette did not let out a massive sound nor large-scale after effects. Rather, its footstep was the only thing that had been heard by the two gods. His appearance was soon revealed. He possessed a transcendental aura which made him distinct from this world. His deep amber pupils scanned the silent battlefield until it landed to the two gods. Materialized soul, but still flawed. Quite interesting. He muttered. Now, who is responsible for nearly destroying my world? For a moment, nobody could respond to his question. World? Destroy? Could it be? No. The dragon god, Gili, immediately denied his guess. This man could not be a native god of this world. Who may you be? A foreigner. Anyways. The man proceeded as usual. There's someone who possessed enough power but chose to turn everything to her entertainment. Are you familiar with someone like that? D. The administrator appeared inside Shiraori's mind as soon as she heard this description. Her sadistic personality and unfathomable strength indeed fits into this criteria. D. She could be into that. Sensing the enigmatic power that the man has, they obediently answered his questions. He reminded them of D herself. Meaning, the power that he possesses should be nothing short of hers. Singularity of the end. Each of his words sounded ubiquitously to Gili and Shiraori. It felt as if he was speaking in every direction, distorting the sense of self of gods such as them. What a coincidence! He said as he held his sword high. My epithet's something similar. Swoosh! Cut! His blade swung at Shiraori's direction. She readied herself for the devastating attack, only to receive nothing. Ah! Shiraori saw the man looking at her direction with a smile. Many coincidences happened during this short time. A glutton, Fenrir, whose nickname is Shiro. Interesting. Tap. Tap. This time, Shiraori was befuddled. What does he want from me? Niwa. She thought of something terrifying. Would he eat me? He's a fellow glutton, no. Admittedly, she ate some of her friend's parts, literally. There was a time when she bit off her vampire friend's ear when she was an infant, just because she was dead drunk and thought of her as food. It was fortunate that vampires possessed tenacious bodies. Though, she's already a glutton long before it happened. She ate her enemies' bodies to become stronger. Now, such a thing was about to happen to her. Or not. Here's some presents. It's rare that such coincidences happen within a day. Shiraori caught a metallic blue ring from him. While her mind processed everything that happened, she paid a particular attention to the storage inside the ring. Wow! She immediately drooled at the sight of good food. Just from their appearance, she could tell it is a far cry from the monsters she used to eat before. Niwa. While Shiraori went to Cloud 9, Shiro already disappeared from this world. Tracing the connection from Shiraori, he arrived at a familiar place. Japan. Another parallel version of Japan greeted his sight. Given his experience with mission worlds, he simply shrugged it off. He appeared in front of an apartment. It was situated in the 5th floor. Knock. 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 When the door opened up, a lazy voice belonging to a girl rang out. Oh? Is it the pizza delivery? No. I'm a debtor. Shiro replied coldly. Your payment's due for thousands of years, miss. Eh? When did I incur such debt? You want me to make you remember? I could, but... At this moment, a world-destroying aura seeped from him. The innumerable that he killed and destroyed leaked out of his existence. For the reason behind his world's misery, he would not hold back. You will see why I'm a destroyer of worlds. He truly looked like the berserk Fenrir whose sole purpose is to destroy worlds. A/N, if anyone's wondering, this is Kumo Disuji Nani Ka? I'm a spider, so what, world? Chapter 295, Childish God. Now, why don't we put off that frightening expression for a bit? You must have your explanations ready. Shiro expressionlessly stared at the girl beyond the dark room. Well, you guessed it correctly. Quit that Joshi Kusei act. Joshi Kusei equals high school girl. You don't like it. It's weird for you to act like that considering your age. This time, Shiro was invited inside. The very moment he stepped inside, he saw the horrendous state it had been. You can't even live like a human. What a shut-in. I simply did not have time to clean up. Ah, only if I knew that a guest is coming. That's not a valid reason. Manifesting his own wooden chair, he sat across the black-haired girl from the sofa. Her mix of red, golden, and black pupils was a wonder in this world. Except for that feature, she looked exactly the same as a normal Japanese girl in the midst of her adolescence. Can I explain now? I'm listening. All right. You see, you play around sometimes, yes. I do. Shiro replied. Don't tell me that you're playing around reached out to another world. No. My father would definitely be angry if I did that. Pointlessly provoking a war with the unknown isn't well received by him. With this statement, Shiro already had an expectation as to how everything happened. You see, I wanted to take a break from work. Overseeing the underworld is a tiresome process, after all. Slack off, hey. He thought. That's when I had a brilliant idea. If I transfer a part of me to someone else, I would be able to conceal myself for a while. And that someone else is the spider. Correct. By putting a portion of herself to a random spider, she was able to become a normal high school girl in Japan. She experienced the break that she sought for a long time. Compared to managing their world's reincarnation cycle, the underworld, being a high schooler gave her leeway to do many mundane things. Gaming for an entire day is an example of it. Even then, solving the projects and assignments in her school was much easier than her previous work. An artificial god. That's why she is strange. Shiro's 6 eyes saw through Shiraori the moment he met her. One of the strangeness that he saw was her forceful ascension to godhood. Definitely, she did not look like someone who had undergone the traditional process of apotheosis. But, things began to become more interesting. One of the worlds that I am privately overseeing formed a connection with this world. Of course, I let it be. As she spoke, Shiro understood what happened. After it formed a connection, a select group of reincarnators were chosen to reincarnate in that world instead of Earth. They received the traditional Isekai starter pack, a huge amount of skill points as well as the privilege of retaining their consciousness. No doubt, they grew at an extremely fast rate. What was interesting, however, was the students who reincarnated as monsters. They did not have the starting skill points that the others had, but they could move freely since the day they were born. This gave an advantage that was even more broken than the ones who reincarnated as babies. In the end, Shiraori became a god while her other companions became strong enough to be the commander of the Demon King's armies. They are unequaled compared to most reincarnators due to the huge amount of combat experiences that they have, as opposed to those who started as infants and was nurtured in a safe place. This power dynamic continued to be so until the war involving the system core, surreal. Everything became too chaotic, but Dee decided to only interfere once their world was destroyed, which did happen in the future. She allowed the evacuation of the lucky survivors and transferred them to a new world. As for the remnant of that broken world, it drifted outside this world's influence. Slowly, it turned into a world of itself and a will was born. The rest was history, the war that Shiro had experienced himself. Both of us know that a destroyed portion of a world would completely disappear. It wouldn't end up like that. But it did. we can consider that as a freak of nature. You need to take responsibility, Ju-san. Your actions affected my world, be it intentionally or not. Hearing this, Dee sighed. She tried to irk this responsibility, but she could not disrespect a fellow god at her level. Moreover, she vaguely felt that there was something more to him than just this, that he would definitely abide by his words from before. What do you want me to do, then? I'll ask for 3 things. Shiro gestured with his fingers. First, protect my world whenever I am gone. Immediately, she sent a doubtful look, as if saying, you? When would you be gone? Yawn. That's easy. What's the other one? Inwardly, Shiro smiled. In the future that he knew of, he did not remember seeing Dee once. There could only be 2 possibilities. They did not receive the chat group's invitation and operated independently, or they have already been destroyed by that time. Either way, he would be making a future ally for the upcoming future. Just by entering this world, he already sensed the presence of a Beyonder as well as several creators. Meaning, this world is a strong one. It is just below his native world where he reigned as Fenrir and Magus. You owe me 2 favors. A blank check, eh? Why would you need a favor from someone like me? To that, Shiro responded by looking straight at her mystical eyes. Grey fog glinted in his eyes swiftly before he said. You'll see in the future. At this moment, Dee truly felt curious. What could the god opposite her see that she could not? Her cunning side is practically screaming at her that something big is going on. I understand. I'll keep my word. Sign these. Shiro handed out 3 documents to her. A contract. They call it Heavenly Oath. Where they came from. Heavenly Oath, you are. Details, a materialized form of the Heavenly Oath pledged by the cultivators under the Great Dao. Works to everyone except the ones who have escaped their restraints. It is one of the items that Shiro got under the lucky spin when his points reached 1,000,000. He could select specific ore items, but he abused the lucky spins with his luck. Inside his storage, there are several URS that he found useless, at least for now. With his powers and current items, they are enough to handle nearly all things. Dee was forced to sign these agreement as a form of insurance. The moment she ever goes back to her word, the strong power that came from a world would hunt her down in an instant. The chair disintegrated the moment Shiro stood up. Just as he was about to leave, he snapped his fingers before her so-called mess started organizing themselves. The built-up dust obediently floated to the open window as fresh air entered her hikikomori nest. Just so you know, I put up a barrier the moment I came. Fret not, your father won't discover about this. You do know how to be considerate. I am considerate. To bratty kids like you, that is. Bam. Dee was about to retort when she found out that Shiro departed already. He could no longer be found in this world and returned back to his own time, the present. From the start, she was aware that he came from her future. I want to see the future already, but she felt conflicted until she made her decision. It would be spoiling the fun. What she thought to be a troublesome day turned into an interesting one instead. Chapter 296, Old Friends. Returning back to his time, Shiro saw his time clone standing still. When he saw him, he nodded before disappearing. The power on the domain was passed back to him as a result. It's time to settle this. In a single thought, his domain induced this world's destruction. Be it the will or the phantoms left by the people living on it, they were destroyed. Although, the will in particular was persistent on surviving. Pulling out his black sword, Shiro ruthlessly slashed it on the fading planet. Cut. With that, an invisible string was cut. The will does not have any connection with his world anymore. It tried to reason out to him, only to be ignored. It threatened this world's safety in the past. Now that it was about to die, it would beg for mercy. Shiro has no intentions of forgiving the one who almost destroyed his world. You shouldn't have lived in the first place. Dozens of magic circles appeared behind his back. Coupled with his destructive powers, everything soon faded to nothingness. All that was left are the black void. Phew. Shiro felt his chest becoming lighter. His mouth turned into a grin as he accomplished one of his main tasks since his 4th reincarnation. He had finally resolved his regrets that lasted for over thousands of years. With that, there was only a single thing to do. The will of a world. It exists within a special zone. In Fate World, they exist directly on the swirl of the root. However, theirs is a special case. Most of the time, wills could be located within the heart of the world. Simply, it is the manifestation of paradise, the most ideal place its inhabitants envision. A modern type paradise? I thought they'll think of a place without a sign of civilization. The heart of his world is the perfect replica of the modern era before it was destroyed. Cars are going back and forth while the bustle of people made the place livelier. These people are the ones who have died and are pending for the resurrection cycle. As to how they return to the realm of the living, it is after they die in this world. Scheming over the rules in this world, Shiro contained his laughter. Damn. Aosta is a shut-in while an Anziel is a high school girl? Pfft. In the end, he could not prevent himself from laughing. The people surrounding him looked at him with weird looks, mostly because he is wearing a strange clothing that could only be seen in cosplay conventions. Then, they noticed his unsettling charm. How should I do this? Shiro muttered playfully. I want to make our reunion quite memorable. After entering a cafe's bathroom, he switched clothes. Now, he is wearing his white overcoat from Altire's world. Even without a formal hairstyle, it suited him well as he earned gazes all around him. Soon, he arrived to an underground parking lot. Stealthily, he brought out his motored cuirassier and rode it. It's quite a long time. He didn't have the time to use it during the past few months, more so during his last mission. This futuristic big bike made its appearance once more. As he drove it, it was inevitably filmed by some people. Due to its aesthetic that far surpasses normal sports car, it quickly became a center of attention. When he arrived in front of a school, he stopped it in front of the gate. He earned some attention here and there, but he didn't mind it. He waited for the dismissal time. While he did so, he donned his appearance as the commandant. Nobody noticed this change thanks to his powers. Once the bell rang, it didn't take a few minutes before the one he is waiting for arrived. A brown-haired girl wearing glasses passed through the gate. Strangely, some of her hair are white, further accentuated her looks. Some of the students thought that she dyed it for attention, but only she knows that it happened naturally. Her eyes were drawn by a white-haired man, someone that is a rare sight in Japan. Only the foreigners or a select few dye their hair like that. What surprised her, however, is that he called to her. Excuse me. You are Anziel? Why yes. For once, someone called her without her surname. For some reason, she finds it strange every time. Seems like you are not lacking sleep in this place, hey. What are you talking about? Suddenly, he shifted the topic of their conversation. Commandant. You must be familiar with this term. Sometimes, she dreamt of a person named Commandant. Apparently, he was on the same line of desk work as her. He kept not having enough sleep just like her. In a sense, he is her friend. Though, Anziel knew that it is nothing but a dream. However. That's good. With a smile, the man turned over to her. He has the exact same stature as the commandant from her dreams. Even his bearing was the same. Long time no see. Everything doesn't make any sense. It would, eventually. Right now, Anziel held Shiro from behind as they navigated through the highway with a motorcycle. Then again, she noticed how he could hear her voice even though they are running at 100 km per hour. Most people could not do that due to the wind current. You are saying that I am your friend? Even though I don't know you. Then why are you willing to come with me, a complete stranger? Deep inside, she knew that she trusted this man. He really is her friend. However, that was just a dream for her. Right now, she felt like she's inside a lucid dream. Well, it'll really make sense later. We just need to meet up our other friend. He replied to her with a smile. In the end, she accepted that explanation. They soon left the highway before arriving at a modern house nearby a mountain. It is a white house filled with glasses, which enables one to completely see the nature that surrounds this house. Shiro pressed the doorbell of such house. Beep. 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 Hearing this, Shiro smiled. This sounds like a military alarm. It is. Anziel wondered who lived in such a house. Who is it? A voice came out from the speaker beside the doorbell. A friend. Who? Sigh. It's Fuku Shiro. After a few seconds, the door opened. It revealed a middle-aged man wearing a polo shirt. From his looks, he seems to be heading towards being an old man. How did you know that name? Well. This'll explain everything. Snap. With a snap of his fingers, the two froze. Moments later, they returned back to themselves. You. Both of them regained their memories. In utter shock, they only stared at each other while pointing fingers. Chapter 297, Crisis Closure. Old man. Brat. The two did not hold themselves back with the disrespectful nicknames. I see you're still alive and kickin' after you irresponsibly left us. You as well. Carrying out that humanitarian act of yours at the cost of our extinction. Pfft. You're merely making excuses. If you decided to ally with us from the start, we wouldn't have been pushed back that hard. Anziel retorted. Isn't that right, Shiro? Shiro silently looked at them for a second before he wryly smiled. The first thing you'd do after remembering everything is to bicker. Damn right. Go inside first. I'm not that disrespectful to let you two outside. He then added, unlike a certain girl who never answered her doorbells for 2 hours straight. I'm resting at that time, Okay. Excuses. The inside of the house was very much what they expected from someone who's retiring. A good amount of potted plants, a bookshelf filled with many books, and a one-way glass accentuated the nature-ish feeling. Aosta went to the kitchen to prepare them beverages. Once he came back, he carried a tray consisting of a cup of coffee and a glass of orange juice. So you know, the orange juice is yours. Shiro acquiesced as he calmly took the cup of coffee and sipped it. A plethora of memories came crashing to the forefront of his mind when he drank it. 3 teaspoons of creamer and 2 cubes of sugar. I haven't forgotten it. Well. Your mind's still sharp, hey. Shiro replied. This feels quite nostalgic. Why are you acting like an old man? He stared at Anziel's unsuspecting face knowing that she was joking with him. You're not wrong. I am definitely older than the old man Aosta here. As I have thought, you have changed. Aosta was the first one to notice his change. He felt more inhumane, not in a bad way but a more neutral way. It's as if he lost something that makes him human. At the same time, he feels like the same Shiro that he knew. What? What do you mean, Shiro? Let's say I have gone through vicissitudes of adventurers. A tale to another world. Is how I would say it. He began telling them his story. From how he reincarnated into another world up until he encountered something that connects different worlds together. The scale of your adventure is unimaginable. True. Having a smartphone that connects different worlds is impossible before. I mean, interacting without worlds parallel versions are already troublesome enough. To travel between parallel worlds, a Metacanson has to go over the river of time and withstand its environment. Once they arrive, they also have to be careful not to turn the parallel world into a singularity. Not only would the world be destroyed if it happens, its destructiveness might also reach out to other worlds. And it's not parallel worlds we're talking about. It's literal worlds. She began to get excited over the prospect of interacting with other worlds. To be honest, everything would have ended differently if they could communicate with other worlds. They would have more trump cards and variables against the Leviathans that were technologically superior to them. Simply, their rate of development while extremely fast does not suffice. You're acting like a child would right now. Aosta's words brought her out from her fantasies. You. How could you not be surprised? She asked. I'm just processing things better. Seeing the two bicker back and forth, Shiro decided it is time to drop another bombshell. I have 2 gifts for you too. He gestured with his fingers. What do you want to hear first? The first one or the second one? The first one. Shiro smiled as he began his revelation. After I came back into our world, I settled everything. By everything, the Leviathans and their origins. They went silent. They could not believe what they had just heard. It was shocking enough to stop them from bickering. I settled every single problem in our world. I see. Surprisingly, Aosta was the first one who recovered. You have a power similar to Laplace's demon. Then again, that alone is not enough to settle everything. Laplace's demon. It is the Siren's core, the main reason why they could interact with other parallel worlds and obtain every bit of information from these. It became absurdly powerful due to Aosta's genius as well as the will's interference. These factors turned it into a sentient object that has the creator attribute. It could only mean one thing. Oh? What is it? You became someone higher than it. A god that could rewrite reality itself. What a bold claim. While his guesses are accurate to a terrifying degree, he continued sipping his coffee with ease. Clang. That's right. If I am not that strong, I wouldn't have survived through my journey. Strangely, Anziel lost her liveliness from before. She became quieter than Aosta, who calmly nodded at him. I'm curious. How did you take in everything this calmly? Hearing this, Aosta flashed a small grin. I somewhat anticipated this. If you lived, you would have gone further than just the quantum state. We all know that the name is purely satirical. If someone was in quantum state, they would have been able to manipulate reality itself. While Aosta and Anziel's brains are their specialties, Shiro has his own uniqueness, his existence. He is brave and fearless enough to participate on an experiment that has a low chance of succeeding. If not for him secretly doing so, anybody else would have prevented him from doing so. After all, he was the first and last human who could directly affect a wisdom cube, a person born out of extreme luck. How does being in the true quantum state feel? It's not that different. As long as you have perfect control of yourself, you could restrict the information going inside your head. If not, you would slowly lose yourself over that abundant chunk of information. It's risky, hey? Even gods feel troubled at times. They are, unfortunately. Shiro recalled the calamity of the future. Even in the face of that, gods has no solution. He saw many like Rimuru and the 14th Hairsker, yet they could not do much about it. His friends barely held everything in when they took control over the resistance group. Shiro is the only one who knows about the impending crisis. Worse, he could not do much about it. After this mission, he is prepared to spread a large number of contingencies. His max level luck and the items he would acquire are a major factor of it. Shiro. How do you feel? I'm pretty fine. Why? I thought that living a long life would somehow affect you greatly. Why? I am still like this? The Shiro you knew. To that question, he downed his cup of coffee before responding. I had a shit ton of character development. Once could let a shounen protagonist to overcome whatever he's facing. If I couldn't develop within such a long time, I'm better off dead. To be honest, Shiro truly found himself during this journey. He became more inhumane during his third lives both as Fenrir and Magus as he went through things no mortal would suffer from. He killed innumerable lives and thoroughly obliterated their souls. He became a ruthless monster in the face of his enemies. When he faced off Chaldea once, he did not care about their situation nor their worlds. All that mattered was they tried to destroy Castoria's world. Even, the Ritsuka Fujimaru of that time had the gall to empathize and pity its residents, all the while they caused that world's descent. It was not wrong to say that Ritsuka single-handedly became the catalyst which led to every destructive factor from activating. Ritsuka sparked and joined the rebellion to the Fairy Queen, Morgan Le Fay. Just by that, he triggered the world's destruction. If not for his intervention, the Lost Belt would have ceased to exist. Then again, his anger led to him directly attacking Chaldea's base which caused the subsequent battle. He had to use his Beyond Creator trial card just to survive many terrifying beings who were just sealed due to the human order's summoning method. I see. Hey, this isn't like you. Are you worried about me that much? He asked. It's. You toiled for many years and even cleaned this mess up. Thank you. I should give my thanks as well. You too, getting sentimental, aren't you? You just have to break it. They deadpanned at him. This current trend also affected Shiro's friends in his past life. Haha, you'll definitely have fun when meeting with the others. A/N, next chapter, it'll be Shiro dealing with the rest of the loose ends in Azalane world before he comes back to Arnites and consecutively, Fate/Stay Night. Castoria and Altera are still waiting for his arrival there. The curtain to his world's crisis falls. I just graduated yesterday. That was why there are no updates over the last 2 days. To be honest, this event made me realize how long this FIC has been running. We are nearing the 300th chapter. Seeing it and expecting it are two different things. Simply, we have come a long way. All the ups and downs this FIC has, they are all experienced by us. Anyways, I will save the long message for the 300th chapter and conclude today's chapter for now. Happy reading! Chapter 298, Settlement. Upon returning, the first thing Shiro saw is a group of women, Enterprise, Illustrious, Nimai, Akagi, and 2 new arrivals. His mind processed everything swift enough. Eli and Centaur. How is it, Your Highness? Sometimes, a queen could cry like a child. Few days later. That should do it. Upon placing the Genesis Cube and combining it with Laplace's demon, it turned into an automated security system akin to the world will. Only, it targets the plight of Kansens as well as maintaining the order of the world. It also fixed the anomalies within a meta Kansens body. I'll be leaving for a while. He said to the 2. No worries. We should catch up soon. Do inform us in advance if the numbers will be higher, dear. I will. Forming an aurora curtain, Shiro stepped into it. Moments later, he found himself on a familiar spot. Another Japan. He is finally back into the mission world. With a soft sigh, he recalled what he did under a week. Not only did he nip the political disputes, he also settled the factions' problems with each other. That, and meeting with the Kansens he once commanded. He also left Anziel and Aosta on that heaven for a while. After all, he knew how much they would be working once they descend into Earth again. Nevertheless, he felt even lighter than before. He resolved everything he wanted to do for more than thousands of years. It was truly at this moment did he feel a level of happiness like never before. As he returned into his house, he spent more than 100,000 points for the random spins. With his max level luck, he got more than 15 URS of varying types. One of them is a transformation device similar to Tail Gear. Neo Deca Driver. Details, the device held by the fated destroyer of worlds, Decade. It holds the power of all riders he met in his journey as well as his will prior to his death. Funnily enough, Shiro saw it on one of his split possibilities. There was a world where he received it and not Tail Gear during his earlier summons. Then again, he realized that Tail Gear must be one of the variables for the apocalyptic future it created an alternate self based on his characteristics. One Shiro is already unpredictable, but how about 2 Shiros? 2 separate but interrelated existences that are not caused by a time clone. Meaning, it is already a contingency in and of itself. Once Nichiro wakes up, I need to discuss the future plans with her. There are other UR rewards like abilities, heaven-defying items, and so on. Of course, he will use them as the core of his plans. As for his remaining points, he would decide whether to spend them all on pulls or on something else. Once he opened the door, he was surprised to see no one inside his place. He estimated that only a day at most had passed during his visit to his home world. Well, I'll plan things first. After making coffee for himself, he continued his line of thought. The future is locked. Meaning, I couldn't create a paradox. This was the first thing that baffled him. If he could not affect the future, why rely on him to change the future? Fooling everyone from the future. When he gave information to Rimuru, it was not everything. He saw that there are some leftover information there, ones that he could use to establish and spread his contingencies. In the first place, it was that finding that convinced him that he could change the future. If we act on the premise that nobody else know about the contingencies, it would not be a paradox. Changing the future will become possible. Something similar had happened on one of the worlds that he accidentally peeked into. There, the man tried to reach the so-called Steins Gate, which is their world's ideal future. However, he could not do so. No matter what he does, he was stuck on the decision between two timelines. One of them involved saving his childhood friend and stopping World War III at the cost of his lover's life. The other involved his childhood friend dying and World War III happening, but his lover lives until the end of it. In the end, he chose the third choice. Stopping anything from happening on the past is bound to happen as it involves a huge karma to bear. If you changed the deaths of one person, the corresponding karma would forcefully cause it to happen whether you interfered or not. Simply put, the act of changing the past would be the cause behind the death of that person. In the Azalane world, it is better known as bootstrap paradox. Interestingly, the man Okabe Rintaro circumvented this rule by fooling the past. If you let the incident happen in the past but make some modifications to it, such as faking the death of a person, it would work. This is the same act Shiro was trying to pull off to save the future. Everything is bound to happen. I just need to place enough variables to instantly tilt everything into our side. Under his deep concentration, he closed himself off. His mind kept calculating of the needed variables as well as the possibilities that could happen to the future. His mystery and megas helped greatly as they allowed him to make better predictions. He never noticed the arrival of Kal-Tsit until he saw her staring at him wordlessly across the seat. You're on deep thought. Shouldn't you be celebrating after fixing something you wanted to do? Nothing much. I'm just concerned about the future. The future. Kal-Tsit felt something wrong about his words. She felt that she must be forgetting something, though she does not know what is it. Still, he remembered these words as it might be helpful later. How much time did pass here? He asked. 3 days. That much? He was slightly startled but soon realized that him traveling to DS World contributed in it. Azalane. I played it when you left. Ah. Tell me. Did you marry everyone in that game? Her serious face and cold eyes made him think she was asking something serious. Of course, he tried his best to properly respond. No. Why would I? That's great. She let out a voice of happiness, though it is still her usual straight tone. I thought you married everyone, considering that you could do so in the game. What? Shiro knew that his world being made into a game was the act of its information leaking to another world. That was how many fictional pieces of the chat group members' lives are often seen as anime and games. He was truly unaware on how that worked on his world. You could even choose to marry girls like Unicorn. Hold up. Shiro cut her words off as he felt a boiling rage. He thought of her as a little sister, nothing else. Why would the developers of that fictional game pit him with children? You're angry. Kal-Tsit saw a small movement on his mouth, his repressed anger. She is familiar enough to notice small changes like this. After this mission, I swear I will beat those game developers up. At this moment, millions of players, fan artists, as well as the developers inside a certain company felt strong chills. In particular, a certain intern felt it the most. A/N, we're wrapping up the Creator's World next chapter, smiley face. After that would be our Knight's World before his visits to the other mission worlds begin. My creativity is back and running. I already thought of many interesting interactions. There's also the sentiments upon seeing the aftermaths of the mission's worlds. It really makes that certain impact where a hero realizes everything he had done is truly worth it. P.S. I am also looking forward on how he punishes everyone behind Azalane's development. Chapter 299, Parallel World Slip. Once Shiro's anger subsided, the temperature inside the house went back to normal. That's the first time I saw you angry. Her ears twitched slightly as she said so. That thought's disgusting. I knew how degenerate humans could go, but hearing it personally disgusts me. Dropping the topic into the trash bin, they went into a more normal one. How is everyone? Nothing much changed. After the others knew they could return to this world, their actions are more relaxed. As for the other members, they are quite busy with their things. She told him how Madoka hanged around with Mimika. For the two girls whose ideals are the same, they became more of friends than a junior and senior. There was also the other creations who spent time with their creators. As for Kuroniko, she went to a convention. Part of it was to experience how it felt to be a mangaka, or so she says. It's her usual, then. She wanted to become a mangaka even in her world. While they are talking, the door opened. Kuroniko entered as she kept reading what seemed like a light novel. Though, she was engrossed to it. Moments later, she noticed his presence. Shiro? You're already back. The book fell naturally to her shadow before being devoured by it. Shiro could see what it was but chose not to as a form of courtesy. Yet. I settled everything back there. As Elaine? I understand. She paused before asking something, you are not the Shikikan from the game, right? Please forget everything about that one. Those game developers needs to pay for this. Hearing this, she let out a small mumble, that's good. How was the convention? It went well, actually. People recognized me whenever I came across them. But... a look of determination flashed in her eyes. I prefer to sell my original works instead. Way before she and Kyusuk was a thing, Kuroniko was already an aspiring mangaka. Although, her works was not sold much and the editors she reached out did not respond. Overall, it was a failure. Actually, I want to see it. Can I? Well... Kuroniko hesitated briefly before taking out a manga from her shadow storage. For some reason, her dimensional storage fused with Ashbourne's inheritance which resulted in the creation of this skill. It's not like she complained, though. The way it works is cool for her. Isn't this? That's right. Why, you are my reference when I came up with it. In the cover, a slightly familiar face was seen by him. He wielded dual guns with one of his arms has its sleeves off revealing its mechanical property. A destroyed building is the backdrop, further emphasizing its dark theme. I see, I see. I'm honored. Shiro said in a teasing tone. This, however, was countered by a skill Kuroniko learned from Kaltsit acting. Just so you know, I plan to ask for your permission before selling it. Unfortunately for her, she could not keep herself as good as Kaltsit. Alright. Then, when would you like to use me as a reference? I should be quite free these days. Let's talk about it later. Without hesitation, she went straight to her room upstairs. After everything happened, he saw Kaltsit deadpan at him. For some reason, you are more lively. Consider me as a special Shiro you'll only see rarely. Shiro let out a playful smile. Coupled with his extremely good mood, it made him more charming at this moment. Undeniably, this sent Kaltsit an inexplicable emotion. The next day. The chat group, is it? I could replicate that invitation. Every chat group members gathered in front of Shiro's house. The creations have returned to their respective worlds earlier, leaving them and the two creations into this world. Surprisingly, a similar smartphone came from Altair's hand. It soon turned into a fleeting mirage, but they could see that a new member has joined the chat group. You made something mysterious. Even Holopsican could not see its depths. The matter requires it to be that intrinsic. Hearing that term, everyone knew what she was pertaining about. Yesterday, Shiro finally told them the memories he could remember from the trip to the future. In turn, it left them wary for the future. If Shiro had not left out his deduced end to fight it and disappear from this world they would have worried more. Hairskers and superheroes. The worlds outside ours are interesting. We'll get to see them in the future. Shiro replied. Return command confirmed. 20, 19, 18. Thank you for the help, everyone. The member expressed their gratitude to the creators. They are the ones that has the power and made the final confrontation possible. Admittedly, they helped a lot in this mission. No, don't even think about it. Your contributions are much important than ours. Matsubara humbly said. We might be dead at this point without your help, so. Thanks for everything. Coincidentally, their parting turned into an exchange of gratitude. Everything will be fine as long as you treat your creations with care it deserves. It's our responsibility, for our created worlds to exist meaningfully. At this point, Suda acknowledged the regrets and guilt he felt towards himself. It further helped when the two who caused it didn't mind it that deeply. A normal high school student will definitely hesitate to dive into a mess that could ruin his life. As for Shiro and Altair, they are the irregulars who did not care about the world's opinions about them. Farewell. It's the time of partings, but fret not. When there are time, we will be visiting this world again. Kaltsit and Kuroniko said their goodbyes as well. She's back to her usual self. I wonder what'll happen if she meets my sister. Please don't, Tokane. Shinji Riley replied. I can already imagine the outcome. Ruri-san. She changed after the fight. Madoka added. I also did. When Shinji woke up, he was surprised to remember a killing blow, a technique that he did not know before. It is a strange technique that imbued 5 weapon concepts, much similar to Shiro's Fenrir. Though, the former is more specialized to deal effective damage. Well, this will be it for now. Stay well, everyone. Just as the timer was about to run out, Shiro added, I'll be contacting Meteora through the chat group. A bright white light enveloped all of them before they silently disappeared. I'm finally back. Shiro stretched his body a bit. Truly, his journey this time led to many occurrences. After all, he headed to his home world in a haste to save it. There's also the matter regarding the future that he discovered during this mission. When he opened his eyes again, he sensed something wrong. Hey! His 6 eyes gave him a coverage of 1,000 kilometers passively. With that, he saw the area around him. Instead of seeing the bustling Casimir's, he saw nothing but ruins. It reminded him of his world before he fixed everything, that included the dead Meta-Kansens as well as the other dead people from the first timeline. He designed it so that they would reincarnate on the repaired world. Ah, I see. I slipped. Shiro realized what happened to him. I accidentally came to a parallel world. He descended into the world of Seaborns. A/N, for those wondering, Shiro came into the integrated strategies world, second to third ending. In our nights, it is a parallel world line that is headed towards Terra's destruction. To make things simple, a certain character, Scatty, failed to control the Seaborn god will inside her, which turned her into their leader. Those monsters from the sea reached out to the land like a Zerg swarm, leading to the extinction of civilization. It is kind of similar to the April Fool's Ritsuka's ruined world. It is a version of Ritsuka who failed to protect Chaldea as well as the pan-human history, do correct me if I'm wrong. As for Kuroniko's backstory, it was included in the what-if route where that bastard Kyusuk ends up with her. In this FIC, that won't happen. The bastard does not deserve Kuroniko. It is also the general response I have seen from most people who watched /read Oremo. P.S. Yes, it has a manga and light novel called Or no Kawarhei Ga Kana Enika We Wake Ga Nai, which translates to My Junior Can't Be This Cute. See the difference? Onwards to the 300th chapter. Chapter 300, Rhodes Island. Ever since becoming a chat group member, the others tried to find Kal't's story in some worlds to no avail. They did not have idea on her world's future except for Shiro. I did see a glimpse of it, but to deteriorate this badly. He had a feeling that every life form in the surface would be extinct. It would not grow to the point of world destruction per se. Nevertheless, he found it strange that the will did not make a move until now. Did it decide this way's the best possibility or something else? He tried to access his moon authority, only to find out someone else has it. He was intrigued for a moment before realizing what was happening. The world's connection to the chat group becomes a singularity due to its outside intervention. Most worlds has their parallels like Romani's world, Fate, and his world, Azalane. What they does not account, however, was that outside intervention was nearly non-existent. Some exceptions to it are Ritsuka's bond with foreigners and extra classes. Simply, Fate world itself makes use of foreigners and converts them to its own power. Else, why would foreigners like Altair, Abigail Williams, and Voyager be summoned as servants? Shaking these thoughts off, he focused on his situation. It's rare to experience this. Granted, he could use the Aurora Curtain to travel in parallel worlds. It is not that hard for him, a creator. In fact, he could easily come back to the Terra he is familiar with. The reason why he is hesitating is due to Kal't's story. He would be able to draw a parallel with the Kal't he knows and know about her predestined future. The will is not rejecting me. Strange. Another reason is he did not feel any rejection whatsoever. That was the only thing to think about during a parallel world travel. Although, it did not take effect when he did so. It wouldn't hurt to explore. With a single step, he arrived on the surface. The smell of burnt embers is still present on the air. Leisurely, he walked across Casimir's. No corpses, hey. The strangest thing he discovered was the lack of corpses. There are traces of flesh and blood but no corpses. If someone else went to this world, they would have been creeped out by it. Noticing the moonlight falling gently nearby, Shiro's eyes went into the full moon on the sky. He flashed a smile as an idea flew past him. I should regain it first. Iberia. As the city closest to the shore, it became nothing but its former vestiges when the Seaborns attacked. They are inevitably caught on the first wave. Cities fell until a single one remained. Huff. Huff. The tanned man's knees fell to the ground. He gripped his sword tightly, his mind unbending. Even until now, when the supply line was cut off signifying the downfall of the city he protected, he never gave up. Still, he is only a mortal. His clothes stuck closely to his body due to his sweat. His drenched hair covered a portion of his eyesight. I can, still. Originally, he was on a scheduled vacation to his birth country, Iberia. The doctor allowed it since it is normal. Albeit, nobody knew the attack of the Seaborns would begin. As a result, Rhodes Island could not immediately recall the operators nearby to the sea. They also had to respond to emergency signals that abruptly appeared at a quick rate. Terra was quickly plunged into chaos due to this single event. Doctor. He will lead us to a better future. His conviction towards his superior doctor did not waver. He saw how he managed to struggle through many events. Chernobog. Lungmen. Victoria. Each time, he made a wise decision. It wasn't a perfect one, but it suffices. If so. Just as he was about to turn himself fully into a Seaborn, a ray of moonlight fell into his radius. It gave a serene feeling unapproachable and inviolable. You must be from Rhodes Island. A voice came behind him. Thorns was startled when he saw a person. It's as if he was not a person but a ghost. He tried to respond to the man. However, his voice could not come out due to extreme fatigue. Still, the man understood what he wanted to say. I see, Thorns. The man said. I'll settle this in a moment. The man's silver pupils reflected the distant moon. His white overcoat sleeves was stained by black blood. As he made another step, the entire place was enveloped in a silver glow. Moments later, the surrounding Seaborns disintegrated into specks of white light. Thorns was visibly shocked by this sight. In his mind, only those group of people could do something ridiculous like this. Before he could think about it further, he lost consciousness. And he sleeps. It's not like I'm unfamiliar with that feeling, though. He took Thorns by his neck before disappearing in place. Shiro, it was just a slip. I could return whenever I want. Romani, here we thought you are in danger again. Kaujiki, this might be your habit at this point. Kaltsit, agreed. Kuroniko, +1. Shinji, +1. Shino, +1. Shiro. Shiro, anyways, I'll try and check something here. Kaltsit, about Terra? You don't need to do it. Shiro, it's not just that. I want to see your parallel self. I'm interested whether she's different from you or not. Romani, now that you have said it, that's interesting. Cardinal, Kaltsit-san without the chat group. I wonder how she'll look like. Kaujiki, perhaps it's her with the usual expression. Kaltsit, cease this at once. After Kaltsit expressed her stance, everyone went silent. Mon3tr might stab me at this rate. Kaltsit, come back quickly, Shiro. Shiro, yet. After that, Shiro stored the chat group smartphone on his storage. It has been several hours since he eliminated an outer god and regained his authority over the moon. Right now, he could be classified as a Farenmode, a god who walks on Terra. Usually, gods are present on another high-level and complicated realm dubbed as Divine Realm. The information present in that place will be enough to overwhelm mortals and make their souls self-destruct. Unbeknownst to such people, Shiro was none other than the one who made that disturbance in the sky, and the said person is busy eating potato chips while driving. This is nostalgic. When he first woke up on Terra, Kaltsit was the one who introduced him to this world. They had that long road trip that spanned weeks. The SUV he is driving is the exact same one that they used. Giving mysteries as a reward makes sense. Ugh. The moment Thorns woke up, he felt the slightly bumpy road. His vision immediately cleared up before he saw Shiro. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thorns replied. Thanks for the help before. It's nothing much. Anyways, what was the last you've heard from Dr. and Kaltsit? Seeing his vigilant look, Shiro explained. I might not look like it, but Kaltsit's my friend. I see. Knowing her enigmatic personality, Thorns did not doubt his words. Even so, Shiro showed him some evidence that he is actually her friend. With that, he gained Thorns' trust. Doctor mentioned something about the Seaborn's rampage and Iberia's radio silence. Radio silence? I understand. Before Kaltsit arrived, Shiro remembered her investigating an event called Great Silence. It was the radio silent of an underwater country, Aegir. Coupled with his view from the moon, he deduced many things. Where are we going? Just as Thorns asked this question, the sand cleared up. A huge silhouette of a landship revealed itself. To where Kaltsit is. Shiro said. Rhodes Island. This marks Shiro's first, official visit to the Rhodes Island landship. A/N, while this marks his visit to the parallel world, it marks our 300th chapter. That's right, 300 freaking chapters. I am not the type to exaggerate things, but it truly feels like a major milestone. How could I have imagined that a year later, I would be writing a FIC that stemmed from my frustrations. When I have read some FICs, I feel annoyed on why a certain character/event are not fully developed. I thought it'll be easy to do in my standpoint. Oh well, I am not completely right. Even with notes, I tend to forget about some plot points. Anyways, it has been a ride writing and reading with everyone. Thank you for bearing with its ups and downs. All the paragraph comments, chapter comments, and reviews are well appreciated. Like what I have said from before, seeing it and expecting it are two different things. There are times when I got discouraged writing, but it was thanks to all the support I received from y'all that I am still writing it. This experiences would definitely remain with me. Who knows, maybe I'll continue being a FIC writer until I graduate for another time in college. Happy reading everyone!